as profile icons. Like, to me, that would be just give it to you with a purchase, or have it be really cheap to buy with blue essence. Like, I don't understand why do these games treat something so inconsequential with such a high buying point? A really bad way to put it, but I think you know what I mean.
I get your point. I mean, there are some skins that come with icons, but usually it's with like a straight up purchase, not just an unlock of a regular champion.
Yeah. But like to me, and okay, again with this, like, I literally went onto the League of Legends wiki. When I said over 1,000 icons, I'm not joking. I did like a basic, the most basic amount of math that I could, and that's about what it equals out to. And I'm just like, you're telling me that we can't have the base arts with just a purchase or a tiny thing?
No.
And what offends me worse is that there are characters, because like, everyone is gonna bring this up. Everyone's gonna bring this up whenever this argument comes up. It's like, you can buy icons with blue essence. Yes, you can. There are some characters with icons that are exclusive to Riot points.
Yep.
I like video games.
Oh, I, Ted.
Hi. I was confused as to what the hell was going on.
I'm streaming.
Okay.
Be careful.
That's why I just said hell. It's, you know.
I mean, that's still a curse word, but
It's,
you know, whatever. No worries.
Your words are still sacrilegious.
I mean,
My point being, with the amount of effort that Riot puts into all of their icons right now, they could give you something with the base arts that have been around for over a decade now.
You get nothing, fool.
you
I mean,
lose.
yeah, if they're
Good
gonna-
day, sir.
You know what bothers me the most about that?
That's the only reference I could throw in here. I'm sorry.
I'm calling it out for what it is. To me, the whole thing with profile icons is just a predatory practice to get money from you.
Kane.
A practice to get money from you and a free-to-play? No. I, for one, am utterly shocked by such
Something
a
that you don't-
revelation.
Here's my thing. I understand your point. Counterpoint, Nintendo Switch Sports is a garbage game.
Sorry, I just like how blunt you are. Go on.
Nintendo Switch Sports is a game that gives you the gameplay. everything else that you would get for, like, costumes or aesthetics for your character are so ridiculously limited run, and as soon as those are done, those cosmetics are gone forever. None of that's in the game. What you buy for Nintendo Switch Sports for a full $40 price tag, well, not full, but you know what I mean. Like, it is a purchasable video game. You get so little content that you have just the base game. All of the aesthetic stuff that you get from the game, from a battle pass scenario, essentially, would have been in a game normally. All I'm asking for, and I don't think it's too much, I don't think that I'm asking the world, I do not believe that I am going overboard with asking the bare minimum. Base artwork, allow me to unlock an icon somehow through the game itself without having to pay real world money to buy an icon for a character that came out a decade ago. The base artwork.
I have an answer for you. And this comes straight to us from Adventure Time.
I agree. It is absolutely unacceptable the way they're handling it. And I know that apparently Riot thinks it's unacceptable, that I think it's too much to ask for a bare minimum. It is the base artwork that they have had for a decade. And I know I keep coming back to him, but he is such a good example of this. Fizz has 4 icons. 4 icons in total out of 1,000 icons that League of Legends has in total. 1,000 icons. Fizz has 4. And they are all Riot Point purchases.
Yeah, you better get out your wallet there.
So what did I jump into, by the way?
Kane's still talking about what he was talking about with Duck earlier. If you had been paying attention, you would know that. And I need to stop the conversation because I have a few questions to answer. Let's see. There were 2 things I saw. What's my opinion on BC Rail? I assume you mean British Columbia Rail. I have a 0 opinion, as I don't know much about them other than their regional service in British Columbia. If my friend Zach were here, he actually is Canadian. He might be able to give an actual thought on that. As for why the hostility towards British Rail, it's not really that I have like any legitimate hate towards them. It's a running gag because they kept showing up on my lists, and it just became a meme. It was funny, so I just kind of laid into that element.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, it just became like the like.
It's a meme.
That's
a meme. What it is.
That's all. You know, it's not so much that I'm like British Rail is the worst company ever. Like, no, that's Penn Central. But yeah, it just became a running gag. Is just how it is. And I've kind of you know if you watch my more recent ones, I've kind of geared it back a little bit because it was getting to be too much. Where like I literally couldn't make any more jokes about it. Like they showed up, you know, so many times that I'm like, I don't even have a joke for this. Like, there's only so many times I can complain before I'm just like, you know what, I don't even care anymore. Like, just whatever. Anyway.
The joke has run dry.
Yeah, as you were.
But yeah, it's frustrating when I point out this kind of thing that I honestly do think is just a predatory monetary practice for no reason, and then everyone is just like, you're crazy. Why are you complaining about this?
I don't think you're crazy. I just think, Kane, it's a free-to-play game. Of course that's in there. Like, it's in no way a shock to me that it's just the nature of those kind of games. If it was
that doesn't make it right.
I know that, but like in the context of League, I get it because it's a free-to-play game and they all do that crap. Now, in the context of Wii Sports on the Switch, well, no, we paid money for this. No. You can't have both. You cannot have both of those things. Come on now. It's one or the other. I assume Wii Sports Switch is not a free to play game.
No, it isn't. It's a full $60 game.
Well,
40. Sorry.
Well, I mean, okay. 40, great. Also, I'm still paying actual money for the game. Why should there be a microtransaction in the game?
I think it's not even just about the quote microtransactions, because technically they're not microtransactions. You can earn everything in Nintendo Switch Sports by just playing it. But the issue is that the game has no content.
Right.
If you don't play the game in time, if you can't afford it, if you miss it, if you can't do something, you don't get the content.
It's on a time release thing? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Yes.
So that's like a free to play game. That's
Yes.
literally how a free to play game works.
Yes.
Oh.
And it's paid for. I would like to clarify that
I don't necessarily mind little events in games, but if that's most of the content, that's kind of irritating. I mean, Fortnite does that kind of stuff too, but Fortnite's also free to play.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
And
it's
so does
such
Destiny
a
2.
bad thing. Also, Fortnite has way freaking more content. Like, okay, I'm gonna say this on stream.
Well, Fortnite's been around a lot longer, to be fair.
I agree with that, but I'm also just gonna say, the meme about Fortnite just being a battle royale, yeah, stop it. It's not. There's so much more you can do, and the only reason that people don't know that is because they don't want to play things that are PvE and fun with other things. They just want to meme about battle royales.
Kane, I hate to break it to you, buddy, but it goes like this. That is what made the game popular.
I'm well aware, but it's also not the only thing it is anymore.
No, I get that.
It is literally like Star Wars Battlefront 2, where people still complain about it having loot boxes when the game was completely retooled to not do that anymore. Game was fixed and people still complain about it.
I can't, like, trust me, I get you, buddy, but I'm just telling you how it is.
Yeah, I know.
I like the way you said that, Ted.
I
I get you, buddy, but I'm telling you how it is. It's just one of those things.
What you see is what you get.
I'm aware people are dumb. Trust me, I'm well aware.
No,
I live on this planet.
Unfortunately,
I
yes.
literally interact with human beings.
Elon, can you please hurry up and take us to Mars?
Like, but anyway, my bigger irritation with this, Josh, ultimately, is there is no way to earn certain character icons outside of a real-world purchase. If every icon had the ability to be purchased with blue essence, if I stutter, do not expect me to remember blue essence all the time. I don't play League. I'm gonna have to stop and remember what it's called.
It used to be blue essence. Now, I think that's what it is. Blue essence. You're right.
Yeah. If every icon had the ability to be purchased with blue essence, I wouldn't be as frustrated with it. But there's so many of them that should be just a basic icon. For just the fact that I have to, for real world money, buy an icon for a character 10 years old, I'm sorry, is insulting to basic human decency. If there were the base ones that you could buy with blue essence that wasn't just riot points, it would be fine, but it's not. I don't have issue with them having a paid-for currency. I have issue with them locking everything for certain characters behind a paywall because they're Riot and they can get away with it.
I mean, it's not even just Riot. Every free-to-play company does that. I can't think of a single free-to-play game that doesn't do that.
Even Destiny 2 does that.
See?
I don't think that Destiny 2 is nearly as bad as Riot. The only other company that I think is just as bad as Riot is Hi-Rez, and you will never hear me defend them.
Kane, I am going to be the bearer of bad news.
Oh, hell.
I actually think Hi-Rez is worse.
Never mind. You know what? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Hi-Rez is worse, because at least Riot lets you buy most of their icons with real money. Most of Hi-Rez's stuff is like, if you don't get it in this battle pass, it's gone forever.
Yeah.
And if you want it, you can open loot boxes to maybe, on one opportunity, on the rare chance that you might get it.
Well, Blizzard did it too in Overwatch, and you pay $60 for Overwatch. I hated that.
Yeah, I know. Overwatch did it too. It was really dumb there. Like, none of these companies are exempt from this.
I will say though that like.
I just feel like that with the amount of content that League of Legends has that you can see, that you can buy, you people could restructure easily, and you could make it so much less predatory, and just give people the base arts the ability to at least earn the base arts for something as simple as a character profile, as a profile thing.
You know, Kane, back in my day, we didn't beg for free stuff all the time because we just got it. In the
you had
games.
to earn it back then too.
Hey, Josh.
It was at least in the game.
But you could actually play the game to do it.
Exactly, and you don't get that opportunity with a lot of the stuff in League. It's all locked behind some kind of paywall, and especially for, again...
Teddy, you're not allowed to speak. You know that.
Well, what do you mean?
I just screwing with you.
I was gonna say, need I remind you of Soulcalibur 4?
You're gonna have to refresh my memory on this.
So, Josh, you want to explain?
Do you know what he's talking about, Josh? Because I have no idea. Understand, I'm asking you because you play Soulcalibur 4, and Teddy, I don't. You're gonna have to explain that to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
It all started one day. A game itself was released to the public.
A bad game, I know.
I don't know why Teddy brought it up because it has nothing to do with what you're talking about.
I'm so confused. Yeah, like, Teddy, explain yourself.
I just know I hate that fucking game. That's all I got.
You're streaming.
I know I am, but you brought up Soulcalibur 4. Leave me alone.
What I was going to say was, like, didn't you say at one point that, like, it had, like, little to no content? Like so much so that you could unlock everything in that game within, like, an hour?
I never said that.
Was it? Okay.
I didn't play it long enough to confirm that.
Oh, okay.
Also, still completely irrelevant. No idea why you brought it up. Even if that were true, Teddy, the fact of the matter is, if you put in the disc and play it, you unlock that content. It's there.
Soulcalibur 4 did have microtransactions. That had to do with the console-based DLC, I believe. Because I believe 4 was the one where they had Yoda and Darth Vader.
Yeah.
And it was dependent on console, but if you got it on like a PS3 and you wanted, I think Yoda was on the 360. I don't quite remember which one was which, but you could do a microtransaction and pay and buy the other one. That was the only thing I can think of.
Hey Josh, do you want to know the easiest way to remember which console has which character? The Xbox 360 case is green.
That's why I thought it was Yoda.
Exactly that. Also, Yoda's on the cover of the 360 version.
That'll do it.
I do think the 360 cover is vastly superior to the PS3 one.
Question: Was there Yoda in the PS in the PS3 version in Soulcalibur 5, or were there any like broken guest characters?
No, they put in Ezio in 5, I think.
Ah,
It is.
liberation of Roma has begun.
I believe they did Star Wars in 4 because Episode 3 had just come out.
That would make sense. And then I know in Soulcalibur 6 they put in Geralt from The Witcher and 2B from Nier Automata.
Yeah.
Yep.
Automata.
I've always heard it pronounced as Automata.
I've heard both ways. Doesn't really matter.
Automata.
Okay.
Who the hell says automata?
That's how I've always heard it being pronounced.
Heard it from who?
Everybody!
Okay, Josh, I will defend Teddy on this. As someone who watched YouTube content back when that game was coming out, yeah. Everyone pronounced it automata.
Is everyone high but me? No one calls it that. It's clearly automata.
I'm on your side, Josh. The word is automata. You are correct. I'm on your side, but that doesn't change that is what everyone pronounced it as automata.
Everyone around me is a freaking idiot.
As someone who's literally been talking about the predatory icons for League of Legends, yeah, I know. I totally feel that. But I will defend Teddy, because, yeah, that's how everyone pronounced it, so I get that.
Yeah, no, that's not just me. Like, everybody back on YouTube.
Just like how people tried to convince him that it was pronounced Shenmue.
Yeah, I always heard...
Who the heck said that? Who says that?
I heard it always pronounced as Shenmue.
I like how I make my videos and I'm always getting called out for mispronouncing stuff, but these hacks can say things that are blatantly wrong. And apparently that's fine. You know, it bothers me. It does. It really does. I don't like it.
I don't blame you.
Oh, you're killing me, man. You're killing me. I didn't expect you to say these hacks, and I don't know why, but that for some reason...
I will say it again. These frickin' hacks. Going Shenmue?
Yeah, that's how I've heard it pronounced.
Who in the hell says Shenmue?
I don't know. Like, okay. I swear to you, I don't remember who this was, but I pronounced it as Shenmue, which I always thought it was pronounced as Shenmue.
You are correct.
And then somebody corrected me and was like, no, it's Shenmue. And I cannot remember for the life of me who did that.
Well, they're an idiot.
It's... Probably. I mean, you're the one who always says that, like, the friends that I have other than you guys are either morons or really terrible people. And you know what?
And I am correct.
Wrong. Like with a lot of them, you were not wrong.
Oh no, I know.
Oh no. Oh no. That's bad. These hacks. I really wasn't expecting that.
It really wasn't that funny, but okay.
No, I know it's not that funny. I just wasn't expecting you to say that, and for some reason that made it way funnier for me.
To be fair to Teddy, yeah, I feel that.
I wasn't expecting that. But no, I get that. Among Us no Among Us.
Among Us.
Oh god, now people are gonna be like, oh, spam Among Us in the chat, because this is how it always works.
No, you just said that. Now they really will do it because you said it.
Fair enough.
Idiot.
Ahsoka Tano says hi.
That's nice. Hello. Who are you? Who are you? What have you done with Ted?
No,
I didn't know we had a Togruta in the chat. I mean, that is who Ahsoka Tano is.
Yeah, I know.
A mongoose.
A mongoose?
Yeah. Somebody said a mongoose in the chat.
I want to be a mongoose.
What the hell was that, man?
He wants to be a mongoose. Didn't you hear him? I heard him. That's what he said. That's what he said.
It's a quote from episode 1 of Invader Zim, I believe.
Oh yeah, right, Gurr. I love the little guy.
That was Gurr's. That was one of Gurr's big lines in the first episode.
I'm gonna sing the Doom song. Oh, Josh.
Ted.
Did you see the trailer I linked?
Oh god, yeah, that looks sick.
No.
What do you mean no?
There's a new Alone in the Dark game that just got announced.
I know, and I don't know why he keeps sharing it. You shared it with me at least twice.
Because I thought you would think it looks cool.
Does look pretty thick.
Yeah, it's a remake of the original. So...
I got that. I also don't care.
Aww.
But
I mean, Alone in the Dark Illumination was such a good game.
But Josh, if you buy it and play it by yourself, you'll be alone in the dark with Alone in the Dark.
How can I be alone in the dark if I am the dark?
Yes.
Ever think of
You're
that?
So
Alone
you're
in the darkness.
No, well, no, because then they would have to re-subtitle it as Alone as the Dark.
I'm always alone.
Okay, I didn't mean it like that, God. Why do you have to make it so depressing? Why, man?
Ted, you hurt my feelings.
I didn't try to hurt your feelings,
You
man.
hurt my feelings. I'm gonna cry now.
What you see is what you get.
Ted hurt my feelings. He said I'm alone all the time.
Ted made me buy JRPGs on eBay.
Oh yeah, I totally did that because I'm the
You might
one
be a
in
figment of
charge
my
of your bank
imagination.
account.
That would make a lot of sense.
Because I'm the one who's in charge of your bank account, obviously. Because I simply asked you if Soul Hackers 2, like, if I needed to play the first game to play it, and you were like, oh great, now I want to play those games. And I was the one who clicked the... I almost swore.
I know, I was waiting for it. I was like, click the
I
what?
was the
Click
one
the
who
what,
clicked
coward? Click the what?
The order button on eBay.
Also,
There we
no,
go.
it wasn't the Soul... and also, no, you make it sound like I bought the Soul Hacker game.
No, I know, but that led to you getting invested in the Devil Summoner games,
Digital
right?
Devil Saga.
Yeah, Digital Devil Summoner. Yeah.
I think that's the most hilarious crossover that needs to happen, because you just said Digital Devil Summoner, and considering that the name of the game is Soul Hackers, that would be a sick crossover.
Does anyone else light a 2-minute smoke bomb and ride a bike to pretend to be a steam locomotive? I feel like, honestly, if you did that, you'd probably just get the cops called on you for, like, fire hazards.
That's a smoke bomb.
Fair. That, you know what, actually, no, that's fair.
My favorite video on the internet is a phone video that's being recorded down the road, and you can hear a motorcycle
Oh god, is this
getting
what
closer
I think it is?
and closer.
Yeah.
And you just hear this bike. You hear this bike, and it's like, oh man, you're gonna see this cool motorcycle, and all of a sudden a bicycle with 2 people on it, 1 person with a trombone.
Yeah, I love that video so much. I love that
making the
video.
motorcycle sound effects.
I think what makes it even better is, like, the fact that the video's quality isn't that great, and for some reason, I've always found that, like, that makes videos funnier.
It's pretty great.
Oh, I love that video, man. That's a great video.
That is one of my favorite videos on the internet.
That's gotta be one of mine, too. I found it through
I'm
Markiplier
Commander
trying
Shepard.
to laugh challenges.
And this is my favorite video on the internet.
I mean, hey, Shepard said that I was his favorite reviewer on the Citadel, so I feel proud of myself.
Ah, that's right, you paid for that.
Yes, I did. It was totally worth it. It was like, I forget how much it was. I think it was like $80 or something, but that was, oh my god. But that was $80 well spent.
Was it?
Yes, it was! Mark Meir saying that he was my favorite reviewer. I get...
You paid him to say it, though!
I get that I paid him, but it's the principle of the matter. Look, Mass Effect 2 is one of my favorite games, alright? I was just happy to have that. Yes, General Shepard. Mark Meir is the name of the man who voiced, male Shepard across the first 3 Mass Effect
Not
games.
General Shepard's from COD 2.
Oh, yeah, okay, no, General Shepard, yeah, that's COD 2.
Commander Shepard is Mass Effect.
Yes, sorry.
They are not the same person.
No,
at all.
No, they aren't.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I need to stop for a second and compliment the crap out of League of Legends Wild Rift a minute.
Wow, you spent like half an hour ranting about that game, and now you're complimenting.
That sounds like him.
I spent a half hour complaining about its predatory monetary situation.
Okay, fair point. But go ahead.
When you hit play game, up in the corner, there's like a blue eye, and if you click it, it literally opens up it opens up a smaller version of the game map, icons explaining every single aspect of the game.
It's very easy to get into. Much easier than the regular league.
Yeah,
Excuse
this is even like I guess different game modes or different informations for. Oh no, these are the classes or whatever you call them in League.
Roles?
Like, thank you, roles. Yeah, like you can click a role and it'll tell you like what kind of stuff that you do. Oh my god, this is brilliant.
You're brilliant!
I get it. But like, oh my god, it's so good. It's like it's not gonna help me that much because it still requires me to read, but but like it's awesome that it's there. That's so good.
Because it still requires me to read.
Well, you know, you can't be good at everything.
Wow.
Oh god, ranked is unlocked at level 10.
Oh
Understandable.
yeah, because Kane's gonna be the #1 ranked League of Legends player of all time.
He is. He has no other choice.
I will be the greatest Fizz player known to man.
No, you won't.
This is Transport Fever 2, not telling.
No, it's not.
Well then what is it?
It's Transport Fever 2.
It's Transport Fever 2 version 1.
Duh.
Because I specified,
Everyone knows that Transport Fever version, or Transport Fever 2 version 1 is better than version 3. And then 4 is worse than version 2.
Shut up, Kane.
Kane, I have no idea what the hell you just said. But I don't like
I'm poking fun at version numbers.
I still haven't gotten a notification back from Steam that says a Steam Deck is available.
That's because it's not.
Rest in pieces.
Just because you haven't got a notification doesn't mean it's not going to come out.
Yeah. Rest in pieces. How many of these people are children? None of us.
Well, Kane is.
Oh, absolutely.
The Steam Deck is non-existent. Is it like Ohio? There is no Ohio in the United States of America. Bonus points to whoever gets that reference.
Sadly, I do not.
Well, I want to see if anybody in the chat gets it first. No, it's like Wyoming. I've always heard Wyoming has at least like some very beautiful national, or not national, nature.
Wyoming's a very pretty state.
Yes, that's what I meant to
I've
say.
been there. It's a very pretty state.
Oh, neat. Ohio is just flatlands and has like 10 people.
It's true. I've never met more than 10 people from Ohio.
My friend from Ohio just constantly... Yeah, exactly, not telling. Literally, like, all he says is, like... All my friend has said about Ohio is that it's just corn, corn, and more corn.
Oh God, right. Josh, I didn't even really get to ask my question. I would like your help at some point in Wild Rift because I want to try and figure out what the unlock requirements are for some of the stuff in here.
Sure.
Because if it's something I can do by just playing, that'd be great. Because the unlocks don't give me a lot of information. Oh, dang it. That's the wrong thing. Okay. So, like, the best example I got is just grabbing a random icon. We've got the Unbreakable Spear. There's a 5 by it with Path of Ascension events.
Mm-hmm.
So I would assume that you probably get that through an event. And then for the Fizz one I'm looking at, it just says Wild Pass. So I guess it's a reward for the Battle Pass?
That's their Battle Pass, yes.
There's a 5 by it, so like... Does that mean level 5?
I would assume that's what that means?
Yeah, I don't think I can get this one. This is another thing that's just really stupid. Just let us buy it. If you're gonna be predatory about it, at least let me throw you my money.
No, you gotta
At least
play
let me
the game.
throw
That's
you-
what the Battle Pass is for. To make you play and earn. Just like games let us do by default. Wait.
Wow.
You know, I would be fine with that if I could actually earn it without missing out on stupid crap.
No. You see, Kane, the science behind it is very you see,
Witness
I
the
couldn't
power
even
of the
cover
fell diesel.
with the
Well, in that
power of
case,
the
I have
fe-
no
The
issue
pinnacle
with the
of
fact
British
that
rail technology.
Well, in that case, I have no issue
You
with the
spin
fact
me
that I
right round, baby, right round, like the fell, baby, right round, round, round.
What are you?
Well, in that case, I take no issue with the fact that I screenshotted that thing and put the image on my computer. I think if you engage in stuff like FOMO, I think you're terrible as a company for
The hell
doing
is
that.
FOMO? What are you
Fear of
talking?
missing out.
Fear
It
of
stands for
missing
fear
out.
of missing out, and it's essentially.
Oh,
like the fear of,
right,
like,
right.
oh,
No,
this
no.
thing-
I know what it
Yeah.
means. Thank you. You don't need to
Okay, okay,
over-explain
okay.
it. I got it. I
Yeah,
got
there
it.
you
I got it.
Okay. Yeah. Uh-oh. No.
Also,
died.
once again, to throw this out there as to why I firmly believe that this is completely 100% predatory and no one else will sway me from this. It's
As
the
if we were gonna
only-
try.
It's the only Fizz icon in the game.
Suffer.
Cope, mold, sieve,
This company is terrible.
L plus ratio, plus you don't buy our battle pass. I feel
Sounds like
I'm
a lot of
100%
copium there, Kane.
Oh my god, no!
What?
Sounds like a lot of
Copium.
copium.
I don't know what that is.
It's a joke.
It's a Zoomer thing.
Yeah, it's like
I've never heard it.
hold
You're
on,
coping because of a situation. Therefore,
So
you're
you-
experiencing vast amounts of copium.
Yes.
Get it?
Ah.
Do you get it? Do you
get it.
get it?
Okay.
It's hilarious.
I didn't need my ears blown out. Thank
Suffer.
you very much. I had to deal with a dude who was playing with me last night, like literally, like just swallowing his mic. So.
Swallowing his mic,
Oh
you
my
say?
Jesus fucking God! Sorry. Sorry for the cursing.
Oh man, my snowball microphone is looking really tasty.
Oh, sorry for everybody in the stream for that.
I think you were louder than I was.
Because you like.
That was literally just me tapping around on my mic.
Yeah, we know.
The models look really good, though.
Oh yeah, the game's beautiful.
Yeah. I didn't even know you could do this as a side note, but like you can actually zoom in on the champion and get a different a different pose.
Oh yeah.
Like that's awesome. You can even like move the model around a little bit. You can't go like completely around without it just snapping back, but I wish I could have these animations. Like I'd love a looping video of just these animations in order to just set it as a wallpaper.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Alright, well, that was bad on my part.
How dare you?
No, I ran in and died like a moron. That's my bad.
How dare you?
It does sound like something you would do, to be fair.
I'm more of like a Leroy Jenkins person when I'm playing games.
We know. We've played games with you.
That is true. Have I ever done that, like, recently, anyway?
Recently? We haven't played a game together.
Fair.
What's this playing games together?
I think one of the last times I can remember doing that was when we were playing Phasmophobia.
That, I think, was the last time, yes.
What is this Phasmophobia?
Oh, God.
It's a really amazing indie game.
It is pretty good.
I love Phasmophobia.
I'm really sad at the direction that they ended up going with the difficulty. I understand changing it in some aspects, but I think that my issue with the way that they handled it is that they went from way too easy and you win every single match to
Frickin' impossible!
Exactly. And it's like, okay, listen. I am not going to say that you should not have adjusted the difficulty, because you should have. But there's this thing called easy mode, intermediate, and expert. And you can take those last two and only modify them. You do that. You know that, right? Because those are the two that needed to be modified to be harder and more difficult and more strategic.
I guess meanwhile, because I love the concept of Phasmophobia. Like, I love the concept of, like, you know, Z-list Ghostbusters. But, like,
I think my issue with Phasmophobia at the end of the day is because that's all we could play. That's the only option we had. It was the only thing that everyone enjoyed, and as much fun as Phasmophobia is, it would be really nice to be able to spice it up with almost anything else.
No, Kane, you see, I actually feel the same way. I loved playing Phasmophobia.
it's why I keep trying to find like something like prop hunts or something just stupid and hilarious.
I still think you should play one of my train games with me. It's really chill.
I cannot do the bigger strategy stuff.
Not this. I meant that one that I showed you guys.
Wait, which one? Oh, Railroads Online, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's first person like Phasmophobia, except we build a railroad. And it's not like a grand strategy game. It's, right next to each other, laying down track, driving a train.
Because I wouldn't do good with that either, like grand strategy.
It's not grand strategy.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, I agree with Kane on that one.
Yeah.
You can't agree with Kane.
Well, I am. What are you gonna do about it?
If you agree with me, that means you agree that X-Blades is a good game.
That's not actually what that means at all.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's. I wasn't gonna go that far with it.
I mean, you gifted that to me a long time ago, and I still haven't played it.
I gifted it to like 7 people.
Yeah, because it was wasn't it like on sale for like $1?
It was $1, so I just bought it for a bunch of my friends.
Reminds me of back a few years ago when Tom Clancy's The Division 2 was on sale on, I believe, the Xbox Live store for, I kid you not, like $3. And I ended up buying it for a couple of my friends and we played it together.
I've done that before. Oh, there's this other game I found recently. Have you guys heard of... It's gonna be a very basic name, but it's a game called Obey.
Obey.
No.
You
no,
must.
I haven't, actually.
You must obey.
Okay, enough! Enough! Jesus.
Stop yelling!
Sorry, it's just...
You're the only one here screaming.
That really hurts my ears.
It doesn't hurt your ears.
It's another kind of asymmetrical game, but it's a lot more chaotic. The concept is that you are a bunch of little... were they dogs or cats? You're a bunch of like little dogs or cats running around an area, and there's a giant robot in the dead center. And someone starts inside that robot, and whoever's in that robot, they have control over like cannons and guns and can shoot the other players whenever. And you as the leader have to like manipulate your teammates in order to give you resources, but you also have to very much keep an eye out because anyone can walk up to the door of the robot and kick you out. It sounds
concept, but it doesn't sound bad.
It sounds absolutely ridiculous. And the best part is, it is ludicrously cheap. It is $8 per copy, but the best part is that it's $20 for a 4-pack. So you save like $13 by buying the 4-pack instead of buying 4 individual copies.
Just so the stream is clear, I'm not sponsored by this game, so it's getting free advertisement from this chode over here.
It's really it just seems like a really cool game, you know. It just seems really funny. But yeah, it sounds like a very, very goofy game, and I think just like the chaotic nature would be really fun. Oh, right. And the point of the game is that each player is gathering resources, and the player who gathers the most resources wins.
Interesting.
There's definitely some details that I'm leaving out because I don't know how to explain them. But I'll send the Steam page at some point again because I think I sent it before, but I didn't get much of a chance to send it and explain much about it. But it just seems like a really funny game. I'll be back in a second.
Alright.
He lies. He won't be back at all. He's gonna disappear forever. Farewell, Kane.
Rest in peace, Kane. I don't remember what his birthday is.
I am back.
Ah! Oh, the prodigal son has returned.
Shut up, Ted.
I'm sorry, I've been in a Toy Story mood recently.
I want that steam engine replaced with a diesel.
Woo! Alright. Caffeine's getting to me.
Okay.
I drank a Coke earlier.
Oh
which
my
was
god,
probably a
so
mistake.
the intense amount of caffeine in that Coke.
Look, I don't do well with caffeine.
The Coke! It's too much. You can't handle it, can you?
Dude, Coca-Cola makes me burp like a machine gun.
Like a machine gun. All I'm imagining now is like the chain gun from Doom, but like instead of like the usual like noise, it's like. So, railroads.
I have actually created a plane.
Oh, a plane.
Yeah, there's planes in this game.
That runs on a railroad.
You know, I am going to be completely honest, Josh. I was genuinely surprised to see that video in my sub box about the top 5 worst firearms.
I thought you might be intrigued by that one.
Well, I was actually, but not for the reasons that you'd think.
Oh.
So you included the Shosho and the Mars pistol, right?
Yeah.
You want to know what the sad part is? Is that the only reason that I actually recognized those pistols or those guns in particular is because in Battlefield 1...
I know.
Yeah, there was a specific assignment where you had to use the Mars pistol, and it was trash.
Yeah, the Mars pistol was never used in that war at all. For reasons that are very clear.
Yeah.
The Italian one was also in the game. It was in one of the campaign missions. Actually, it's actually really good in the game, but
it's just not good in the multiplayer.
Well, he was using it as a sidearm in the game.
Yeah,
which
that's
is
the thing is
not how that works.
But like, how do I describe this? Like, the challenge was a pain because the Mars pistol, excuse me, took like half the magazine to down a single person, and its fire rate was so slow. And granted that, you know, bullet deviation was also a thing in Battlefield 1, and that kind of became a problem. Although I was genuinely surprised to see the Shosho. I never heard, like, that gun being that bad.
It depends who you ask. When it comes to, like, actual warfare, it's terrible. Like, again, like I mentioned in the video, in a situation where it's, a closed...
A firing range?
A firing range, it's fine. But that's not the same thing as being in the frickin' trenches in World War I.
Yeah. No, I remember that.
Do you know what's worse than that gun?
What?
The Mozambique.
I get it!
I get it, Vegeta. Yeah, Mozambique.
I still kind of like the Mozambique.
I almost half expected to see the Pancore jackhammer there as well.
A lot of people had to add other recommendations. I mean, people have to remember, like, these lists, I always generally make a sequel eventually.
Yeah, no, and that's fair. It's just like, I was like, Pancore jackhammer's gotta be here. Like everybody talks so much trash about that thing. And the hell of it all is just like, the Pancore jackhammer never even saw a mass production. They designed one working prototype, or non-firing prototype, excuse me, and it never got out of that phase. And you get a lot of video games put it in there, and I don't know why.
Hey, Rachel! Thanks for the $5! I appreciate it. You didn't have to do that.
Woo! Woo! Josh's lists are like Pringles. Once you pop, you can't stop.
I mean, I've heard worse things about my videos. Such as, I can't believe you actually put this out, this is trash, delete this video now, how dare you.
Oh my god, your accent is so annoying.
That too. I won't replace that just yet.
Okay, this is totally unrelated, but I just looked at somebody's...
You want to make a thumbnail? I would adore it if you made a thumbnail. Actually, let me think about how I could make that work for you. Because there's a video that I got going that's already done. It's going live next Thursday, and it would be really funny but you don't know any of the jokes in it. Ah.
The struggle.
So you would have to see it before you actually made the thumbnail, because it's about the failure of a company. I'll just let everybody know. It's the complete story about Penn Central's failure and why they went bankrupt in 3 friggin' years. Let me do some thinking. I'll contact you on Facebook. I appreciate that offer, though. I would love for a fun thumbnail from you, but I would have to contact you soon since it's supposed to be going. I can share them privately. That's true, but right now it's available. Technically, my members have already seen it.
There's a guy in my game named Mr. Werben Jaegerman Jensen, and I love that.
Oh, you deactivated Facebook. Well, then how am I supposed... Twitter? Oh, I'll contact you on Twitter. I assume your Twitter's still up. Taking a social media break entirely. Okay, well maybe you can make a different icon later. It's not a big deal. Like I said, I already made one for that, and it's doing well. So maybe maybe one of my top 10 lists will be fun.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Email you, or I could email you. We could do that. I was giving suggestions, and none of them were good. So you have to tell me.
That's how it works.
There's a problem though. I don't actually know her email. I don't want her just giving it out in the stream.
Yeah.
How are we gonna work that out? I might have her email. I don't know if I do. Maybe she has mine. If she has mine, that works out.
Don't you have a business email listed in your channel section?
I do! I do have a business email. Thank you, Ted! Duh! darknessthecurse@gmail.com is my business email. It's on my channel, which is the only reason I'm okay with saying it.
Yeah, so there you go.
I've had a business email. I am a professional. I'll have you know. Sure, I would like some knockoff Pringles.
I would like some Pringles, actually. I haven't had Pringles in years, but like that person said, they are addicting.
Well, I'm not going to call them Pringles. These aren't Pringles. These are Great Value Snack Attack. Sour cream and onion flavored potato chips. Stack Attack, not Snack Attack. It's Stack Attack. My bad.
I have never liked
Stack them up, knock them down. Potato crisps.
Pringles are trash. Potato mush. Okay, well, that's just wrong.
This is a product of Canada. Contains bioengineered food ingredients. Ingredients: dried potatoes, mono and diglycerides.
Ooh,
Do I
Godzilla
think
Boy
I could?
2004.
He sent me $1.70. A pound 79. I guess, or is that a euro? I can't tell. Could a 9F handle modern goods work? Probably, especially in the UK. Your trains haven't gotten that much longer.
But the horror of British rails.
Yeah, well. Let's see. Sodium acid, pyrophosphate, citric acid, vegetable oil. Contains one or more of the following: sunflower oil and or corn oil, canola oil, seasoning, salt, whey, onion powder, skim milk, dextrose, monosodium, glutamate, buttermilk powder, sugar, sour cream, citric acid, yeast extract, lactic acid, disodium isonate, disodium guanylate, malic acid, sodium caseinate, Natural flavor. Vague. Less than 2% of each calcium silicate and silicon dioxide added as anti-caking agents. Yellow corn flour, rice flour, cornstarch, water, corn maltodextrin, mono and diglycerides, and citric acid. My hand is too big. I can't reach the chips. You have tiny hands. There you go. You don't want them? Okay, fine. The rest are mine.
The chips are down. I guess the chips are down. Chips.
We get it. Oh, what's the worst game I've ever played?
I'm not even sure how Josh could have really finished that reference though.
No, it's fine. Sorry about that. I'm in my own head right now.
In your head, Teddy, 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 what's in your head? Sorry.
That's fine. I appreciate the song. I'm trying to think of what the worst game I've ever played is. And it's actually bothering me that I can't.
I mean, it's probably a good thing if you can't think of a really bad game you've played.
I mean, I can just always default and say Sonic 06, but you know,
That's fair.
it's like I don't really like spend my money.
Although to be
on...
fair, if that's the worst one, I'm kind of envious of you.
Well, no, because like I don't go out of my way to like waste money a lot on bad games. I think Sonic.
You
06
go out of your way to waste money on other things.
Yes, yes, I do.
The dumb tish.
I think the worst game that I've ever purchased in terms of something that I was legitimately disappointed by, in terms of like I went in really excited and I came out hating it. Rodeo the Sky Soldier.
Really?
That
Yeah.
game did turn out to be pretty bad.
Which version did you play out of curiosity?
I didn't play it because I heard it was terrible.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Do you want to know how bad the Wii U port was?
You're gonna tell me, aren't you?
Yuji Naka literally wrote a tweet. Alright everyone, Rodeo the Sky Soldier's out on Wii U. Please play the Wii version.
That's always a good sign.
You know what's worst? It doesn't save it. The problem that I take with the Wii version of Rodeo the Sky Soldier is that they were clearly designing it around the idea of just the Wiimote. The problem is that the Wiimote is not fun to play with. Not in the way they did it anyway.
I mean, that depends on who you ask.
You wanna move around 3D space with a D-pad? Because that's what they do.
I mean, you know, I was going to say...
No one liked it when Other M did it.
See, I was going to say...
This isn't the Fury. This is not what this is.
It's a Night Fury.
No, the Fury... I do have the Fury as an option, but that is not what this is. This is, hold on, let me figure out exactly.
And if you run it at night, it's a Night Fury.
Oh my god,
Shut up, Kane!
No!
What I was trying to say was that normally when anybody asks me, do you want to use a D-pad for 3D movement? My response is always, I grew up playing Super Mario 64
This is the
DS.
Fowler 2P. No, it's not. Never mind. Forget I said that. There's a lot of red engines in this game.
That's my response every time, is I grew up with Super Mario 64 DS, so...
That doesn't mean it's a good idea.
Well, no, but it does mean that I think for a launch DS title, it managed to use moving around into 3D movement with just the D-pad, like, basically perfectly.
Yeah, they had to.
Well, yeah, but again, like, they did it.
But they...
Would have been better
You're
if they did.
Teddy, I think you're missing Kane's point on this.
I mean, I can't help it if that's what I grew up
The
with.
point is, Teddy, it's a technically third person, but like it's a game where you're aiming a pointer at the screen in third person, and you are controlling your character with the D-pad.
What game is this, Godzilla Boy? This is Transport Fever 2. Go ahead, sorry.
That's fine. My point is that you're pointing the Wiimote at the screen to control the camera, and you're moving with the D-pad, and then you have to hit all the other buttons on the Wiimote to do all the other things.
Yeah, and in that regard, I get that. I'm just talking about Mario 64 DS in particular.
Yeah, I know, and it wasn't a good idea then either. Just because you can do it doesn't mean it's good.
I mean, I still think it's the better version, but that's just me.
You're wrong.
No.
In terms of controls,
I
You're
like
wrong.
just how at that point you pretty much just made the noise of Mario getting hurt.
Yeah, right? Like,
That was actually perfect.
the sass on this boy.
factually speaking, Teddy, analog sticks are programmed to give you better control. That's
That is-
exactly what they're meant for.
That is true. However, I personally am of the opinion that Mario 64's controls have not aged well. And
Yes,
and
but
before-
that's like the
Hold
oldest
on.
example, though. Or one of them.
If you let me finish, what I was going to say was that I get that it is one of the oldest examples of using analog stick controls in a 3D environment, so I'm not going to fault it too much. I just can't get used to it. It's like going
Also-
back too far.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean the D-pad better.
No,
for one.
but it
And
is what I'm more used to, and it is what I would
No,
default to if I
no,
were
the
to play it.
D-pad is what I was more used to. It's all we had as kids.
Okay, here's my other question to you, Teddy.
Yeah?
What did you play Super Mario 64 on?
First, the DS version.
No, what did you...
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait. The DS didn't have an analog stick.
No, it didn't. Oh wait, are you talking about like what? Okay, my
I am
bad.
talking about...
I get
How
you.
did you play
I
Super
played it
Mario
on a
64?
physical N64 cartridge. Sorry.
So you played it on a physical 64 cartridge.
Yes, with
On
the
a
actual
console.
N64 controller.
On a console that basically invented, single-handedly, the worst analog stick known to mankind.
Yes.
And you're telling me that the DS version is better because of that.
No.
All I'm saying is that I understand if you're not really a fan of it, but, like, the issue that I'm saying here is that it's not a good idea. Like,
It wasn't. I do
totally
think.
understand that. I totally understand you're not arguing with me on this,
No, it wasn't.
but pointing out that you're used to it
Damn.
doesn't mean it was a good idea.
No, I agree.
I'm very used to Sonic 06's controls.
They are not good.
They're not good controls. Like, it doesn't change that element.
Like you
And-
can get
and
used to
Super Mario-
crap, but it
and-
doesn't
and-
make it any less crap.
Yeah, and you know what? You are correct. Between the two versions, in terms of the amount of content and even some of the slight improvements, yeah, Super Mario 64 DS is probably the better version. You're right.
In terms of precise controls, I agree the N64 version is better.
Exactly. Because of those analog stick controls give you so much better movement. And I bet you anything, playing it on a Switch with a Pro controller probably feels a little bit better than playing it on an N64 controller.
That is true.
I cannot confirm nor deny. I have not played them, but all I know is that I do not like the N64 analog stick.
I don't either. Like Majora's Mask is probably my favorite N64 game, but if they found a way,
I don't like the N64 controller.
oh no, I get that. But like the one thing I hated about playing that game, as I was going to say, Kane, was playing it with the N64 controller. Because it felt
terrible.
so weird to use.
Every other company got it right after Nintendo did it. That Nintendo walked so Sony and Microsoft could run.
That is true.
Technically, Sega had the first one.
Did they?
The Knights controller. It only worked with Knights and Christmas nights, though.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was a thing. Thank you for telling me.
Also,
It's kind of been one of my holy grails that I want to get at some point.
yep, I have it.
Oh, it's so cool.
I don't necessarily have like any like rare controllers, unless you count the fact that I have that Pyra Pro controller.
I have that too.
They're calling it an analog stick. Is debatable.
Oh,
Well, it is analog, but it's instead of a stick, it's a bevel that you stick your thumb into.
oh
What?
no! It's more like a. Oh, what?
NES
what are
Max?
They? Oh,
It's a lot closer to like the. Well, I'm gonna say this, but you gotta let me correct.
yes.
Or clarify. It's closer to like the 3DS's analog,
Okay.
Yes, I was gonna say that too.
but it's a lot more precise. Like 3DS's was kind of sticky and a little
Yeah.
stiff. This isn't like that. It's actually like the actual analog itself is very smooth and it's easy to move around. It's just you gotta get used to that bevel thing.
Yeah.
Didn't the
Is City of
Genesis-
Toro or Mallard or well, the Mallard is technically it's a mod, I think. It's just called an A4, but it is they did put the word Mallard on the side of it. So yes, it's the Mallard.
Didn't the Genesis also, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, have this like really weird third-party peripheral that was like an octagonal thing that
Right
you
there.
put on the floor, and you like moved it, you used it as a D-pad and for the buttons.
Yeah,
What was it called?
I
can't
forget
remember
what it's
the name.
called. It was terrible though.
Did you have one?
Oh God, no. I mean, in the technical sense, it worked, but it was one of those things where it's like, how do you use this?
You wave your arms.
Yeah, exactly.
Reminds me a tiny bit of what the U-Force did on the NES, except I believe the U-Force was at least a little bit more well-received. Not to say it was well-received, it was, but I'm saying, like, it was probably more well-received than whatever that Genesis thing is that I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, the real power is in the Power Glove.
It's so bad.
It's so bad.
Josh,
Uh.
did you see the gifts I sent you, by the way?
Which ones?
The Inteleon ones?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lucas, you tricked an entire generation.
Majestic.
I love that one too. That was so good.
Wait, Majestic?
Majestic.
Why are you sounding like Sinistar?
Teddy, do you
Beware,
do
I live.
Beware, I live.
you remember the
Run.
Delphox gif I sent you where it was majestic, majestic, majestic?
I don't think so, no.
I'm pretty sure I sent you that, dude.
In DM? Let me look back at it in a second when I'm not surrounded by a bunch of enemies. Oh my god.
Yeah, you were about to say
I
something
did.
other than enemies.
I was about to say zombies, but I didn't really know if they could classify as zombies. Anyway, let me check our DMs.
Do you really care that much?
Not entirely, no, but still. Oh, yes! Yes. Now I remember.
It's just so funny. It's just majestic.
Yeah, God, now I'm gonna be having those sinister.
See ya, Godzilla boy. Thanks for the super chats. Appreciate it. Ooh, we have the 9F. We have a no-hab. City of Toronto trolleys. Nice. I should probably put a 9F somewhere just because. And you can't stop me.
Yes, I can.
Especially not you, Kane.
I can totally stop you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
You know nothing about me, fool.
I'm Gaben.
Gavin?
Neil Gaben.
Gavin.
I've never heard a single person pronounce it as Gavin. Even he pronounced it as Gaben.
I've always called him Gavin. Maybe it is Gavin. I don't know.
He himself pronounces it as Gaben.
Well, then it's Gavin.
Neil Gaben, the dude who was like the CEO of Valve.
I thought you were saying Nito.
No, Neil. Neil.
Neo?
Do it for me.
I'm gonna kill someone. Oh boy. In the famous words of Conquer the Squirrel, it's gonna be one of those days.
I'm just gonna throw this out there randomly just so I can, because I just saw the picture when I scrolled out, but I'm really just patiently waiting for Tower of Fantasy to release on Steam.
I keep hearing nothing but about Tower of Fantasy other than the fact it's apparently really bad.
Really don't think it is from what I've seen. Most people who've been playing it have actually been liking it. I think if you're basic, you're probably comparing it to Genshin, which it's not.
Wow. Kane just throwing shade at Genshin fans.
I mean, that's like 90% of what him and Addy argue about these days. So are you really shocked? Because I'm not.
No, it's just disappointed.
No, it's not even that. It's not even that. It's because all of these people were whining and complaining about how Genshin was ripping off Breath of the Wild, and then it became one of the biggest names in gaming as of late. And now people are accusing an MMORPG, an actual online game with a completely different idea to it, calling it a ripoff of Genshin just because it's an anime aesthetic. This is no different than people saying that Digimon is a ripoff of Pokemon.
But it is.
That's why.
Hey, Ted. Shut up.
Hey, look, you messed with me earlier about Neil, alright? That is totally deserved, alright?
That was a Discord audio issue, and I made a pun out of it.
Neo. For God's sake, man.
Hey,
no.
you went after me
Neo.
at that point, and then you said you went after me to go after Josh. Is basically what you said.
No, that is not what I said.
Neo.
Then why did you say that exact thing?
I don't know, man. Look.
Neo?
No. Like, so what? So I made a pun.
I find it funny that somebody in the chat said Ted is going to be on the news within the hour, and I was about to be like, no.
And now you're second guessing that thought.
Yes, I am.
I didn't give you any crap for the Neil thing.
It's fine, Cade. You're fine, man.
Neo?
Neil, the world ends with you.
I'm Neil Gaiman. Do you know you have rights? The Constitution says you do.
Gavin.
The one time I remember him actually saying his name funny enough was in the Half-Life 2 Lost Coast tech demo that was revealed, which was it was just literally a free tech demo for Half-Life 2.
Also,
Right now, it's 1954, SP Railfan. Go on, sorry.
also, his name is Neil?
Yes!
No, his name is Neo. He's the one.
He is the one.
I mean, everybody likes to joke about him being God, so...
That's because people suck steam...
Don't...
nose.
What were you about to say?
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal.
And now I'm imagining the ending of Spaceballs. I've always heard his name said as Gabe Newell.
Yeah,
Wait.
see? Gabe! Oh, Gabian. Gabian. No, not... Never, never mind. We're gonna...
Well, folks, this has been a wonderful stream. Should have shoved the history in the...
Hello, kitty. How are you?
I like how we literally just had this entire conversation to find out that absolutely none of us were right.
Also, don't forget to subscribe to Darkiness the Cursed.
What?
Really?
Yes.
Not you. Not hello. What? Hello. Hello. Hello, kitty. You just hello. Hello. Hello, baby. Oh. Lap? What down here? Everybody say hi! The kitty's here!
Okay, cat.
There was a picture I found the other day, and by the other day I think I mean like earlier, like last night, and it was of a baby warthog sitting in a tiny mud puddle, and it looked adorable.
Oh, bye, kitty.
How's your kitty doing?
He's fine.
Breaking news, American man goes on rampage through Canada to beat up his Canadian friend from Discord.
That's our Canadian.
What? I was about to say, none of us in the call are Canadian.
Where are you, Zach?
I was gonna say, like...
Have you guys talked to him lately?
I did
No.
ask him if he wanted to be in the next part of my Yakuza retrospective, but he said thank you, but no thank you. And I was like, okay, then stay safe, man. That was a couple days ago.
Well, he's still alive. That's good.
I haven't heard from him in a while. I've kind of been worried about throwing him a message.
Oh, well, I mean, he responded to me, so he's at least alive.
Yeah.
Is he? Are any of us truly living?
Kane, Teddy, why are you both here? We're here for the entertainment of others and to make Josh's life suffer.
Why do you want my friends to leave, SP Railfan? You realize these guys are my friends, right? I just want to stress that at this time. Kane isn't Canadian. Kane, are you Canadian secretly?
Yes.
Have you been lying to us?
Oh, yay. That was the worst Canadian accent I've ever heard.
I was gonna say that wasn't even close, man. I can't even give you an A for effort. That was just.
Yeah, it was really bad.
You think my friends are annoying? Wow.
I mean, I don't care. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but...
Oh, crap, my finger slipped.
Normally,
Wait,
I would have
what?
given him a warning for that, Ted,
I
but...
timed him out.
But, since he was insulting you two... Nah, I'll allow it. That was...
I was
It's just uncalled for, like...
You want it,
Yeah.
I get if you want to, like, make jokes, but, like, just calling us annoying and telling us to
I
go
don't think
away,
he was
like-
kidding was the problem. I think he was
Yeah,
being
that was the
genuinely
problem.
serious, and that was where I was bothered. I was like, dude,
Yeah, I put him in timeout.
you don't have to be rude.
Yeah. And I
Why
mean,
can't
come
we
on.
all
If you're gonna
just
be rude, at least be
get
creative about it.
Why can't we all just get along?
This is the internet.
I am well aware. It's
It is the internet.
I don't even know how long I put him in timeout for.
You didn't even look!
I just clicked put user in timeout, and it was like, okay.
You go and check and you accidentally permaban them. It's like, oh, whoops.
No, I
do gotta say that I understand with the idea that, like, Caddy and I do not discuss trains, which is unfortunate, I think, for some people in the stream, but, like, these streams are pretty laid back. Like,
Yeah,
they're not
this is
really...
not... If I had you guys in my videos or something, I would understand the issue. Because
Yeah.
I would be like,
my videos are very
what are
focused on the
trains?
topic, but these are just streams. We're just hanging out. I'm playing... I answer questions about the
What-
trains. Like, you guys are just here to fill the void, as Zachary has put it. You know, that... well, he says he says the chemistry between us makes these streams, which is a very nice thing to say, see?
hey, thank
Some-
you, Zachary.
See, some people do like you guys. Most people don't, but some people do.
And also, dang it, Zachris, I'm gonna have to buy a Fizz skin now. Josh might be the only person in the chat that gets that joke. Although that implies that
I like
you
how immediately as you
actually
said that, somebody in the chat was just like, no.
Well, I mean, that also implies that Josh has actually looked through Fizz's skins.
Also, I didn't ban him, Boxcar the Husky. I just put him in timeout.
Yes, you did.
Basically just timed him out for being mean.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a ban.
Yeah, no.
You're banned. You're banned. Everyone's banned.
And you get a ban, and you get a ban. No.
We wouldn't ban someone for something that light.
Yeah, no. I'm a very chill person. I more did it to be like, oh, my finger slipped, you know?
The only thing you'll be banned for is, you know, if you do something really bad.
Yeah, like if
Or-
you come in and like just
suddenly-
start, like,
Or suddenly get a group of friends together and start randomly playing instruments during the stream.
shut up, Kane. That was so bad.
Yes, it was. You'll also be banned if you use the application Bandicam.
Josh, can you do me a favor?
No.
Can you hand me the nearest blunt instrument?
Get it yourself, coward.
Okay, fine.
The nearest
got my-
blunt instrument happens to be the
I have my
The,
giant wooden replica of the Monado here, so Kane, if you see
mean,
a
that would-
giant red wooden object coming your way, beware, because it's me coming to get you.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be ready.
I don't think you will.
I also have a Monado. Because I'm really feeling it!
Oh, shut up. You know, one of my coworkers legit was like pulling the, oh yes, the Xenoblade thing on me, like before Xenoblade 3 came out, and I was like, dude, why? Why must you do this?
I mean, are they excited about Xenoblade 3?
Oh, they were! But they
Then
just
what's
kept
the-
making jokes.
Then I don't
They
see
kept
the
making
problem.
jokes about it knowing that I didn't like the joke.
I
Sounds like a personal problem to me.
get-
Fair point.
yeah, pretty much that.
Sounds
I
like
get
a-
that you don't like it. I mean, it is. Like,
I know. I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
I get you don't like it, because there are definitely jokes I don't like, but that's such a harmless joke.
No, I know. It was. I've just heard it way too many times. It's
Dude,
gotten to the
you
point.
got offended when I told you one of the final jokes from SAO Abridged being about Bethesda. Like, you're really sensitive to jokes sometimes.
Did I really get offended
Yes.
at that? This is a genuine question. I don't remember that.
Yes, you did. You got offended because it was a joke about how Bethesda games are glitchy.
Can
Because
you go
they
back
are.
in time and punch me?
Yes.
Thank you. Great. Now I need several dental
Uh,
surgeries on that back in time punch.
Just gotta take the old skateboard ride through the sewers.
Are you guys high?
No, yes, we're high on excitement for railroads!
I mean, I'm skateboarding through the sewers. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to the factory.
Oh my god. Why
Because
did
I
I
gotta
not
go
get that
back
at
in
first?
time.
Why did I not get that at
Uh,
first?
ye-
I am such an idiot. I am such an idiot.
Joseph.
Jesus ain't gonna help us with this one. I hate to break it to you, man.
Only a real god can help us now. Hey, Legends Arceus, how you doing today?
Hashtag dopamine! Somebody in the chat just like hashtag dopamine. What is happening? I don't know, to be perfectly honest with you, Ben.
Neither
Thanks,
do
like,
I.
This stream has been derailed.
You know what?
At least at least that one was topical.
Yeah, we gotta get back on track here.
Yes, we do.
Oh my god, there's a lot of... Yeah, so anyway,
Kane, you're an idiot. Anyway.
Yes, I am.
oh my god.
Oh! Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be in there, but I'm gonna look anyway.
Hello, I'd like to... Oh god. Hello, I'd like to...
No,
talk
no, no,
to
no,
you
no.
about-
I can read it. You don't need to say it out loud. Shh. If you show interest, they might sell us a watchtower.
What?
You don't get that joke?
Sort of,
I didn't
yeah,
hear
now
it.
I do.
I'm not reading the chat.
Somebody made a Jehovah's Witness joke.
Ah. Oh. Okay, to be fair, that is my fault.
Everything is your fault, Kane.
No, some things are my fault.
Absolutely. I tried to open an online game without connecting to the internet.
Hashtag high on the American spirit. I had to work for one like a month back. Oh.
Ah, so much. Load it. Okay.
The Scotsman!
Oh.
Somebody's asking if you can make a train crash.
There are no crashes in this game, actually. You can get trains to like be on the same line in rare instances and get them to be stuck facing each other, but they won't actually crash. There's nothing in the game that allows for that.
You can't boop one.
Nope.
You can't boop the snoot of another train.
Nope. If you do something weird with replacing them, you can actually make them clip into each other, but there's no crashes.
Huh. Scotsman. There's no need to feel sass, I said, Scotsman. Get back onto the tracks, I said, Scotsman. Yes,
are you done? Are you
I'm
done?
now. Yeah, now I'm done.
A little bit. Why? What are you gonna make? You promised me popcorn chicken just now. Now I want popcorn chicken. In fact, I want Popeyes specifically. I'm gonna have to run to Popeyes. I've never had Popeyes. I'm just missing.
Have you really never had Popeyes?
No, I haven't. Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Thank you.
The last time I remember hearing like anything big about Popeyes was back when they did. We're violating the DMCA. Yeah, I guarantee you, my voice is so terrible. I guarantee you would not pick that up.
That's what you think.
Plus, I sang it for like 10 seconds.
I'll violate the DMCA right now. Are you ready for this? Oops, I did it again. I played with your heart, got lost in the game. Oh baby, baby, ooh, you think I'm in love? That I sent from above. I'm not that innocent. No? Nothing? Nobody?
I get it.
Thank
I was just letting you go on, personally. I didn't want to interrupt the next American Idol here.
I can do that too. Oops, I did it again.
No.
I played with your heart.
No.
Got DMCA'd.
Got lost in the trains. Oh, baby.
Oh, God. You know what? Is there an options menu in here? Settings. No. Oh, that's why it's like that. That's... Look, I get it, but I hate that.
It hates you? Probably. I don't know.
I'm doing the practice mode for Wild Rift, and the controls are so far in that I'm jamming my palms into the direct edge of my tablet, and I don't think I can move the controls to make it more comfortable.
Suffer.
Pretty much.
God help me if I wanted to play this with a controller, because why would they let you do that?
Ridiculous!
It would be so easy to do that, too. That's kind of why it bugs me. I don't know if I've talked with you about this directly, Josh, but my big frustration with Wild Rift, and to be fair, when it first came out, like, it's pretty new, but it always kind of bothered me that we never got any confirmation for any kind of console release for the game. Because I truly feel like it would not be that hard to make a console version of Wild Rift.
No, it wouldn't. People have mentioned that, but I think the reason they don't is that they... Well, now there really isn't a logical reason. Maybe they just don't have the... Maybe between all the other projects they have, it's just not on, like high on their priority list, because they're, you know, the only reason they went mobile is because of how profitable mobile is.
Yep. And I totally get that. That's one of the things that I do understand. But you know, in that instance, I would also say, put it on the Switch. At least, like the Switch would make the most sense for that.
True.
You have a huge... Not only would you have a huge install base of just normal Switch users, But you would have people that just don't like mobile games and give them the ability to play this game on an actual console with real controls. And because the Switch is a tablet anyway, you can still have the normal interface anyway.
Can I talk more about Australian trains? Well, to be fair, in my defense, I feel like next to America and the UK, Australia comes up the most. I mean, I can certainly, I work to, add more, but I mean, it's not as though I haven't talked about Australian trains, I guess is my defense here.
Yeah.
I tried, but I get a lot of requests from people around the world for like, what about Indonesia? What about Argentina? What about all sorts of places? And I'm a world, I try to be Mr. Worldwide. I want to include everybody, but I can only make so many videos and talk about so many things. I am certain that I will get to everybody one day.
That is a ridiculous skin with a ridiculous sword, and it's awesome. Oh, it's Yasuo! That's why it's a ridiculous sword.
That'll do it.
High Noon Yasuo is what I'm looking at right now. I don't know if you know that one.
Yes, I'm familiar with it.
It looks really cool. Oh! Have you seen Dark Flame Shyvana?
Yes.
Reminds me a lot of Syndra.
Yeah, weirdly, not a fan of that one.
Understandable. But, like, I looked at it and I'm like, wait, is that...
Since you're in the game, can you answer me a question?
Shoot.
Is Syndra in Wild Rift yet?
I can absolutely check that. Let's take a look. Is there... What role is she?
Mid laner, mage.
Mage. Okay. Oh, wait, nope, there's a search bar. S-Y-N. Search. Does not look like it.
I can understand her being hard to implement because of the way she works.
Yeah. Definitely unfortunate for that.
But it's been obviously I've been wanting that.
Oh, absolutely. Bulk sorting, alphabetical, please. Yeah, I don't see her even just looking through alphabetical. So
Yeah. The answer's probably no. That's fine.
Yeah,
obviously, you didn't look in the correct section. She's in Y.
No, she's not.
I know.
I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't like a search error, that maybe the search function just didn't work very well, because sometimes that happens too. So I just double checked by putting the champion list in alphabetical. Do you know what skin they've got implemented here though, Josh?
What?
Pool Party Renekton.
Nice. It's actually one of my favorites.
It's so funny. Safeguard. I love that.
It's so hot in here. I need to just, like, go take a cold shower later.
I know that feel.
I mean, you usually need one.
There he is. Hello, Renekton. I forgot how armored he was.
Well, yeah.
Scorched Earth, Renekton. Fire Lizard. Oh! Oh! Oh, that's hilarious! I forgot about that one. I think I remember you telling me about this one, Josh. They've got Renektoy.
Yeah, I like that one.
Renektoy?
He's an action figure.
Oh. Huh. It's actually kind of neat.
Yeah. I like the prehistoric one. That one looks really cool. The armor especially. And then Butcher of Sands, that's just his normal one. What other characters have some cool skins? Ah, sad robot Amumu. Ooh, I like the infernal Amumu. Oh, oh, that's a cool skin. Project Ash.
Yeah, the project skins are pretty nice.
Oh, the Marauder Ash. That looks cool.
You're just looking at skins.
I am. Oh, that one's neat.
It's worth mentioning,
Fire
I
Dragon.
can actually stream Wild Rift.
Huh?
I can stream Wild Rift.
Oh, you can?
Oh, I can.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a desktop app that lets me do it.
Oh, nice.
I've streamed mobile games before, a long time ago.
Gotcha. By the way, I think I found my favorite Ash skin. The Fey Dragon Ash looks incredible. But yeah, one thing I always think is awesome about League is its artwork. Well, that's just Ezreal in the Ruby universe. The Battle Academia Ezreal.
Oh my god, I forgot.
Oh?
Next week is the last season, or the last day, week of the season for this season of Destiny 2, so... Ooh, that's gonna be interesting.
Gotcha.
They're bringing in Arc 3.0 and a bunch of other things that are gonna make this game a lot more interesting. And by interesting, I mean a lot of people on Twitter are gonna be complaining. Again!
Cry me a river.
Oh yeah, no, dude, oh.
Cry me a river.
You have no idea.
Cry me a river. Cry me a river. I play League of Legends. I think I have some idea.
There was a post a while back. To make a long story short, there was an exotic in the first Destiny that it was a piece of armor that let Titans do something specific that was not in Destiny 2. And one of the devs said, yeah, this isn't coming back. We're not implementing it back into the game. And, oh my god, the amount of death threats. The amount of death threats.
So I hate to interrupt for a second, but Josh, Blood Moon Cannon.
Yep.
That mask looks sick.
I hate the Blood Moon skins, but a lot of people like them. Oh no, you're hitting the trees! Oh god! You lived!
You lived.
I'm gonna add this character to my wish list. I think I added the skin by mistake.
Yeah, you say it's a mistake, but in reality, you meant to do it. It was on purpose, wasn't it?
I was gonna make a really bad joke there. And by bad, I just mean, like...
Have I ever had cake so good that I walked back to Walmart to buy another? No.
I feel like if you wanted cake that good, you wouldn't be going to Walmart.
I mean, sometimes depends. It depends, but sometimes they make good cake. You know.
That's fair. That's
Oh
fair.
boy, Class 104 from British Rail. I'm so excited.
Bless
Bless
that
you.
hurt. Thank you. That
Your
hurt,
pain.
actually.
Your pain was heard through the microphone.
So the Star Guardian Lulu is just Cosmo from Sonic X.
Hi, I'm Cosmo, and this is Wanda.
And we're your fairy godparents!
Honestly, Kane, I know it's the wrong Cosmo, but let's allow him. That was pretty funny.
Oh no, I appreciate it. I loved it. It caught me so off guard. It's so good.
Never grew up with Sonic X, but I did grow up with the Fairly Odd Parents, so I had to make a joke about that somehow.
I watched so much Sonic X growing up.
Yeah, but did you watch it in the original subbed version or the crappy 4Kids dub?
Given that I was 6, I obviously watched the sub.
No excuse.
But yeah, I definitely watched the 4K.
Welcome to the internet, son.
I've never actually watched the original sub version, but I will say I drastically prefer the American theme song over the original Japanese.
Gotta go fast.
Yep.
Gotta go
Gotta
faster.
go fast. Gotta go faster, 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 faster.
Oh no. Is it time? Should I replace the Flying Scotsman with a
Yeah, you
filthy...
have to replace it with the Flying Dutchman.
Okay, if we're done making obscure cartoon references...
How is that obscure?
Okay.
I don't know
Okay, first of all, on the list of people you know, that's a short friggin' list. That's A. B. Correction. General cartoon references. Is that better?
In all seriousness, yeah, like, what are you gonna replace it with?
Oh, you know, a British Rail diesel rail bus.
Oh my god. You
To be
monster.
fair, it is one of the better rail buses. You can't even call it a rail bus.
But do you prefer the Japanese theme or the UK theme, says Zachary?
For what?
Sonic X, I assume.
I didn't even know the UK had a different theme.
I didn't know that either. Also, as a side note, Josh, Malphite? The Mecha Malphite looks sick.
Oh, Mecha Malphite's awesome.
But yeah, I'd actually have to go and listen to it and see what I think about it, if it's any different from the US one.
Listen to that incredible fart noise of that diesel rail bus. That's actually pretty much what it sounds like, yes. Don't know how accurate that sound effect is, but that's what it sounds like.
Nasus is just Anubis.
Him and Renekton are based off of Egyptian gods.
Yep.
For a second I thought you said NASA.
What's
That's
the god
right,
name?
normies. NASA is really a front for the Egyptian god cult.
Uh,
They're the ones that created Yu-Gi-Oh!
Renekton's based on Sobek, I think is the name. Also,
yes.
Dream Raider Nasus, freaking lit. That's a good looking suit. Oh, I've got to see Nunu and Willem, and Willem skins, because I played as them for a very brief time.
Then you realized you had the jungle, and you were like, oh god.
this was a
Yeah,
mistake.
that was a... Aw, that's cute. Grungy, Nunu, and Willem. Oh, there's a zombie version.
To be fair, support Nunu is kind of a freaking nightmare, and I hate it.
You know what's worse than to support Nunu? Is support
What?
Yasuo. I am totally making
support
that up.
Nunu, more like support Choo Choo.
Okay, I gotta quiet down actually.
I have seen a support Yasuo.
Wait, does it actually exist? I was joking.
It's usually Yasuo players that want to make sure to play him every game. He turns he turns it into a guaranteed kill lane. And by guaranteed, I mean usually they're actually really bad and they don't do that well, and it's funny.
And it's funny.
To me, because listen, nothing rages harder than a Yasuo who thinks they're good.
I mean, as evidenced by your past League streams, yeah, I can concur. I've seen the Yasuo players you speak of.
Yep, they're not good, and they don't realize it.
Oh my god. Another mecha. Oh, that's cool! Mecha Rengar is what I'm looking at right now.
I didn't even know they had Mecha Rengar, actually.
It looks awesome. Definitely check it out when you get the chance. It looks so cool. Pretty kitty Rengar.
Oh no, Kane's discovered the furry skins.
I mean, Rengar is a cat, so...
Ah, okay, then never mind.
Oh, it's so funny. I love it. He's a cat in a cat hoodie. That's beautiful. Let's see, who else? Oh, Set. I want to check out the Set skins. There's only one! That's really sad. Kinda neat, though. The firecracker skin. Who else looks cool?
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just.
Bragging?
Yeah.
About what? Are you still on about that? Oh, okay. My girlfriend met a celebrity yesterday. Who was it? She met Malcolmore yesterday at
oh.
work. I don't know who Malcolmore is, but he's I guess he's a R&B rapper dude. But
Who's the guy who did Thrift Shop?
I don't know what thrift shop is, Kane.
Neither do I.
I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket.
Oh, that dude?
Kane knows thrift shop.
Oh my gosh, I'm in his TikTok, his Instagram.
She's so excited because he posted a video with her in it.
Yeah, of course I am. No, I'm the
Gotcha.
only employee that he posted in. Okay?
Okay, as long as you're happy. Jeez, don't have to yell at me.
I'm important right now.
I figured you'd be content dating a celebrity like me.
I'm just
Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna butcher this name. Jin Zhao?
Just say it.
Secret Agent Jin Zhao is amazing. I love it. There's a dude in a normal suit with a gigantic spear. That's funny.
After y'all, Scum's trying to freaking kick him out. 'Cause he had a freaking
And that's just from Dynasty Warriors.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
from Final Fantasy.
Yeah, no. Right, and he was. He wasn't riding it. Like, he wasn't riding it.
Oh, wait, that dude's from Demacia?
Who?
Yeah. Jin Zhao.
Well, he's not from there. But he's loyal to the king.
Yeah. Because the only other character that I know talks about Demacia is of course the one who yells it every time he spins to win.
That's Garen.
Yep. You know what? Just for fun, I'm gonna check out the other Yasuo skins. Let's see what else you got, Yasuo. Oh no, I found a cool one.
She was the first person that I called about.
Project Yasuo.
She was the first person that I called. And, like, she really thought it was
Very anime of them. I love it.
Is that it? Like, I'm sorry.
Nightbringer Yasuo.
SP Railfan is back from eating dinner.
Welcome back.
They're really, like, cracking down on
Ah.
that. Now, or you're playing
Oh yeah, that's the
My
one. I
favorite
played
high-speed
earlier.
rail train? Good question. I really like the HST for whatever reason. Francis is really cool, and the ICE. I like a lot of them. A lot of the European ones I really like. It's hard. Well, I mean, it's hard to like a non-European outside of the. You know. How should I put this? I kind of have to like a foreign high-speed train because America's like, what's a high-speed train? And I'm like, it's something we should have built decades ago, but okay.
Okay, this dude looks like he's gonna have some edgy skins. So let's see how does Zed fare with edgy skins.
I'm gonna pop some tags. See, but now that you sang it, I actually have heard that song before. I guess it's like his biggest hit.
It's pretty. Yeah, he was pretty much a one-hit wonder in terms of being memed for that one song.
Well, He's still
Also-
doing tours.
Nice. Galaxy Slayer Zed looks awesome. His arm swords are freaking cool.
Arm swords.
That's what they are.
No, I know. Wait. I think I remember we had this exact conversation before.
Death Sworn Zed.
I am sworn to death.
He has ethereal swords stabbed into his back. Wow.
So here it is. This is where it all begins. A sword containing the ultimate power.
Now here's the question, Josh. Have a monkey skin.
They hold the power of British railways. That's gonna break down at any second. Anyway,
That one looks pretty cool. Not a fan of that one. Radiant Wukong looks the best out of all of Wukong's skins. Twisted Fate, who is this? He's a duelist!
No, he's a doo-doo-list. He fights
Oh.
with his own poop.
no, he's a to-do list. Duh.
A to-do
Da, 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 da.
A to-do list.
Okay, that's just Jack of Blades from Fable the Lost Chapters.
Who?
Blood Moon Twisted Fate.
Hey. Jack of Blades is awesome, though.
I know, he is. Jack of Blades is such a good villain. Okay, that's my favorite Twisted Fate skin. Pulse Fire Twisted Fate. That is an awesome looking trench coat.
Oh god.
What?
Cole Phelps wants to know if we've seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged.
I've seen a bit of it, yeah.
I was born in it. Molded by it. I've been a Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged. I've been a Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged fan pretty much since it began.
Kane, make sure Teddy is late.
But Josh, what about all the promotional material we sent out to investors?
Kane, retract all the promotional material and reprint it all to make sure Wheeler is late. To make sure Teddy is late.
But what about all the TV advertisements that we aired on TV?
Kane, contact all the cable networks and retract any of our advertisements and reissue them to make sure Teddy is late.
So does that answer your question, Cole
Cards that
Phelps?
we sent out.
Cole Phelps, if that doesn't answer your question, then I don't know what will.
See, what's great about that line to me, still, is everyone hears it and assumes they made it up for the abridged. They added to it, but the initial line, make sure Wheeler is late, totally in the 4Kids dub.
Yep. My favorite line that always catches people off guard with canon Yu-Gi-Oh is in not Bonds Beyond Time. In Dark Side of Dimensions. When Kaiba finishes his hologram fight with the Pharaoh, he's like, "I've spent years perfecting the Pharaoh's deck, all of his moves, and his perfectly coiffed hair. And believe it or not, that's the thing that took the longest." It's like when they were doing the Dark Side of Dimensions dub, I feel like that they had to have known, you know? Oh, I haven't looked at Vigor skins yet. I love it! Superb villain Vigor. He's got the big old mustache and everything, and the big top hat. That's great.
My grandpa's deck has no pathetic cards, Teddy.
What?
But it does have the unstoppable Exodia!
You know I don't get that reference, right?
Exodia! Obliterate!
Kane, can you help me out here?
Damn it, Ted! We were rehearsing all morning for this!
No, the hell we weren't. I wasn't even awake until this afternoon.
What is this good sleep schedule that you speak of?
Exactly. Speaking of that, I should probably actually go to bed on time tonight because I have work tomorrow, so...
So you're going to bed?
Not now.
Okay.
I'm just
like,
not gonna go to bed at like 2 in the morning. Like,
waiting for a follow-up on that, and
no, I'm not like
never happened. So okay.
I'm just not gonna go to bed at like 2 or 3 in the morning like I have been the last couple of nights.
Well, why wouldn't you go to bed at 2 or 3 in the morning?
Because I don't want to go to work and, you know, sound like a zombie.
Have you tried getting better at going to sleep?
Yeah, it's called being probably an undiagnosed insomniac.
You can't diagnose yourself with an ailment, you idiot.
I know. I just never have gotten like, how do you get diagnosed with insomnia?
You go to a doctor
That is a
and
genuine-
explain your symptoms, and they do tests to confirm.
What? No!
Yes! That's what they do!
No, I clicked the wrong thing.
You're not allowed to click the wrong thing. You're fired.
Yeah, I know, it's very mean.
He's fired? You can't fire him. You don't own this stream.
Who said it was from the stream?
Did you?
I'm
What
very-
are you gonna fire him from? Life?
Yes.
Kane already
Wait,
fired
yeah.
himself from life. You know that.
Wow.
Yeah.
I... You know, I didn't expect that to go that way.
They really are just the worst, aren't they?
Who?
Riot.
What? What they do? What they do to offend you now?
You freaking everything is behind an artificial paywall of like not only is it something where you have to invest so much time and money to get the smallest amount of things, they lock content away from you if you aren't there in time.
It's a free-to-play game.
I feel like they would make way more money by not being a crappy company.
They want to encourage people to play the game.
Yeah,
Okay.
you know how you can encourage people to play the game by letting them buy what they want? And then they'll play the game with the stuff they want.
This is about psychology.
Yeah, and it's about abuse of that psychology.
You're being very negative.
I am.
Stop being negative, Kane.
Never!
I mean, you know what they say, opposites attract, so...
What are you talking about? What does it have to do with anything we were just saying?
I don't know.
you! Wow, SP Railfan is still being really hostile to you guys, and I do not know why. Kane does not have negative energy.
Yeah, Kane does not have negative energy. This idea is out the window given what happened with GTA 5, says the guy whose avatar is his GTA 5. Zachris, you're awesome, man. Thank you for being around.
You can't thank him for being around. What if I don't like him? Ever think of that?
Kane's got a pun gun and he knows how to use it, yep.
I mean, I do like Zachris, but that's not the point.
When will GTA 6 be announced?
Never!
I mean...
Technically, they did announce they're working on it, didn't they?
Yes. They said, in a report that it was going to have, I believe a female Latino character as the main character. That was about all I remember, because people got really angry about it for some reason, and were like, this game is going so woke, female character, and I'm like, you guys are the
It definitely
worst.
shows people that are being racist.
Yes.
I don't think that's racist. That's sexist. Unless their issue is the Latino part too.
No, there was. I think there were some people also getting mad over the Latino part. Either way, it's just, you know.
Weird. How did that happen?
Female Trevor named Karen? No.
No, honestly, no, and I mean this with as much. I am very genuine with this. I would actually adore that.
Okay, you know what?
That'd be the funniest.
Maybe, yeah.
I want to speak to your manager. She just kills everyone in the store.
Yeah, yeah. She wanted to see the manager. The manager wasn't there that day, so she took her revenge. Karen. Paul Rudd starring in Karen. In theaters this Friday.
Shut up, Ted.
And for anybody who's wondering why I chose Paul Rudd, it was literally the first actor whose name came to mind. I don't know why.
Thank you, Extradical? X-Radical VR. Sounds like a name of some kind of crazy indie game. X-Radical VR.
It's extreme and radical, but at the same time.
At the same time, what?
It's extreme and radical at the same time.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Oh yeah, right, I forgot there was already a Karen movie that got made.
And it sucks, yes.
Yeah, I haven't seen it,
And it sucks.
but I mean, if it's
don't have to see it,
enjoyable
it sucks.
in like a so bad it's good way, then
No,
I
not
might
even that, it
see
sucks.
Did it really?
I've never heard of a Karen movie. I'd have to look it up.
Don't worry, it sucks.
Yeah, no,
everyone
really
went. The Karen thing was a meme, okay?
Yeah.
And the problem with memes is that some people think they're going to be around forever. To me, it's a dead meme at this point. That's my opinion on that. Hot take of the day: Karen memes are dead.
The horror movie. Oh god, why did you have to remind me of that boxcar?
I think the thing about it is that, like, I don't even think Karen's a meme anymore. Karen's just a descriptor at this point. I don't even think it's used to be funny anymore.
My problem with it was always is that I know people named Karen, and I'm like, this isn't very nice.
Yeah. I feel the same way about it generally for that. It's definitely the downside to having like that kind of name. Like it's even the same thing with like Bob or Jerry or something like that, where it's just like it's a really memed name.
I feel like Chad is probably another one like that.
Chad is another one.
Chad
yes,
is a major one.
That's a super memed name.
But anyway, making like a movie out of a meme is always a bad call in my mind, just because memes
The
are
emoji movie.
not infinite. They
At least,
do eventually die.
Yeah, it's kind of like with the whole Slenderman movie that came out a few years ago. Like, that movie came out a few years too late. Although, granted,
Slenderman wasn't even relevant for longer than a year, I don't feel like, for most people.
I also feel like, genuinely, that, like, I feel like that whole Slenderman stabbing probably didn't help.
Well, to be fair, those kids were obviously not long for this world anyway. Also, I can't believe she lived.
Yeah. I'm glad she lived.
I am too, but I'm like, she was stabbed how many times? What?
19.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what the hell?
I don't care if it's a dead mean steamed hams is my favorite. I don't even know what that is.
It's steamed hams. All I want to know is, do you know the way? The hell was that noise?
The Ugandan Knuckles always did the spitting thing after the
yeah.
Do You Know the Way.
Do you know the way?
Cole Phelps. You put me at odds here, good sir. I don't want to laugh at that. What I want to know, Josh, is like with you being the resident Sonic guy, how did those memes...
Am I still that at this point?
I mean, you probably are like more of a fan of Sonic than anybody else in the entire server.
Fair. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, how did those memes like affect you, if at all?
Personally, I was just glad people were talking about Sonic in a positive way.
Even if it was for a dumb meme.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Listen, we take what we can get.
We take what we can get.
Listen, as someone who has watched so many franchises I love and adore die off, I'll take memes over nothing any day.
See, I do kind of find...
And admittedly, the original video was kind of funny.
No, I get that, Cole Phelps. It's just, you put me at an impasse because I didn't want to laugh at that because I was going to feel really bad if I did.
And yet, here you are, laughing.
I can't help it. Funny's funny.
And to respond, as you should, it's very uncalled for.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, 4449. Oh, my lord.
You'll stop being mean? Oh, how generous.
Thank you. Don't be too sure about Josh being the biggest Sonic fan in the server, Ted. I unironically like Shadow the Hedgehog.
Well, Zachary, all I got to say to that. This is very important to me, and I assume he's talking about Shadow the Hedgehog, the video game. Okay?
Yes.
Let me put it this way. There's a very big difference between being a big fan of something and being dumb.
Well, Josh, you know what they say. The more, the merrier.
Just to be clear, I am just joking. You're allowed to like whatever you like, even if it's terrible.
I definitely think that you can still enjoy and have fun with Shadow the Hedgehog, but
I mean, you
oh
can.
God, is it not a
No,
good
you can't.
story?
I feel like there's a possibility to find, like, fun in any game.
No, there's
but
not.
It doesn't make it a good game, it just means you can have fun with it.
Stop telling lies.
You really think people would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Oh my god!
What? What?
I know exactly what you're referencing.
I think everyone.
Thank you.
I think everyone does. I mean, that was.
Even if you weren't a fan of that show back in the day, that clip has been used in so many like videos throughout the years. There we go.
It's so memed.
It is. Afternoon, Foxtel.
No, I say hi to them. You keep your mouth shut, coward.
Beware, coward. Run, coward.
Oh, I can. Here we go. The gas turbine electric Big Blow. They really named it Big Blow. Really?
Lovely.
Am I?
You're allowed to laugh.
I was gonna say, can I make a joke about that? I hope it doesn't blow.
Oh. Oh, okay. I didn't notice that before, but that's kind of cool. Unrelated to anything, but I'm looking at the Digital Devil Saga covers. And if you put them right next to each other, it forms like kind of a complete image. I love it when covers do that. That's so cool.
Oh my god. I love messing things up.
On for the PSP, it's a bit frustrating for me the way that they did it, because it's like the original Japanese way instead of the way that we do it here in America, that we didn't shift it. All of the Ys games, if you put the covers together, at the bottom it creates the entire Ys logo, and I love that.
Behold the power of the Big Blow.
But the difficult part about that is the way that they have it is the games are backwards. So Ys 7 is first, Ys Oath and Felghana is second, and then Ys 1 and 2 is third, but it should be the reverse order. Also because there is a gigantic gap between Ys Oath and Felghana and Ys 7.
So I'm going to ask this question once. How do they reproduce on Thomas the Tank Engine? Trains are built in that universe just like ours. It just so happens that they are also sentient, but they are still built like trains are in this universe and scrapped in the same way, which is absolutely horrifying. But there is no train sex. Okay.
See, I think the important thing is, how do the cars in Cars reproduce?
They are built too.
How? It's never shown.
Oh, cars and... Oh, that's right. That's a much better question. I don't know. Search up Rule 34 for that and let me know what you find.
Will do.
No, don't do it! That was a joke! Don't actually do that, you fool!
I like how that's not even, like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not putting that on my search history. X-Radical asks, did you plan on your channel being most about trains when you made it, or no?
No, it was not a thought. It's called History in the Dark for a reason. That's why I've tried to branch out more recently. It just happened that the rail fans found me first, and the train content was doing very well. If you look, my first few uploads on this channel were actually about submarines and boats.
I like how you say, like, the rail fans found me first.
They did. They found me.
As if, like, that's...
They came out of the woodwork. They started beating on the windows. Train.
I was gonna make that
Train.
Yes.
But here's the question: if zombies ate trains,
If zombies ate trains?
no, that's a stupid question.
That is a
Forget I
really
said
stupid question. Shut the hell up.
Forget I said anything. Forget I said anything. I'm a moron. Forget I said anything.
I have not heard a lot of train-themed songs beyond Crazy Train, and I've been working on the railroad.
I was about to say, like, that was the one that hopped into my head at first for some weird reason.
I think we're all forgetting the best train song.
Oh, God,
The
What?
Final Fantasy VI boss theme.
You know, I would get mad at you, except for the fact that I haven't heard it.
You know, Kane, I think you have an issue because, like, your only reference point for trains is Final Fantasy VI and suplexing them, and it's a concern.
You can say that, and then I have to bring up Digimon Frontier.
Right.
I do want to say that there is another series that I'm familiar with that does use trains. I just don't recall it right offhand. It's definitely not. It's not really a thing that's within my repertoire, but there are a couple of games that I have that have some strong train themes to them sometimes.
Sorry, Kane. I have never heard you use the word repertoire before.
I've used it before.
Have you?
It's within my repertoire.
Ever plan to stop making train content? I mean, I don't plan to starve to death. This is my full-time job at this point. So I really, I mean, I feel like trains are always going to be relevant to the channel to a certain degree. I definitely want to do more outside of it, but I mean, you know, right now my schedule consists of at least one train video a week, plus 2 more that maybe train related. Well, one. Okay, here's how the schedule works. I'm making 3 videos a week now. Okay, I was making 5, but I thought I was going to kill myself, so we dropped it to 3. One is a guaranteed train video. It's the top 5 list. There's always a top 5 list of trains every single week. There's another top 5 list I do every week, which is a random list. Usually not trains. Something else. This week it was guns. Last week it was... What did I do last week? I don't remember now. I don't remember what I did last week. It wasn't APCs last week. It was something else. It was helicopters. It was more helicopters. That's right. It was 5 more of the worst helicopters ever. Anyway, but that's like a random list where I take something not train related. Then the other video is a standalone video, which can be a lot of different things. Usually focusing on a specific subject. You know, like a lost locomotive, or, you know, the story of a specific warship, like this week it was West Virginia. This week it is train-related. I already told some of you it's going to be the story of Penn Central. So this week you're getting 2 train videos. I go and become a voice actor for Meat Canyon. I would love to voice act for Meat Canyon.
Oh my god. Hearing you in a Meat Canyon video would be simultaneously the best and most horrifying thing I've ever experienced.
Do I look like a real boy, Teddy?
I must become flesh.
Kevin. 25 cents to experience.
Now, Charlie, you know what happened to the man who got everything he always wanted. He lived happily ever after. But he did have to earn it.
The only Meat Canyon video I've sort of seen is the Markiplier one with FNAF. Because I've been told...
You're just a little boy! You broke your arm!
Yeah, I can't, no, I can't finish it because it's not, he swears too much, I can't say that.
I've been told by both of you, I'm pretty sure, that I should not watch Meat Canyon.
No, you shouldn't!
No, do not. For God's sake, for your own safety, don't.
Yeah.
Meat Canyon always, treads the line of, what's probably acceptable on YouTube?
I always hear good things about it, so I won't...
Oh no, his videos
judge
are
it
amazing.
because
Like,
good
like
stuff,
he's...
but, like,
Yeah, he's
definitely
great at
not-
animation.
He bought us all multiple cars! Now, I appreciate it, but I just can't afford the property taxes on all these Lamborghinis.
I pushed carts at Target, for Christ's sake. And see,
What's
see, the
your
thing that-
what's
see,
your
the-
name?
My name is...
Wrong!
My name.
Your name is Kevin's friend! Your existence is being my friend! When people think of you, they really think of me.
Let's see. The thing that makes that video all the more funny to me is the fact that I actually did used to push cars at Target. So I got...
Hey! I have never bought you a Lamborghini.
No, you haven't. Maybe you should change that. I'm
No,
kidding.
you
I'm kidding.
First of
I'm
all,
kidding.
I can't buy myself a Lamborghini. I can't buy myself a lot of things. Second of all, you can't even drive.
I can't.
Josh,
No, I can't.
Josh, can I just tell you right now that I would totally take up this. I would totally take this up and say I will buy Teddy a Lamborghini.
I'm just here in my garage with this
Bought this new
Lamborghini. Just bought
here.
nice driving around the Hollywood Hills. But you know what I
You know
like
what's more
better?
important than that?
You know what's better than
Knowledge.
material possessions? Knowledge.
That's why I have a stack of books in my garage for some inane reason.
I had these bookshelves installed for these 10,000 books I just bought.
Yeah, and on top of the fact that there's no other bookshelves and my garage looks completely empty, I want to know how many people actually bought that sponsor or not that did that ad from Ty Lopez.
I'm sure a lot of people did. It's actually a proven lucrative method for getting people to go to your website.
Oh God, really, Kane? So you wanna know the joke behind this whole thing, Josh? He just sent me the Amazon page for a Hot Wheels Lamborghini.
Nice. That's why actually after Ty there was a whole bunch of copycats. They were YouTube ads were saturated with those types of things where it was just this dude. It was like you know what just a few years ago I was pushing carts at a Walmart. Now 3 years later I'm a multi-millionaire. And I can share the truth. The truth of the matter is, and they just keep going on about how all their success and how they could teach you how to do it, but they can't guarantee you'll be a millionaire. But maybe you'll improve your life. And it's like, okay, I guess I'm gonna click on this now. I did click on one of them one time.
And how did that work?
It was I think it was actually Ty's.
Okay.
Well, it went to his website like it said it would, and it's basically starts you on the train of, click this to watch the free video, but it slowly creeps into actually paying for courses.
Gotcha.
Is how it
So be
works.
right
I
back.
stopped short. I stopped. I was only looking out of curiosity.
Yeah, Kane said he'd be right back. He has to reset his browser.
Yeah, I just wanted to see, and
No, I get that.
that's how it worked. I wasn't
Me,
actually.
I've always...
I did have a friend of mine get really invested in Ty Lopez for a while though.
Oh.
He was all about he was like, oh man, no, it's he's what he says is true. You could really make all this money and he started programming. What he did is he started programming his own apps for phones, and contracted out to people. I don't know where he is now or really how successful he ever became at that. Definitely not multi-million-dollar levels, but I think he's doing okay.
Yeah.
But he was in some ways he and I were on the same wavelength because I don't want to listen to anybody else either. That's why I do what I do. I'm my own boss now, and I prefer it that way. I literally still have night terrors about being stressed about work, and I don't have to deal with that anymore. But I also don't listen to gurus online about it.
Gurus.
I listen to super commie gurus about it.
Alright then.
I have returned.
Kane would like
Welcome
it.
What?
I was explaining to Ted how I understand people's mindset. They don't want to listen to anybody. They want to be their own boss and stuff.
Yeah.
But my whole thing is that I do what I do, but I don't listen to online gurus about it. I do it myself.
Yeah.
I listen to super commie gurus.
Of course.
Yeah, see? Kane gets it.
It's the only guru you should listen to.
Because we gone gurus who cut the ballyhoo, rock the tambourines and the didgeridoo.
Wow. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Wow.
I figured you would get that reference at least, Josh.
It's gone, Guru, I know.
Okay, I was gonna say.
It's just, the problem is, Ted, you're not ever gonna be a hip-hop star.
Trust me, I know.
It's just one of those things. That's kind of where I was at with it. I'm like,
I'm gonna be the next Kangaroo Jack.
I'm gonna be... I don't know. I don't really want to, like... I'm trying to find the right way to say this. I don't necessarily think that I want to be... one of the greats at anything. I just want to live comfortably. You know?
that's really sweet.
As long as I can, you know, make money doing something that I enjoy doing, and, you know, all that.
I mean, I hold no expectations about my life anymore. I've been through too much. I'm very cynical. You know that. But I'd be a liar if I said I don't want to be the very best like no one ever was.
To find and catch them.
To catch them is his real test. To train them is his cause.
To train them is his cause.
To train them? Ah!
Get a big RV
I will
and
travel along the track.
Get a big RV and live in it. You know, I actually was considering getting an RV at one point.
He can't drive!
It doesn't mean I can't live in it.
He makes $9.50 at GameStop!
Yeah, I do, but hey, you know, I at least like it working there more. I also like how Cole Phelps said, Ted makes vanilla, I seem like Snoop Dogg. Here's the thing, I don't listen to any rap or hip-hop music, so I don't get how bad of an insult that is.
Ice, ice, baby. Ding 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 ding. And if there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook while the DJ revolves it. Ice, ice, baby.
I want to get a Duramax, Chevy Express, or GMC Savannah and make it into a hashtag van life van. I mean, hey, as long as you're living comfortably, then, you know, I say go for
I
it.
watched a video about a guy who bought like an old UPS truck and completely converted it into a livable housing situation for college that he could drive around and everything.
That's nice.
It was a really cool video.
I did actually,
I unironically absolutely adore Too Cold, which is the new metal version of Ice Ice Baby. Like, that song, I'm not even sorry that I like that song. Ice Ice Baby!
I almost bought a Rock Island caboose, but I couldn't get the loan to move it. Yeah, I feel like in that instance, it's probably just for the best. Somebody says, not gonna lie, you look like Laserjet's brother.
That'd be a lot more helpful if I knew who the hell Laserjet was.
I have no idea who that is.
I don't either, so you're kind of SOL there when it comes to us.
Well, why can't you guys be more helpful?
I'm sorry, I'll just
Because that
find
would
a way
require
to
me to know things about trains.
Yes.
I don't know if that reference has anything to do with a train, though.
Yeah, I know. I have no idea.
There we go, British rail fans. Here's a Deltic for you. Hey, don't laugh. The Deltics were actually good.
I just like how at this point it's like a rule now that you have to do something with British rails and like everything.
Have to do anything.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
It's ooh. That probably explains why that didn't work out. Wow, I'm smart. Did I? I just wasted it. I just wasted an upgrade module.
I didn't need to do that. That sucks.
Teddy on the spot, ladies and gentlemen. Man of horrible memory. Do you have a P-36 running?
I don't think so.
Well, then you better go catch it!
Da 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 da.
Are you two done? Are you done?
I love my life. I'm glad that we are alive.
Are you?
Yes! Why wouldn't I be glad about that? How to lose money fast, buy a luxury car new. I mean, I don't really... I honestly don't even think I would want a luxury car.
I wouldn't want one where I live now.
Yeah. Like...
Like, I live in the cheapest apartment around in my area. Okay, like, I'm not gonna pull in a Lambo in this place. It's not gonna happen.
You push carts at Target.
I push targets at Target.
Push targets at
I
Target.
push targets at cart.
I lift things up and put them down. Anybody remember that ad that played like constantly?
Nope.
It was for Planet Fitness. How to lose money fast, buy an American car.
Hey, Chevys are all right. Usually.
Usually, and the other times when they're not.
Every car company makes mistakes.
And Chevy's was existing. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. I don't know anything about Chevys, so please, for anybody who's about
You don't know anything about cars, Ted! You don't drive! We've been over this!
I mean, I at least know some things about cars. I know what an axle is. And I know about the Prindle.
Are you... Are you real right now? Like...
I don't know.
Really?
Am I not just the teddy bear?
I'm more concerned about the fact that you're just like, I know what an axle is!
Yeah, he's the main character from Mega Man X7.
No, he's not!
Oh, why don't we just sit back and turn on the radio? Would you like
M
or
Why must Reploids fight one another? I've had enough violence. Josh totally wants to kill us right now, Kane.
Anyway, I'm scrapping Thomas. Hoping y'all don't mind.
But he's a really useful engine.
Not anymore, he's not.
Not anymore. That's gotta be like a tagline if they ever make like a Thomas horror movie. He's a really useful engine. Not anymore, he's not. Like Sir Topham Hatt, just like...
more
just
like Thomas the Tanked Engine?
Wow. Kane, look, man, I love you, man, but that was bad.
I have now replaced him with a new class of British Rail diesels. This is obviously superior.
What kind of train is Thomas modeled out off of?
An E2.
Are those reliable?
No, they suck.
Good for shunting, that's it.
They weren't even good for shunting. Their axles were too long.
I'm gonna be completely upfront. I have
Or
no
their
idea what
wheelbase was
shunting
too
means.
long, rather.
I have no idea what shunting means.
Switching.
Switching what?
I think it's switching tracks.
In the yards. Switching the trains around.
Ah, okay, I follow you. I'm not one for Fords, but I think the Broncos are nice. Mostly whenever I hear people talking about Fords, they're all about that F-150, son, you know. I used to have a buddy in school who was, like, obsessed with cars. I think he's actually a mechanic now.
That's usually how they go.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, like, he talked a lot about cars, and I'm just like, I have no idea what it is you were talking about. I hope he's been doing good. I haven't talked to him in, like, a couple of years. My dad has been in the automotive industry for 25 years. How does he like it? I hope he likes doing what he's doing.
I mean, how many did you make? I thought you were making macaroni.
Well, you see.
Funny enough,
I'll
that's
have
actually
some
what
more
I
shrimp,
had
yes,
for dinner
but-
today.
We still have
That-
macaroni hamburger.
No, I'll have shrimp.
People think my whole personality is cars. I mean, to be fair, Cole Phelps, a lot of people think my entire personality is the Yakuza series, and they're not wrong.
Yeah, and you only found out about it because of me and Zach, and now we both hate you for it.
Really?
You ruined it.
I ruined it?
You ruined it.
Great.
You ruined it.
Everything's ruined now, Ted. What
To
do
my
you
recollection-
have to say for yourself?
I say that I bothered to play through every game in the series, and you gave up a Yakuza 3, so...
Only because you wouldn't shut up.
I-
Also, this is very important. I want to stress this. Yakuza 3 eats. So...
No, it does not!
Yeah, it does. You're entitled to your opinion, and you're entitled to be wrong about that opinion.
It's got like one of the best stories out of the entire series. I've never understood why everyone hates it.
It's terrible.
It's okay. You have every
What
right to
makes
be
it
wrong.
terrible?
A lot of people like to point out the fact that like the combat is not that great.
It
which-
needs a Kiwami remake, is what it is. If you go from Kiwami, from 0 to Kiwami 1 to Kiwami 2, and then to 3, you're gonna have a bad time.
Actually, it was kind of the opposite for me.
Well, you're a freaking weirdo. How about that?
I hated the block bouncing in Kiwami 2. I hated it. So like when I
You
went
considered getting good at the game.
Yes, I literally upgraded Kiryu about as well as I possibly could in everything. And still, I didn't like the combat in that game. I think the Judgment games just did the Dragon Engine combat way better. And on top of that, the story just kind of bored me after a while.
Okay, that's nice.
You asked, so I answered.
I actually didn't ask at all! That's not true! I in no way asked you about this!
I tried playing Yakuza 0, but I got bored due to the unskippable cutscenes, all in Japanese. There are very few unskippable cutscenes.
Huh?
To be fair,
Thank you.
unskippable cutscenes is a gaming sin that, in my opinion, knocks down your game at least 30 points.
Oh no, I agree with that. I'm just saying, like, there are very few instances in that game of unskippable cutscenes.
Also, the story's a big part of that game, so I don't know why you'd skip the cutscenes, especially in your first playthrough.
No, like, if you're one of the people who wants to skip the cutscenes and just beat things up, like, beat people up, like, I get it, but, like...
Who just does that?
The Cole Phelps, he was like, I tried playing Yakuza 0, but I got bored due to the unskippable cutscenes and all the...
I know what he said. Ted, you know, sometimes... It's okay, Josh. It's fine. It's fine.
The thing about Yakuza is that if you don't like story-driven games with cutscenes, you're probably not gonna like Yakuza.
Yeah, and I will say
You're
that up
probably
front.
looking for something more like GTA or maybe the older Saints Row games.
Yeah, the older, well, I mean, like, say, I can't say the older...
No.
But...
No, you're looking for the newer Saints Row games.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you're into something that's not as story-driven, you just want to beat people up, then yeah, Saints Row the 3rd and Saints Row 4 has got you covered on that one. First time I played Yakuza, I couldn't read. Oh, that is a problem, given that I think there's only, like, a few games in the mainline series. There's only 2 games in the mainline series that have had an English dub. And one of them was the original on the PS2, so... My favorite story game is...
the thing about Yakuza is that it's all about the weird, wacky combat. So again, like, if that's not your thing, that's fine.
You're weird
Yeah.
and wacky.
Yeah, and if you don't like the game, like, that's fine. I'm not gonna, like, you know, like, nobody's gonna crucify you for not liking something.
I will!
Really?
As will I.
Oh my god.
But there's only one game that I quantify.
I'm Spartacus!
I'm Dirty Dan!
No, it's my horse!
Oh my god. I actually forgot about that. It took me a second to get what the hell, Mr. Brian Hamilton was talking about. Because I completely forgot that I made an Angry Birds spin-off called Bad Piggies. Oh, I just had like a flashback to being 12 years old.
I don't know if I have a favorite story-based game. There's a lot of really good ones that I've played through.
Either Yakuza or Mafia 2 are probably, like, my favorites. Like, Mafia 2 is a game I hold in high regards.
Well, yeah, definitely give it another try if you want to, especially because sometimes going in blind to any game will give you a not good idea of what it's like. So now
Yeah,
you know what you're going into, you might enjoy it more. Like, I've had
Yeah.
that happen before.
I mean, like,
That was
funny
me
enough,
with
I went
Dragon's
into Yakuza
Dogma.
0 basically... Yeah, I mean, I went into Yakuza 0 basically blind, and I didn't enjoy it a lot the first time, but then I went back and tried it again, and I ended up really loving it, so... Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, you and Kane. I keep like that is the biggest shock to me. Kane is the fact that
Behold,
you first
a class
died in
17.
Dragon's Dogma.
Witness the power.
That will forever be the biggest shock when I remember that you do not like Dragon. You used to not like Dragon's Dogma.
Yeah, the first time I played it was kind of negative. I played it fast enough that it didn't have the patch for the easy mode, and it was before the Dark Arisen expansion content.
Baby, you know where my headphones are?
No. You had them last over there, though.
This is Transport Fever 2, Philippe. Philip. I don't want to mispronounce your name, but it's Transport Fever 2 is the name of the game.
They're right there. There.
I played Mafia
There.
2 last year. It was pretty good, but I got the old version, not the remaster. I did play the remake
They're
of the
there.
first Mafia game, and I really enjoyed that game. Both
No,
of those
it's
games
there.
are fantastic.
Okay, hold on a second, guys. I gotta help my girlfriend. She wants her headphones really badly.
Alright.
She'll die without them.
Kitty!
Lol, death without headphones.
That makes no sense at all. Think so?
Hey, Kane.
So,
I was gonna say, I'm very close to the zombie mission in Saints Row the Third. I'll let you know how it turns out.
alright. Go for it.
I might get the remaster of the third game because I really want to play that game when it came out. Honestly, Cole Phelps, just in my personal opinion, I think Mafia 3 is a terrible game, but that's just me. Like, it took everything that I liked about Mafia 2 and basically just did away with it. Yes.
Did you play the remaster version, though?
It wasn't even
Gotcha.
necessarily a
Yeah, I can
remastered
understand
version.
that,
It was just
then.
called Mafia 3 Definitive Edition. That was, sorry for my profile. Sorry for the pronunciation, but it's French. I'm okay. Yeah, no, you're fine. I didn't want to mispronounce your name, and I was like,
you're totally fine.
I was like, I did not go to college. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, so, you're totally fine. Don't, like, yeah. But it was just called Mafia 3 Definitive Edition because it came out around the same time as Mafia 2, and Mafia 1 Definitive Edition. It was basically just the same game, but with, like, some upgrades and stuff, but it didn't really make the game any better for me, honestly. My problem isn't even about Mafia 3 having potential, but then it made you an FBI informant. My problem with Mafia 3 was that it just stuck, like, a bunch of open-world tropes into the Mafia games, and honestly, it didn't really do it in the best way. And also, the missions were all repetitive and boring, when in Mafia 2, like, all the missions were so, like, varied and interesting, and, like, you were so, like, you were like, oh god, I know something's gonna go wrong, but
You know what else is repetitive and boring?
What?
Your stupid face.
I had a feeling that would be the answer. But yeah, no, like... If the missions were somewhat more varied, I don't think I would have as much of a problem with Mafia 3, but they just aren't, and I got bored with it really quickly.
My issue with all of those games is I don't like driving.
For
Okay,
room.
you wanna play some GTA 5 and drive around?
No, I'll play Saints Row 4 and run around like a sane person.
He's not even allowed to drive in those games.
Oh yeah.
He is explicitly forbidden from this activity.
Yep. I legitimately cannot stand GTA 5, mostly because I think it is a shallow as crap mess of a game that's overrated as sin because it's just GTA. And Saints Row 3 and 4 are infinitely better because it doesn't waste your frickin' time with all the stupid driving that you have to do to actually get around to people because the game is too busy sending you across the entire freaking map because the sessions are too unstable to actually let you play together for more than one minigame.
Yeah.
Kane, do you like being wrong
Yeah.
about things?
You see?
I'm not wrong about GTA 5 being unstable.
Thank you. I love you.
I didn't want to say that to Kane. It'd be weird.
Do it.
No.
What?
Do it. He loves
What?
you, Kane.
No, my girlfriend wanted me to say I love you too, but I was in the middle of talking to Kane. So if I replied immediately, and then she got mad, and I'm like, I don't want to say that to Kane.
He loves you, Kane.
Ugh.
No, he does.
Say it, coward.
I think the worst part about GTA 5 is that as far as I can tell, I don't think any of the actual stability problems have ever been addressed.
I wouldn't know personally.
It's
will
better
say-
than it was.
I
Remember,
will
Duck
say-
and I played it at launch.
Yeah, I will say I have played GTA 5
Which-
so far.
okay. Okay. If this isn't I need to address this. My son is 9 years old. His mother left me when he was just before he turned 1, right?
Mhm.
Part of my coping mechanism for dealing with that, because it had just come out, was playing GTA 5 because it had just come out when that happened.
Yeah.
That's how old this damn game is.
No.
What I will say about the matter is that I have played GTA 5 so far on 3 different systems. I've played it on the Xbox One, I've played it on the PC, and I played it on a Series X. And out of all those, I will say the Series X version has ran without basically any issues. PC ran weirdly, but I guarantee it was something that on my end, because I didn't know how to like optimize my PC. So you know, or any
You
of that
still don't know how to do that.
I know, don't. But the Xbox One version runs about as smooth as.
I'm gonna interrupt. I'm gonna interrupt just so I can do this. Philippe, the name of the game that is currently being played on screen is Transport Fever 2.
You can get
Yeah,
it
here,
on
hold on.
Steam.
Yeah, here, hold on. I'll
I
go
played
find it.
GTA 5 originally on 360. And how long have I had a son? Well, I did just say he's 9 years old, so if we put our heads together,
Yeah, hold on. Let me go.
we might have to do some detective work to figure this out.
Here, Philippe.
man.
I'll do you one. I'll do you one.
Hard. I don't know. How long have I had this 9-year-old son? Kane, do you know?
18 years?
That would be pretty weird.
So Philippe, I'll do you one better. Here's the link to the Steam page. So there you go. You can wishlist it. Do whatever you need to do.
Like, I don't think GTA 5 is a bad game. It's just the amount that people overhype it as it's the greatest game ever made. Nothing else can ever compete with it. It's the only thing that you should ever play.
Well,
It's
honestly, Kane, honestly, and just hear me out on this. That isn't really a GTA 5 issue. That is a did Rockstar make this game issue? Because
But my issue too is that the PC version is still the most unstable version of the game.
I hate Red Dead Redemption just about as much as I can. And boy howdy,
Yeah.
Boy, howdy, I get it.
boy howdy, could not get away from that.
You seem real perceptive for a blind feller. Yeah, I'm gonna be completely honest.
But I do think it's overrated as to what it is, because it's just like there are so many other games that deserve any kind of light in the spotlight, but it's like all people still talk about is GTA 5 sometimes. It's just like, oh my god.
Can I be honest about why I think they do that, though? It's because of this whole, like, I know that, like, oh, well, when is GTA 6 coming out? Like, I know that's a meme, but, like,
It's the
GTA
Call
5
of
at this
Duty of
point...
open world games.
Well, no, that's not where I was going with that. What I was
That's where I'm
going to...
with it.
What I was going to say, was that I personally think the reason for it being talked about so much is because it's been the only GTA game for almost 10 years now. And no, I don't count the GTA Trilogy Definitive Edition.
Nobody
One,
counts
those are
that, it's okay.
I was about to say, one, those are remakes of old PS2 games, and two, the remakes suck, so fight me.
GTA's been this way forever. I mean, before 5 it was 4. Before 4 it was San Andreas. And boy, no one shut up about San Andreas at the time. No one. I could not escape. I don't like San Andreas. I never have. And even now people are like, it's never been as good as San Andreas. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna hard disagree on this. I've never liked San Andreas. Because, Kane, that thing about the wandering, the driving, the going too far distances?
Yep.
San Andreas. Well, friggin' worse for that.
I've never liked the way GTA sets anything up, ever.
Yeah, what
And
I will say...
I never will. The only reason I play it is because it's the only friggin' thing. It's the only open world game that people will play.
I've
I
offered
literally-
several times to play Saints Row with you.
Here's the problem, Kane. This is something I've been thinking about lately with people, especially, dealing with people, seeing other people talk about games, like on Twitter and TikTok, and God help us all,
Yeah.
Gaming's become so popular and mainstream now
Mm-hmm.
that most games are appealing to not nerds anymore.
Yep.
And that's creating a lot of things that just aren't for guys like us.
Yeah.
They just aren't. And it's not, on one hand, it's good that the industry is doing so well, because that shows success and acceptance, but also it means that developers are gearing their games more towards general audiences and not, they're not willing to experiment, they're not willing to do cool, cartoony, old school stuff as much. Like, that's more of an indie thing now, because actual nerds are making them.
I mean,
Yeah.
heck, there's a huge, demographic in the first-person shooter genre that literally loves, these old, retro games that are made to look like something you'd find in, the mid to late 90s.
Yeah. I know. But yeah, and it is frustrating. It is frustrating because it's not even just that, though, It's just the fact that people are just getting so much more basic. Skyrim was one of
People
the big
people aren't getting more basic. The people that are playing games are the size of that population is increasing, and more basic people are joining into the conversation.
Yeah, that is happening. Skyrim was one of the biggest influxes of people who weren't really gamers becoming gamers.
Well, yeah, because it was probably... I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that, along with GTA 5, it's probably, in the top 5 most hyped games of all time.
Yeah, like it's one of the most. It's two of the most.
Yeah, and it's
popular-
the greatest game ever, even though it showed up with a whole bunch of glitches where the dragons flew backwards. But that's Cyberpunk. That's a terrible game. Awful.
Also, why should we care about 20 years of history? Let's just flush it all down the toilet and constantly re-release Skyrim.
Yeah, right. Hey, in fairness, GTA 5 is doing the same crap.
Oh, I agree. It's still. You know what? No, I don't even agree with that. Because as bad of a job as they did on the GTA, the definitive collection, it at least got a definitive collection.
Problem was, it wasn't really the definitive collection.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but Kane makes a solid point. I don't think has anything prior to Skyrim, like Oblivion or anything like that, ever gotten re-released more recently.
No.
They did make Morrowind backwards compatible and gave it a digital
Backwards
store release on
compatibility
Xbox
does
One.
not count, and it's the
Yes,
He's
it
ta-
does.
No, it doesn't. He's talking about an actual legitimate re-release.
yes.
Okay, but that,
I mean, having it available on backwards compatibility is good. Don't get me wrong, that's good. But that's not what he's talking about.
Like, didn't they also give it like a couple of enhancements as well?
That doesn't matter.
They could put out an Elder Scrolls collection with the older games. They could do that, and it would probably sell, especially if they included, Oblivion. Oblivion, like prior to Skyrim, everyone talked about Oblivion. Like that's the reason why Skyrim was so hyped, because people loved Oblivion.
Yeah.
So, like, I would imagine that such a thing would be a good idea.
Nah, I'm kidding. I don't really know.
I mean,
I-
look. I'm not expecting them. Okay, I'm not expecting them to release Arena, Daggerfall, or God help you, friggin' Redguard and Battlespire. Okay, I'm not expecting those.
I
I'm
do.
expecting the modern Elder Scrolls games, 3 and 4.
I mean, like they did. They
could throw Daggerfall in there. That'd be pretty cool, though.
I don't think you could do it on consoles. That game is way too complicated to play on a controller without severe modification.
Good point.
And I know this because even the Unity version in development of Daggerfall, even with all of its modern enhancements, is still weird to play.
So
Side note, if you ever want to play Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall, please pick Daggerfall Unity.
I like video games.
Thank you, Ted.
I think Fortnite is overhated as a meme. I think Fortnite has a lot more to offer nowadays than it did when it first launched.
Fortnite gets hated for the same reason that League of Legends got hated, for the same reason Overwatch got hated. The most popular game at any given time is going to have a group of people that are trying very hard to be edgy. They don't know how to do that because they're not me. And that's okay. Not everyone can be me. And by not everyone, I mean nobody. But they think to be edgy, they have to actively hate the popular thing, which is really stupid. So that's why Fortnite gets a lot of hate, because there's people that are just like, it's popular and therefore I have to hate on it because I know better.
See, my reason for not liking Fortnite wasn't because I didn't like it because it was popular. It's because I just don't like battle royales.
I don't generally care for them either. I gave Fortnite an honest try. I had a decent amount of fun with it. Like, it wasn't a bad game at all. I just didn't really... honestly, any kind of shooter where outside of sniping, I feel like I get taken out instantly really annoys me. Like, I prefer life bars or at least regenerating health, like Halo. That's more my speed. The problem with a lot of modern shooters is like Fortnite. Fortnite does it this way, and Valorant does it this way, so I don't like Valorant, is that, like, you can, if someone gets a shot at you, it's very realistic. Like, you'll go down. And it's, it's like CSGO. Some people like that. I hate that.
Yeah.
I'm playing a video game. I expect to be able to take a few hits, and you just can't. And it's just... It's something that's always frustrated me, and I just don't like games like that. I prefer I'll gladly pick up and play Halo or even COD or Battlefield, but I will never play something like CS:GO.
I
And
mean, I know, like, didn't you see, like, Battlefield a lot because you get to ride in the vehicles?
that's the other factor about me is straight up FPS is. This is why I bring up Halo 2. Straight up FPS is always frustrates me because I'm very much a vehicles guy. So I vastly prefer like in in Halo, if there's a tank or a Scorpion or a Banshee or a Ghost or anything, if it's a vehicle, that's I'm gone. You will never see me again. But you'll probably never see the rest of the enemy team again, which is fine.
You're gonna
That's
blow them
probably
to...
one of the reasons why Halo is one of the more tolerable FPSs for me, is because A, of the vehicles, but also, as another really good note, the fact that Halo 2 introduced the sword, yes please.
Yeah, and Battlefield always had vehicles too. And I love that. I love military vehicles. They have the tanks, they have helicopters, they've added planes. Like, that's all good. Like, it's variety. It's not just about, oh no, tactical shooting in the squad. It's all about, no. Can I get in the helicopter, please? I don't want to be on the ground. I really don't want to be. I really want to be here. I like half of what I did in I didn't really shoot when I was playing Battlefield Bad Company 2 in multiplayer. I played with Matt and a few other guys at the time. And what I did, they had a spot system. And I think they had just added it in that game. I would either be in the troop carrier chopper, or I would be using a drone. And all I would do was spot the enemies. And we would win. Why? Because my team always knew where the enemies were at.
That is a completely viable way of playing.
I know, but that was fun to me. Like the enemies didn't know what was happening because people get the drones in those games. They want to shoot, they want to get kills, they want to And I'm like, actually, I'm just gonna play tactical support here. They're there. No, there's a guy behind right there. Yep, he's there. Okay, you got him. There's this guy. There's that guy. Oh, there's a few guys over here. Oh, you killed them all. Okay, great. And it's one of those things where people don't even, the enemy couldn't really acknowledge what was even happening because usually drones in that game were hard to see. And generally you'd only bother with them if people only used them whenever they had the upgrade that had the machine gun on the drone. I never used that because that's not what I was trying to do. So I would just hover in the air and just keep spotting people.
See, meanwhile, I played one of the more uncommon rules in Battlefield. I always like to be support and throw out ammo packs for people.
Battlefield has a lot of good ideas in terms of support and utility and different things you can do that isn't just shooting. It's why I like it as a multiplayer experience when compared to COD. COD really is just about the shooting. And in terms of a solo action experience, COD is fine, but Battlefield has so much more variables. The problem with Battlefield lately is that they can't seem to make a decent Battlefield.
No, they really can't because, oh my god, 2042.
I've heard nothing but bad things. 5 was good.
5 was actually pretty decent.
Ooh, I have the Shikensen. Excellent. Japanese high-speed train. Where am I going to put that? I got to put that somewhere.
If you want to play a Battlefield game in which you do not have the support, recon, assault, and engineer role like you usually do.
You mean play COD?
Exactly.
That's what you just described. If you look at Battlefield and take all that out, that's just COD.
Yeah, and that's what 2042 felt like. It felt like really bad big-scale COD. Oh my god, that game could have been the best Battlefield game of all time. But no.
Did they take all that out?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so glad I didn't waste money on it. I would have been so angry. I had no idea they removed all that.
I think they added it back in later, but honestly, I uninstalled the game before I could find out if they did. I played it for a day, and then I was like, yeah, no, I'm done.
Do I play Roblox? My son loves Roblox. I can't. It's before my generation. Not my thing. Try DayZ and Arma. I've been curious about Arma for a while. My friend Duck warded me off just because he said everything I described is in there, and that's cool, but it's almost too tactically realistic.
Yeah,
but
Arma
to be,
is very real. I don't think you would like Arma.
but I mean, I understand that's the point of the game, and I understand it does it very well, but I'm hesitant because, I need some, I don't want to get shot instantly. That's the other thing. That's why I prefer Battlefield, because it balances out the regenerating health aspects, of a COD-style Halo shooter, whatever. But it also
And
has
you got
the
medic and stuff.
and I have the different classes. I have the vehicles. Like it's really exactly what. That's why I liked Battlefield 1 and I liked Battlefield 5. Like I liked those games a lot.
The one interesting fact that I will share with you guys about Arma is that before the Master Chief Collection was announced for PC, there was actually a big community mod project for Arma 3 that they were trying to make like a Halo total conversion for Arma 3. I don't remember how far it got, but I know it was a thing, and it was kind of interesting looking at the early development footage.
I enjoyed playing Ghost Recon Wildlands because of the more tactical-esque gameplay. Ghost Recon Wildlands is pretty decent. I will say, though, it's definitely a game that I feel is much more better enjoyed if you have a friend to play with. Otherwise, it's just kind of like, you have a big open world but nobody to explore it with, and that feeling sucks.
Closest thing to a shooter that I consistently play in any form.
Paladins!
Gunfire Reborn!
Yeah, Gunfire Reborn would probably be the one. That or Metroid Prime. 'Cause I love me some Metroid Primes 1 and 2.
Hell yeah.
It's like, yeah, you shoot in first person, but it is not a first person shooter by any means.
Metroid Prime
It's a
Supremacy.
action adventure game.
I also think Roblox is just like I honestly don't even want my son to be playing it. I try to let him go. He has rules about it because it's so the user-generated content. It leads to toxic stuff.
Yeah.
I'd vastly prefer him to be playing something like Minecraft offline, which he used to a lot. My son prefers building stuff. He's actually a lot like me, where he prefers to, just kind of sit back and chill with his games. He doesn't like hard games at all. He does enjoy Rocket League. He does enjoy Pokemon. He also likes to play this game called Ninjala on the Switch.
Oh, yeah, I know Ninjala.
You know that? Yeah, he loves that game.
I think we actually just sold that at my store the other day.
Yeah, he really likes Ninjala.
Oh,
I
it was like,
don't know if you sold it, Teddy, because it's a free-to-play game.
Oh, maybe we sold, like, something related to that sounded like it. I don't know.
I was gonna say, I doubt you sold it. I definitely didn't buy it for him. He's like, this is free. Can I download it? I'm like, well, let me look at it. It's for everyone. Okay, sure. Have fun.
It's literally just Splatoon, but with ninjas.
Yeah, but that sounds fun.
Yeah. Like, it's a neat idea, that's for sure. Like, I've never had any interest in playing it, because if it's PvP, I'm gone.
Right.
That's just my rule of thumb right there. But you might have sold maybe some merch or something, Teddy. But,
No, it was
or maybe
definitely
like
a game.
Maybe like a card, but Ninjala.
Or maybe it was something else ninja related. It's not like
It was probably something that sounded similar, and I'm just having a brain
maybe
fart.
you sold Ninjago.
maybe you
No.
sold Ninja Gaiden 3.
If I sold that, I would have quit.
Ninjala.
No, you wouldn't have.
No, I wouldn't have quit. One of the things I actually do like about my job, though, is that I get to recommend games to people, and that's always fun.
Well, that's not even the problem with that movie. As someone who's watched that movie, it's just really old. It's like one of the original stories for that.
What movie?
The Last Unicorn.
Oh.
It's not necessarily a girl's movie. It's just really old.
It also has unicorns, so it sounds like it's a girl's movie.
Yeah.
The Princess Bride. By S. Morgenstern. Chapter.
Like, yeah, it's a pretty bland story. The Last Unicorn release.
You know what I want to know is if
It came
if
out
they
in
had-
1982. I'm willing to give its bland plot a pass.
if they had the rights to The Princess Bride, then why didn't they just have the author's name? That's my question.
Maybe the author demanded that his name not be on it?
Fair point.
As an author, I could tell you that's... In a situation where they have the rights to make the movie, but the movie doesn't turn out the way you want it, I might be in a position where, like, don't put my name on that, because that wasn't my call.
Yeah. Oh, God. I remember when my dad had to, like, basically... I'm exaggerating here, obviously, but he basically had to fight me to get me to watch that movie. And I was
Which
like,
one?
Dad, I'm not watching a movie called The Princess Bride. It sounds like the girliest thing ever.
No!
I'm a real manly man! I won't watch a princess movie! Ew!
I mean, that's like the kind of mindset that I had, because I was like
making fun
10
of
years
Ted.
old. I was 10 years old, and
I
then
hope
I
you
was like,
understand. I hope you understand, Teddy, that even at younger than 10, I was watching Witch.
yes,
I even watched Winx Club.
I get you,
I
Kane.
like I do not care about a show's demographic if it's actually kind of good.
Well, that's the thing, though, is like I had this like self-centered, like dumb, like way of thinking. and then my dad.
Kane is a brony.
Yeah, but then
I
like
used to be back when it was like a huge thing.
Well, to be fair, Cole Phelps, I didn't.
I mean,
get forced to watch
I'll
it.
you know, at the risk of getting my fans to hate me because people are irrational about this kind of stuff, the first few seasons of that show were pretty freaking good.
I think that for the most part it was pretty consistently good from what most fans tell me. Like it had its ups and downs in terms of the later seasons.
Well,
but
like
for
any
the most
show.
part, it was pretty good. Like it ended on a really good note. So like I give it that. Season 9 had a good ending.
What I was just
All I
gonna
know
say-
is Hasbro needs to cancel Generation 5.
Oh my god.
Gen 4 has to go on to for 15 seasons.
Can I finish what I was trying to say?
Never. Go on.
When my dad actually did get me to watch that movie, like, I think I looked at him after the credits started rolling, and I was like, I am such a moron. And my dad was like, I know, right? I remember that vividly.
I think society in general has gotten a lot better about that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, because, like, my dad did essentially what the grandpa in the movie did when, like, the kid was like, it was like, The Princess Bride, you know, is like, doesn't have any sports in it, and you know, he was describing it, like, the kind of, like, story it was. That's what my dad finally got me to watch it, and I watched it, and I loved it. It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Can I be upfront with everybody right now?
Go ahead.
I've never seen a Princess Bride.
You never seen The Princess Bride?
Nope.
Do you have Disney Plus?
Well, excuse me, darkness.
I haven't seen a lot of movies. We went over this. I've only watched, like, I only saw Ghostbusters in the last decade. I didn't see it as a kid. That's why I'm not as invested as, say, you.
I do think that The Princess Bride is an absolute classic, fun comedy film that...
It honestly, it looks good. I've seen clips.
Yeah.
I know the jokes. Like, it looks
yeah,
like
it's-
I would probably enjoy it, but
Yeah.
I've never seen it. Not at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I will definitely say, if you ever do get the chance to watch it, please do. It's great. But I'm not going to force you.
Yes, you are.
I'm gonna do a dab. Can people post links on stream? No, links are disabled.
Yeah, links are disabled. It won't ban you or anything. It just literally won't let you post it.
Yeah, the only people who can post links are mods. Which is
Only
why I was
Teddy
able to
has the power.
I mean, do you not have anybody else as a YouTube mod?
I didn't need it until recently because I wasn't streaming on YouTube.
Fair point. I just figured you would have like put Addy in there or something as well.
The rest
I enjoy-
of y'all don't usually show up. So, like, well, I mean, you're here, but you're not, like, in the chat. So it
Fair
never
point.
really was something I could do. Kane very rarely... I don't... Kane, do you even still have a YouTube account?
I mean, I have an account, but it's used for, like, favoriting... It's basically my personal account.
Right,
so-
right. It's used to favorite stuff you like and nothing more.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
I like
Guys.
how I like how I haven't seen A Princess Bride, but I have seen Willow.
Will. Nope.
Oh.
Nope.
Oh
Nope.
my.
I'm not voicing.
I would not compare the two beyond being medieval fantasy.
tales. I also I am.
But I'll be real with you. I like Willow.
I
So now here's the
didn't.
question, Josh. Have you seen Lord of the Rings?
This is gonna annoy everybody. I've seen Return of the King, and I've seen Fellowship of the Ring.
I've
Have
seen the
not
movies,
seen
but-
Two Towers,
Interesting.
which is okay. Here's what happened. When everyone was taught, I was in 8th grade when everyone was just like, "Oh my God, Lord of the Rings, the greatest thing ever." So I was out of it. I was being bullied, so I don't want to like what they liked. But then this one kid who was older than me, we were just talking on the bus. He was actually one of the ones who was generally nice to me. And he was like, I was in 7th grade. He was in 8th grade. But he was like, and I was like, yeah, I haven't seen it. And he's like, well, I have the DVD for Fellowship. 'Cause Fellowship just come out. If I'll let you borrow it, if you bring it back tomorrow. And I'm like, oh. So I took it home, watched it on PS2. It was a good movie, And then I took it back to him, but I never bothered to go see Two Towers. But then later, a couple guys I knew invited me to go to this late screening of
Return of the King.
Return of the King. And I'm like, well, I haven't seen Two Towers, and they're like, well, it'll be fine. You'll still like it. I'm like, okay. So I went to see it. I did like it. I'm pretty good at picking up on basic things, so it wasn't a big deal to me. And it was a good movie, great movie. No big deal. But I still have not seen Two Towers.
Yeah. I watched all the movies at least once, and I just
Like-
I'm okay not being invested in this.
Yeah, I just don't generally go see movies. Recently I've only been going. First of all, I went to see the Jurassic Park Dominion or Jurassic World Dominion because of course I had to, because that's my jam when it comes to movies. That's the one thing that'll get me out there. Everything else is just like, yeah, I kind of want to see that, but I don't need to go see it in theaters. The theater experience isn't really a big deal to me.
I think the most recent movie.
But more recently, I've been going to see a lot more because my girlfriend's been taking me. Well, and by taking me, I mean I've been taking her because I drive. She doesn't.
Yeah.
Huh? What movie? Which movie? Any of them, really. The only one I was really invested in going to see in theaters was Dominion, Jurassic World. Yeah. But other than that, I usually go because you want to go. Huh?
I think the last movie I went to go see in the theaters was probably Top Gun Maverick.
Oh yeah, I went to see Maverick.
Yeah, Maverick was amazing. Love that movie.
I know
The
you
last
want to see
movie-
Nope.
The
My
last
girlfriend
movie
wants
I
to see
went
Nope.
in theaters-
I have no investment in this movie, but she wants to go. So.
What movie?
I know. Nope.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
the Jordan
I know.
Peele
Yeah,
movie.
I've seen trailers for that.
It's the same
Fall,
dude
I
who made
think?
Get Out and Us.
Yeah.
I wanted to see Fall.
Oh, I wanted to as well. Mainly because I am terrified of heights, so I know for a fact that movie is going to freak me out.
See, I am a sucker for those big tilt visual effects movies, especially people are like, it's too much CGI. I'm like, no, show me what those processors can do. Because some of this stuff's very impressive. Gravity was a lot of CGI, but Gravity was a great movie.
I never did see Gravity, but I wanted to.
I liked it. It was good.
That starred Sandra Bullock, right?
Sandra Bullock and George Clooney, yes.
Yeah.
The last movie that I saw in theaters was the Uncharted movie.
How'd you like it?
I liked it. It was fun. It was a bit weird, but I enjoyed it.
I didn't know they put The Adventures of Tintin back into the movie theater.
Really trying to make that a thing, are you?
I love The Adventures of Tintin.
It looked like a genuinely good movie, but like, Spielberg doesn't direct very often anymore, and it feels like every time he does, people, like, are really hard on him.
He directed the BFG, and I love the BFG.
Everyone hated the BFG.
I didn't. I liked that movie. Like, it was what I expected it to be. It was a giant... It was a big friendly giant. Like, it was... I liked it.
You can't like things on the internet.
Well, the internet can...
What was he gonna say?
I mean, I could say it, but then you'd get mad at me, so...
Would
no.
I?
I didn't see it in theaters, but someone mentioned it. I did buy, as soon as I saw it was out on Blu-ray, I bought The Bad Guys, because I really wanted to see The Bad Guys.
Yeah,
The Bad Guys actually looked like kind of a fun movie.
Yeah, there we go.
I loved it. I had so much fun with that movie. Definitely give it a watch if you can.
General Spitfire puts it well. The internet can bugger off, but that does not include you,
Okay.
chat. You are fine.
Yeah.
I like old school movies. I'm okay with CGI, but I prefer stunts and practical effects. That's why I enjoy Hong Kong movies. Oh, so stuff like John Woo's films.
Well, I mean, obviously, I like stunts and practical effects. Like, some of that stuff is good, but I don't mind either way as long as whatever's being shown is good. Like, I don't care what anybody says. I liked James Cameron's Avatar. I did.
To be fair, involving me, the only thing I've ever taken issue with is that the base story is nothing.
I don't really have an opinion on
that. It's a great movie.
I don't have a real opinion on Avatar because I fell asleep watching it for the first time.
I was so excited for Avatar when it came out. I'm like, oh, this movie looks awesome! And I went in, I'm like, oh my god, I'm just watching Dances with Wolves again.
I think, like, honestly, one of my favorite, like,
But did you like Dances with Wolves?
I love Dances with Wolves. I actually
what's
bought
the
my own
problem,
copy.
coward?
It was one of the only movies that I watched in school that I'm like, I need to buy a copy of this.
I watched a bunch of movies in school that, like, because I had a social studies class, so I watched, like, stuff like, The Patriot, We Were Heroes, All Quiet on the Western Front, and Dances with Wolves.
Oh,
Anyone
right,
watch-
I remember what I was gonna say. Just because it was relevant at the time. To me, the medium of a movie doesn't matter as much as long as the medium is done well.
Yeah.
Like, that's my rule of thumb. Like, I like any medium is good to me as long as I enjoy what I'm watching.
Yeah.
I've got a preference.
Okay.
I prefer anime
Okay.
and stuff like that.
You can't like things on the internet!
To answer your question, I think it was PRR 7002. Yeah, I have watched Back to the Future 3. I think it's the weakest of the Back to the Future movies, but it's good. I don't really think any of the Back to the Future movies are bad.
I've barely watched Back to the Future.
love
I've never watched them.
What I will say is that we have reached past 2015. We still don't have self-lacing shoes, hoverboards, and flying cars. 0 out of 10.
Okay, couple things about that. Actually, technically, we have all of those things. They're just not nearly as practical as you want them to be.
Exactly. So
Nike did
there
make
you
the
go.
self-lacing shoes. They were just very limited because they're expensive.
I was about to say, like, they're probably very expensive to make. Did you know the Sierra Railroad 3 was in it? Oh yeah, right. Because there was like that giant like scene with the railroad. I remember now. Like, one of my favorite, like, dumb action movies, I will say, is
Your stupid face!
I was gonna say Snakes on a Plane.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
What do you mean? What do you mean, like, ugh?
Just over the meme of that movie.
I love that movie. It's a dumb movie about
It's a
snakes.
dumb movie. That's exactly right.
I will say, Josh, I'm with Teddy in this regard because I feel like every time I bring up, I like the song Deja Vu, everyone is like, oh yeah, it's a stupid meme from the internet. It's like, no, I just genuinely think it's a good song.
And, like, I don't. I mean, like, that's the.
feeling.
I mean, that's the thing, though, is, like, I don't really even think that Snakes on the Plane is necessarily a good movie, but oh my god, is it entertaining. Like, it takes its concept of Samuel Jackson and some other dude, I can't remember the name of it at the moment, on a plane filled with snakes, and it runs with it, and it is amazing. I love it.
Yeah, you know, there was a really easy way to resolve that entire situation.
What is it?
All they had to do was drop altitude and depressurize the cab, and the snakes would die instantly.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they did depressurize, because I've had it with these... What did he say?
Yep.
I'm trying to
You
remember
can't-
what he said in...
you
no, I'm not going
can't
to say
say
the
it.
thing. No, but, like, I was trying to think
Monkey
like the
biting!
Yeah, I have had it with these monkey-fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday plane! Everybody strap yourselves in! About to open some frickin' windows.
Yeah,
I-
yeah, he should have done that in the first frickin' place. That was the easiest thing to do. Would have resolved the entire situation.
Well, to be fair, then we wouldn't have a movie, and I would have been disappointed because Snakes on a Plane is awesome.
It's a dumb movie.
It is, but that's why I like it. Josh, you know me. I'm the guy who liked Dead Rising 4 because of how dumb it was.
Such a dumb movie.
One of my favorite dumb movies that I love to watch. I love Final Fantasy. The Spirits Within.
Oh god.
I think he almost threw up.
I did.
I love that movie. It is absolutely awful. One of the worst Final Fantasy movies, but I own the 2-disc special edition.
No. It is the worst Final Fantasy movie, and you know that.
I love it. I love it so much.
Meanwhile, I don't know, like, what are... okay, this is another dumb one, but I adore the crap out of Dracula 2000.
Ugh.
Look, okay, I fully admit, that is not a good movie, but it is so entertaining. My favorite dumb game is the Devil May Cry reboot.
That wasn't
I
a
mean,
dumb game. I like that game.
It's a good game. I definitely think it's overhated. Especially nowadays with DMC5, it's like, okay, it's out, just... The DMC reboot was a fine game on its own. There's really nothing wrong with it.
No, it wasn't.
No, Kane, the internet police are coming after you. You gotta hide.
Not a chance.
I do agree with what Cole Phelps said here. He said, it's better to have a movie that knows it's dumb than a movie that thinks it's very smart but is somehow dumber than Life is Strange. Not necessarily with the Life is Strange part, because I haven't really played all that much of Life is Strange. But I do agree with the part of, like, if a movie knows that it's dumb, then that's good. Like Fast and the Furious, for example. I love the Fast and the Furious movies, even though they're, you know, in terms of quality, they're not really good movies, but I love all of them. Every single one.
Spaceballs is amazing. It is one of the few parody movies that I actually think has aged pretty well.
I hate that movie so much.
I'm not really the biggest fan of Spaceballs myself either.
I think what's awesome about Spaceballs is, unlike most of the other well-known parody movies, instead of taking itself not seriously at all, it just rolled with its silliness and made a serious story out of it and had humor in it. Which I think made the movie way better as a result.
I mean, personally, like, I just didn't like it, but that's just me.
I mean, that's fine, but understand I'm comparing this movie to stuff like Scary Movie
Yeah.
and Disaster Movie, which are awful.
Oh, well, somebody just said Scary Movie 2 is the best parody movie, so,
No.
you owe them an apology.
No, I don't. I hate the Scary Movie franchise. I think all of those movies are terrible. As much as I am nostalgic for the third one that was my first Scary Movie, I think they're terrible movies. I really do. I don't think they're good.
I've never seen a single one.
Spaceballs is infinitely better in terms of actual good writing and making something good out of that.
I've never really liked Spaceballs. I saw it once, and I was like, it was fine, but I'm probably never gonna watch it again.
It was a lot more down to earth with its parody, which I thought was really nice.
Naked Gun? I've never seen a Naked Gun movie. That's the one with Pamela Anderson. No, that's Barbed Wire. Never mind.
Jesus Christ.
How did you confuse Naked Gun and Barbed Wire?
I often heard people talking about them in the same light. Okay, just look.
Who?
I don't remember.
Who are these people?
Does it really matter? Does it really matter at the end of the day?
I suppose not.
But like, if I had to compare Spaceballs to anything, I would compare it to, like, if the Lego Star Wars game, the Lego Star Wars games were more down to earth with its humor instead of being as over the top.
Yeah, but to be fair, you remove the humor from Lego Star Wars, and you kind of remove what makes those games so good.
I never said to remove the humor.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, like...
Then why'd you say it?
No, I'm just saying, like, for the record, like... For the record.
I mean, I know, that's why I said not to remove it. I'm so confused.
This conversation's falling apart very quickly.
Yeah, it is.
I love Ghostbusters. It's my favorite movie of all time.
Ghostbusters 1 is good.
And Kane and I can't have a conversation about Ghostbusters 2.
No, we can't.
No, we can't.
Or the 2016 reboot.
No, we
we
definitely can't.
Meanwhile, I can say...
You can't have a conversation with me about that.
Yeah. If
Meanwhile-
anything, dude, at least a conversation about Ghostbusters 2 would be about the quality of the film and pretty level-headed generally, but 2016, you are alone on that one.
No, all he has to do is go to Twitter and he'll have millions of supporters.
True.
To be fair, that's not inaccurate. I didn't like that movie. I didn't like that movie at all. Afterlife, I thought was... It was what I personally wanted.
Yeah, well, you know, the critics said that the Afterlife actually wasn't even very good. It was too much about nostalgia. It wasn't actually good on its own merits. It's terrible.
You know, I'm a movie critic, and I said it was good, so...
You are
who these
not a
critics you speak-
movie critic.
Josh, I reviewed, like...
What kind of
action
loose
movies.
definition are we... How are we defining that?
I've reviewed movies
So-
numerous times on my channel.
Okay, so is your definition of being a movie critic that you have a YouTube channel and review movies? Is that actually the minimum requirement for this?
No, I guess not, but I'm going more by technicality.
I'll let the stream back me up on this. I don't know. It's up to them. I'm just like...
Well, I mean, Josh, you remove you.
My problem with that, Teddy, is by your own logic, I could go around saying I'm a historian.
You talk about history a lot.
But I don't do that because I have never. That's not. There's a very
Are you
wide
gonna finish any
margin.
of those sentences?
There's a very you're an idiot is the problem here.
Also,
Okay,
Teddy, can I just be real with you? I don't think you should call yourself a movie critic.
I was more saying that because I hate the aspect of, like, critics, because I feel like a lot of the times when you're
So you
talking
call
about-
yourself that? Do you see? Do you see where we're hung up?
Yes, and now I feel like a moron, so, a point made. The point is that I'm more of a movie fan than a critic first and foremost. Or not fan, that's not the right word. I like to go see movies, first and foremost.
Yeah, you like movies. That's totally fine, and you have your own opinions on them.
You can't
That doesn't-
like movies on
you're a
the
critic.
internet.
There have been very rare times where I haven't really liked movies in
Teddy?
general.
Here's a video.
What?
I'm gonna send you actually because I found it recently,
Is this
and it
gonna
was
be like
a really good watch talking about this kind of thing. And I'm gonna send it to you as well, Josh. I actually might have sent it to you. But I really like this video. It's talking about what it's like just enjoying a movie versus being a critic and trying to review a movie. And it goes into a lot of details. And give it a watch. It's a good one.
There's a channel called The Critical Drinker that's pretty good. No, no, I don't agree with that. I do not like The Critical Drinker.
Why?
He's kind of an asshole. Sorry, words, swearing.
Why? What didn't he like that you liked?
It's not what he didn't like, it's how he goes about, like, saying things.
I mean, his name is Critical Drinker. I feel like that we can get a pretty good idea right off the bat.
I believe recently he's actually, like, just delved into, like, being straight up racist with certain things.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know how that was. I honestly figured this was gonna be some kind of stupid disagreement over movies. I didn't think we were gonna
No. It's not a stupid disagreement over movies. It's more just a stupid agreement about being an asshole or not.
For me, just enjoy movies. Ultimately, I get so annoyed at the way the human race will act with that the way that the human race interacts with critics in so many ways.
It's Morbin time.
Oh my god.
Because what annoys me, and this is not the critic's fault per se, this is everyone else, but everyone looks at people who do these kinds of reviews and breakdowns, and especially like the really angry critical stuff, and they take it as if it's fact that that opinion is the only thing they ever need to understand if they will ever like something. And I am just like...
Well, as you know, the AVGN said that Majora's Mask is a terrible game, and therefore it is factually that.
Exactly!
Okay.
It's not the viewer's fault that he has a terrible take.
And there's also the nostalgia critic who, I mean, like, he's basically like... do I even need to say anything more?
No. You could have said his name and been done with it, actually.
I am absolutely positive that his Pink... was it Pink Floyd's The Wall, that review...
Oh, yo, everyone hated his take on that.
Yeah,
The only thing I will defend about the nostalgia critic's style is that it's clearly meant for humor.
Well, so is the AVGN.
I agree with you, but not for the Zelda video. Okay, like when the nostalgia critic talks about the Matrix, because no one liked his opinions on the Matrix. He was the nostalgia critic. You could tell that he was the nostalgia critic. But with AVGN's video on Zelda, he wasn't the AVGN.
Same thing with his Mega Man video.
Yeah, same thing with his Mega Man video. Like, it's not the fact that he had a... It's not the fact that he was doing a video for entertainment. It's that he dropped the entertainment part and started talking like he was actually talking about these games. And then he's doing it in a way that's completely unfair to the games he's talking about.
You know, can I say something at the risk of annoying everyone?
Well, you do that anyway, so off with you.
It is exactly like the one review that I will always point to in terms of stuff like that is Ego Raptor's video on Ocarina of Time. And the whole reason why I say that in particular is that I've watched.
We don't talk about Ego Raptor around here. You know that.
I'm going to.
You know that.
I am going to, for the sake of making a point, because it's like what you guys are talking about right now. I've watched the Game Grumps. I've seen how Aaron plays 3D Zelda. I don't have absolutely any faith in his criticisms when he plays those games at that skill level. Come on, man.
My issue
Are we
is that
doing
I
a
would-
get good moment with Zelda? With Zelda? Really?
Dude,
when he can complete Dark Souls and none of the Zelda games, yes.
He had trouble with Wind Waker, which arguably is probably the easiest console Zelda game ever made.
My 9-year-old can play Wind Waker.
So
Yeah. Yeah. I will defend sequelitis. I absolutely will. Because the biggest thing that I respected about Egoraptor whenever he did his sequelitis video is that even if I don't agree with his criticisms, he presented it in a well-respectable way to allow people to discuss. Every moment in his sequelitis video, for the most part, things that are meant for humor are clearly meant for humor. Things that are clearly meant for critique or example are clearly meant for that, and I will respect those videos because I do think they're generally well put together. And at the end of his sequelitis video with Ocarina of Time, he basically respectfully said, if you like Ocarina of Time, that's totally fine, and it's alright if you disagree with me. Everyone has different tastes. Like, it was the most respectful he's spoken about Zelda, and it is why it's the only thing that I will respect about his opinions with those games, because at least he talked about it respectfully.
Kane, don't you want to talk about Yahtzee?
Oh, you want to talk about someone who people should never put any kind of reputable opinions behind ever. There you go. I hate Yahtzee, but we'll just continue on with Egoraptor.
We're just gonna avoid that topic.
He's just trying to blow past it.
I mean, that's fair. I knew where that was gonna go when I brought it up. That was the joke.
Anyway.
I have zero respect for any comment that Egoraptor has ever made in any of his Zelda playthroughs on the Game Grumps. And even if that's him in character, if that's him doing a bit, the thing that offends me about everything that Aaron does in the playthroughs of the Zelda games is that he is clearly ruining Dan's time with those playthroughs. He is annoying Dan. He is causing problems with Dan, who is having a good time with these games, and Aaron will not stop ruining that. There was a point in the Majora's Mask playthrough where Dan made a joke where he basically said, what if I woke up one day and said I didn't want to do Game Grumps anymore? And all I could do was sit there and be like, as someone who's watching this playthrough of Majora's Mask, I wouldn't doubt it if Dan actually meant that. Because Aaron is so... And if it's for a bit, bad bit. How about that for a hot take? Bad bit. Stop it. It's not funny or entertaining. It's dumb.
I mean, can I say something in regards to what you're talking about?
No.
Aaron does not
Evidently
know.
not.
Evidently not.
Right after this, because this is the one thing I'll say.
Go ahead.
Aaron could not use the fire arrows to unlock the shortcuts to climb up Snowhead Temple. It is a big circular room with giant frozen doors, and he has the fire arrows and won't use them to unlock the doors to make climbing the center room easier. If this is a bit, it's not good. It's not funny.
I mean, I will say that, like, my favorite playthroughs from the Grumps of Zelda are Link to the Past and The Adventure of Link, because Dan's the one playing it, and it feels a lot more like whenever he's playing games that he's, like, telling a story about his life, which I like a lot.
Brian Hamilton has an interesting unknown concept that we should probably acknowledge. He says, "Here's a strange opinion. It's okay to dislike something and respect someone's opinion if they disagree." And I don't know if he's ever how long he's been on the internet.
Yeah.
Actually,
Brian,
that's not allowed.
Hello, Samu.
If someone disagrees with you on the internet, you have to make absolutely certain that they know how wrong they are. Now!
Alright, but Teddy's been trying to say something for a while, so...
Never!
We should do that.
No, that's all I wanted to say, was, like, I like Dan's playthroughs a lot, because, like, whenever Dan actually does play a game on Game Grumps, he seems not only knowledgeable about it, but, like, he plays it because he genuinely enjoys it. I mean, like, even when he was playing something as objectively bad as that, like, Leisure Suit Larry game, he was at least having fun with it and talking about, like, you know, like, stories, like, from back when he was in college, when he, you know, basically played it all the time when he was stoned along with Morrowind. But, you know, like, that's what makes those playthroughs entertaining. I feel like a lot of the times when Aaron plays a game, it's like, how can I
ruin this for everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, that's so accurate to that. And, like, and it's not, and I think what bothers me the most about that, too, is it's not like Aaron is incapable of being funny. He is a good comedian. He writes good stuff a lot of times.
Yeah, his Flash animations were like the golden child of me in high school. Like, that stuff was hilarious.
I just don't, like, if he doesn't like Zelda, that's fine. But the issue that everyone takes, and the reason why people are so hard on Aaron, is because he keeps trying to pass it off like it's a fact.
But Kane, he's a Sonic fan. Were you drinking something?
How frickin' dare you bring that up? How dare you? How dare you bring that up? You know how I feel about that man anytime he talks about Sonic. Anytime he opens his big, fat, gaping maw about Sonic, I want to just smack him upside the head. No one cares what he thinks, okay, about that. No one. No one with a brain cares at all what he thinks. Because, I'll tell you what, he's freaking wrong. How about that?
That's exactly how I feel every time I hear him play a Zelda game. That exact thing. Because
Are you okay, Josh?
No!
if you don't like it, fine. But, like, the problem is that he keeps trying to pass off his opinions as, like, it's a fact. And he keeps making the bit, he keeps going overboard. And it's like, okay, dude, calm down. It's okay. We understand you don't like it, but you are being really mean towards people who just like Zelda and Sonic. Like, you don't have to be that angry towards people. Like,
the best thing, one of the best things I ever saw from the Sonic the Hedgehog Twitter account, I think I might have brought this up, was when they were like, hey, we brought Ego Raptor here to try out Team Sonic Racing. What he doesn't know is that we're actually locking him in a room and forcing him to 100% Sonic 06. That was like from the official Sonic Twitter account, and I was like, wow.
the official Sonic Twitter has such a good sense of humor. Just the official Sonic stuff, social media stuff in general.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Oh my god. But yeah.
Cause like I generally don't like Sonic.
Get out.
I am not gonna go Aaron levels at that, you know? Like, that's just unfair.
Yes, you are.
Oh yeah, definitely.
you are
Sonic
obligated
Labyrinth is the best Sonic game ever made.
I-
And Sonic Adventure 2 is terrible in comparison.
Do you-
'cause Sonic Labyrinth is isometric.
Ooh. Okay,
Do you
you're gonna die, man.
want-
You're gonna die. You're gonna
I
die.
just want everyone to know that that was obviously me joking around.
I was about to say, man, you're gonna die. Oh my god.
Listen, I called Sonic Labyrinth a good game. I think it's pretty obvious that I'm joking at that point.
I would hope so, because if not, you basically just painted a target on your back. PRR7002, this is Transport Fever 2.
This is me getting mad.
Why, what happened?
The game's just being annoying about something.
Okay. Is there any way for it to... Is there any way for you to fix it?
Yeah, it stopped.
Okay, good.
Do not know what its problem was.
Next live stream is gonna be Josh stalking and killing Kane. I would hope not.
No, he's allowed to like Labyrinth. I think Labyrinth's actually really overhated. It's not a good game, but it's not that bad.
I've never actually played Labyrinth.
I used to play it all the time on the Sonic Mega Collection Plus. I really liked that game.
You liked Labyrinth, really?
Yeah, I didn't hate it. I mean, like, I was a kid when I played it, but I thought it was kind of neat.
Labyrinth
Never-
falls under that one category. Like, even as a puzzle game, it's really not that great. But
enjoy
my
it.
whole thing with it is that people are like, it's terrible. Sonic's supposed to be fast. And I'm like, why does Sonic have to do that one thing all the time? Like, Mario can spin off all he wants. Why can't Sonic do other things? Well, then he's ripping off Mario. What?
I both understand and I'm very frustrated with the concept because I get the idea under one circumstance.
That being...
Sonic Labyrinth is still like a platformer. So I get the idea that if you're gonna do a platformer, why wouldn't you just do a main platformer
It's
at that
not
point?
really a platformer. You don't really platform at all in that game.
The most you do is, like, walk across platforms.
No,
in
no, you're
general,
right.
that's
There was
it.
no jumping.
I was gonna say, I don't think there's even any jumping.
Yeah. For a split second, I think that I twisted. I was thinking of Labyrinth, but then I think I shifted to a level of 3D Blast. Because they are both isometric.
3D Blast, I like
3D
as
Blast,
well.
well, you could categorize that as a platformer. That's also another overhated one now that I think about it.
Yeah, I really like 3D Blast. Like, there was a time when I remember some people were calling it the worst Sonic game ever made, and I'm like, really? Really?
Yeah, it's
3D Blast.
3D Blast. It's the weakest of the Genesis library, but what does that even say?
Honestly...
Wasn't it even like... I think it was even a game that wasn't meant for the Genesis. 3D Blast was originally for CD?
Saturn.
Saturn.
No. It got a Saturn port. They made both of them concurrently. And when it was put on the Saturn, honestly, it just made the Saturn version look worse, because not only did the Genesis version have better music, but it looked the same gameplay-wise, and it's like, but the Saturn's supposed to be a next-gen console, why... Wait.
Personally, like, my whole thing when it comes to the Genesis Sonic games is that I am very much of an unpopular opinion when it comes to most of them. Because, well, obviously the original trilogy is going to stand high. I think Spinball is my least favorite, but that's just because, like, I really need to be in the mood to play it. You know, like, it's not a bad game, but, you know.
Love Spinball.
No, it's a good game. It's a good game.
Unspeakably, unreasonably difficult, but such a good game.
I mean, that's the other kind of reason, is because it's just, like, half the time I'm like, what? It's very hard, and back then I just wasn't really into that. Sonic 3D Blast is probably the second. I am of the opinion that I personally consider Sonic the Hedgehog 2 to be my least favorite in the original trilogy.
Well, I'm going to have to ask you politely but firmly to leave.
We asked them very politely but firmly to leave.
Yes.
Sonic 1 is my second favorite, and Sonic 3 and Knuckles, just, you know, that one did everything right in my eyes.
I've just never been one for classic Sonic in general. The gameplay style has just never really jived with me.
Honestly, if only for the fact that they added a save system into Sonic 3 and Knuckles do I consider that the best game.
I do agree with that. I am so... the biggest thing that always turned me away from Sonic games is the fact that they are just arcade games, and I don't want to play arcade games.
Well, that's the thing is, like, I liked the save system. Like, that was something that got me to, you know, to play again, because I was like, okay, so if I die, I just get sent back to the beginning of the zone or act. I don't remember the proper terms.
Act. Zone is the whole aesthetic. Act is the individual level.
Thank you. So if I die and get a game over, what's the worst that happens? I just go back to the beginning of the act. Like, I always have a
in
problem.
Sonic's defense, the original Super Mario Brothers was also very unforgiving in this regard.
That is true, but I mean, like, I think the thing between, like, Sonic and the original Super Mario Brothers is, like, the original Super Mario Brothers was, like, a game that, like, revitalized platforming and video games as a whole. So, like, it definitely, in my opinion, just, like, I give it a bit of a pass for the fact that, you know, it was the first game to really, like, revitalize that kind of thing. Not saying it's flawless, but it definitely, that's why I give it a bit of a pass. Sonic, that's just the one part where I'm like, I want to play this, but I know that I need to go through and get the Chaos Emeralds in one run, and if I don't, then I have to start all over again.
Suffer.
And that just kind of kills the mood for me.
Suffer.
In Sonic 3 and Knuckles, it was a lot easier, and that's why I liked it more. And then Sonic 2, I just think, has some of the most obnoxious level design in the entire series.
No, it doesn't. That's like one bad call.
My favorite Sonic games are Sonic Forces and Sonic Riders.
No, Kane. No.
And this is why Kane can never speak his mind on the internet, because if he ever said that on Twitter, everyone would at first think he was just joking. And upon realizing he was serious, would hate his guts for it.
Yep.
Now, I'm in agreement on Kane about forces.
I was about to say...
Everyone can fight me about forces.
In
Riders, though?
In the words of Melina from Mortal Kombat 11, speaking from experience.
I mean...
Yes!
I literally bought a complete physical copy of Sonic Free Riders.
I have never played any of the
Sonic. Play it with.
I've never played any of the Sonic Riders games, but my favorite Sonic game...
Riders.
Well, my favorite Sonic game is and probably will always be Generations, just because...
I was so sad I couldn't get into Generations. I just didn't like it at all.
And I used to like Colors, but like going back to Colors, I'm just like, I don't like this game as much anymore.
Samu says Twitter is a living hell for Twitter users.
Yep.
Yes, that is absolutely the truth, Samu. You have summed up, I don't even know how many years of people going on Twitter and good job to you, good sir.
And I think to be fair, and to be fair, Cole, it doesn't say anything about my Sonic opinions being good. It just says I don't like Sonic. Like, my platformer of choice is Mega Man X, which is notably not Sonic the Hedgehog.
Meanwhile, with me, like
my two favorite platforming series in terms of like the normal ones is I like Shantae and Klonoa. I don't even like Mario.
I like Mario. I like Tomb Raider. I like.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Which ones?
Let me specify.
Oh yeah, I knew you were joking, Cole. You're good.
Let me specify. I like the Tomb Raider games after after Angel of Darkness. I was about to say after the PS1, but
Get out.
What do you mean get it? I can't go back to those.
Yes, you can.
Can't go back to those tank controls, man.
You coward.
Anyway, but I mean, my favorite platformer of all time is Donkey Kong Country 2, which is strange because I really don't love any or even really like any of the other Donkey Kong Country games. I didn't even really like Tropical Freeze.
I don't like Donkey Kong Country, period, and I'm a weirdo who likes Donkey Kong 64.
You really wait? You like Donkey Kong 64?
I like that game. It's a
Really?
ridiculous collectathon, but I like the different characters with different abilities, and the boss fights are awesome. It's a really fun game.
Well, I mean, Rare
Yeah.
always. You know, I don't really think Rare has ever made a bad game.
I think that's probably their worst game in terms of float is Donkey Kong 64, but that doesn't change the amount of collectibles is a problem in an ultimately good game.
Yes, they definitely. I can see that the collectible aspect of that game, it was out of control, but the game is still solid gameplay wise. Different characters, different abilities, different ways to play, and they were all fun, and that's why I liked it so much. Because Banjo-Kazooie's a good game, but playing as just Banjo-Kazooie, I mean, you do the same thing pretty much the whole time. It was good, but Donkey Kong 64 had a whole bunch of characters that did different things, and I thought that was a really creative thing to do.
Yeah, and actually, I've got it sitting behind me.
The biggest issue with it is that
Plus,
it was,
also, Donkey Kong!
I still love how Grant Kirkhope constantly gets asked about that today, and he's always happy to answer questions about that song. Grant Kirkhope is a friggin' Chad, and anyone who disagrees can fight me.
the issues with Donkey Kong 64 is that you need to literally cut the collectibles by 3/4, literally, because it is insulting. It is an insultingly large amount of collectibles for a game, and you need to make the character switching a lot faster.
Yeah.
Like those are two of the biggest. Those are two of the biggest improvements that you could do to Donkey Kong 64 to really make it a classic.
Personally, I didn't love Donkey Kong 64, but I did like it.
I just don't like Donkey Kong.
Yeah, again, like, I don't know why it's so weird for me that, like,
DK! Donkey Kong!
The only game in the series that I've ever loved was Donkey Kong Country 2, just because, in my opinion, that's the game that did everything right in terms of 2D platformers.
I never played any of them enough to really...
He's the final member of the DK crew!
I will hold that game alongside Sonic 3 and Knuckles and Super Mario World.
Understandable. Yeah, for me, it just wasn't really my kind of platformer. Like, I prefer Mega Man X. It's a lot faster, a lot more designed for that kind of action.
You know, and that's fine. It's just like I will also admit, and this is something that you might see a running theme with some of my favorite games. Nostalgia's a pain in the butt, and I played that game when I was like 4, so you know.
I don't even think it's I don't even think it's nostalgia necessarily. Like, for me, the more that I'm growing up right now, the more I'm like, I'm not even just nostalgic for a lot of the things that I like. I just genuinely love them.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Because, like, to me, when you talk about nostalgia, it's this inability to look back and see its faults. It's this idea that I liked this when I was a child, and now I only like this because it was something I liked as a child. But, like, I look at a lot of that stuff, and I'm just like, this has just grown with me as I've lived my life.
The accusation of you just nostalgic for it is something that haters like to overuse because they want to hate on something. Like, well, the only reason you like it is that you played it as a kid, and it's like, well, or no, or they genuinely like that thing, and that's okay. I don't even know why we're having this friggin' debate.
Yeah.
Like, it is okay to like things. You know that, right? Oh, you don't?
I remember,
oh, okay. Well, let me break it down for you. Like, it's...
Well, to be fair... But not to be fair, I did want to bring one thing up, because there's a YouTuber who I watch very infrequently, but I do like his stuff.
Yeah, I watch that Darkness the Curse guy pretty infrequently. He always makes me mad.
what I was going to say is that, man, maybe I should stop watching. What I was going to say was that there's a dude, whose name is Exo Paradigm Gamer, who had, there was a point that he made when he was reviewing Donkey Kong Country 2, where he said there was a group of people who came out in defense of the first game saying it's the best, and one of them was, Stuttering Craig from ScrewAttack.com.
Oh, no.
Because he said it had quote-unquote wow factor, and what he said in response to that was, riddle me this, Craig. What do you call wow factor reviewed in retrospect? Nostalgia. Games should be judged based on their design, not based on your opinions of how amazing something was 20 years ago.
I agree on both sides.
Which game we talking about?
DKC 2 versus DKC 1.
Well,
Because
in fairness, they're both pretty much the same game.
no, oh god, no they aren't. Do not start that with me. I will sit here and talk about them for hours. I guarantee you that.
Kind of both the same game.
No, they're not. But it's okay.
I can see the argument on both sides, because I do think that there is something that you should absolutely respect a game for having a wow factor. Like, yeah, there are some aspects of Ocarina of Time that have not aged very well, but
At the time, it was like
revolutionary.
yeah, it was something we hadn't seen. The same thing with Mario 64. Like, and I always judge a game by the standards of the time when it came out, because if we always adapt games based off of modern day, like every game would be terrible because of the graphics.
Yeah.
That is true.
And that's a really frickin' stupid thing to do.
I mean,
but
like I mentioned before, you even have people doing retro graphics to go back to that kind of aesthetic.
But you can't just look at a game through, a nostalgia lens based off of, I played it as a kid. Like, I played games as a kid that in retrospect I know weren't actually that good, but as a kid I didn't know any better, so I just played the games.
No, because it was like you either have a game or no game. You didn't have money back then.
Like, objectively speaking, like there's a game called Croc, Legend of the Gobbos.
Oh, I know that game.
Okay. Now, it's not really a bad game, but it was never really a great game.
It really wasn't.
I played it as a kid a lot. And I was like, this is a fine game, But in retrospect, like, it really wasn't, like, it wasn't, again, I actually prefer Croc 2, because I thought they fixed a lot of its issues. Because the original Croc, even for standards of the time, the controls it actually kind of controlled like Tomb Raider.
Yeah, didn't
and
have, like,
for
controls?
Yeah, but it was like a Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, Mario 64 style platformer. Not Tomb Raider.
I actually think it was worse than Tomb Raider, because Tomb Raider actually, like, when you moved, you moved. The issue with Croc is that you slid around too much, because I actually
That's right, you do slide in Croc! I forgot about that element!
Yeah, you freaking drift. And it's just ugh.
I actually kind of had an epiphany like that, where, like, I had a childhood game that I really liked, and I went back to it, and I was like, this isn't, like, all that great, but
like, I loved Mega Man X6 as a kid. I think it's hilarious, but I don't love it in that same sense.
Yeah, well, because I had the same kind of experience with a game that I played when I was a kid. It was
because that was the first game I pre-ordered. I begged my aunt to get it for me for Christmas, and she ordered it online and everything. I got a T-shirt out of it, and I got me some Mega Man X6, and I didn't know any better until a lot later when I played it again, and I'm like, oh my god.
The donuts.
Well, it was weird going back to it because I was struggling, and I'm like, I do not remember this being this freaking hard.
Could I bring up an example from my childhood?
You didn't have a childhood. You're a filthy Zoomer.
So back when I was a kid,
I like how you completely ignore me. Good job. Go ahead.
There was a game that was called Scooby-Doo Mystery Mayhem. Now, when I was a kid, I genuinely liked that game. Went back to it a little while ago, and I was like, This is not nearly as good as I remember it being. And this goes for both the console version and the GBA version, because I played the GBA version first, and they're both totally different games, as expected, but the GBA version, I kid you not, has some of the most god-awful level design I have ever seen in a 2D platformer, period.
You want to answer me?
Yeah. For me,
I still
I
like the game
don't-
because, you know, I have those memories of playing it, but do I think it's a great game? No. Now, on the flip side, I'm gonna go to a game that I will absolutely love till the day I die. I played a Monster House game on the GBA, and I went back to that recently, and that game I think still is a very solid game.
It's terrible.
No, it isn't.
It's terrible.
Have you played it?
I don't need to.
Well, then shut up.
That's fair.
No, I love that game. It's basically a Zelda clone, but in terms of like any Zelda clone I've ever played, that's probably the best one.
There's God, there's a game I was trying to think of the name of now. I don't remember. There's another game like that where I went back to it and I'm like, what the hell was this? Why is this game cancer now?
Oh god, wait,
there's a
you know what?
series of games for me that does that to me really badly, and it makes me cry every time I think about it, because it's one of those situations where the games themselves are not bad. It's just that they're really poorly balanced, and it's impossible to play.
No,
At least for me. Understand that.
Yeah. She didn't say anything.
I hate to do this to you.
Back, you know.
This is my favorite.
That's like stupid.
I'm sorry, but Mega Man Battle Network.
The first one?
I can't play any of the Battle Network games
Any of
because
them?
I don't think they're good.
Wow. That's a weird thing for you to say because I know you love Battle Network.
My thing with Battle Network is that they are games from their time that were forced to be bigger than they should have been. They are games that are like 30-hour RPGs, if you're really bad, that should have been cut in half, that had way too much grinding involved, they had way too high of a battle rate, there was not enough focus on the actual forward-moving story in a lot of ways, and there was too many games at the end of the day, I feel like. And my favorite thing about the Battle Network series will forever be the manga and the anime, because they both take the best aspects of Battle Network and combines them into a really good forward-moving thing, and I much appreciated that. If we ever got remakes of Battle Network, if we could cut the games in half, I think we would have something amazing.
I do think they suffered from old school RPG bloat.
Yes.
Quite a bit. Like, they were still good games, but like, you know, there was a lot of padding in them.
The difficulty
Oh.
spikes made it impossible to play too. Like
Oh my god.
I know that you reviewed them, Josh, but like, you didn't fight Alpha.
You know,
Well, you didn't get good.
so guys,
So-
I,
No, you did.
I actually just thought of another game now that I think about it that I realized when I was an adult. This kind of sucks.
Oh, I know. I'm not stupid.
It involves a little purple dragon.
Okay, hold on. Before you finish, which one?
The fourth one.
Trash,
The
trash
Dragon
tier,
Flies
absolute, absolute trash, absolute. I think that was the first game I ever got that I actually played it, and I'm like, this game is total crap.
Yep.
Like, it was my first like awakening to that, because I was just like, this is really bad. Like, what the heck?
Everyone wanted to complain hardcore about Legend of Spyro, and I just look at these people and I'm like, You guys know Enter the Dragonfly exists, right?
Yo, Enter the
When I was a
Dragonfly
little kid, look, when I was a
sucks.
little kid, I didn't know any better.
No, it's okay. That's fine, man. That's what we're talking about. But
Yeah.
man, that was like I was old enough where I was like. Plus, I grew up on the other Spyro games, and like if you played all 3 games like I did and played them multiple times like I did, and 100%ed all of them like I did, and then go into Enter the Dragonfly. That's actually probably how I got my cancer, really.
You want to know what's insulting? Now that I think about it,
I would like to freeze for 1 second and say, don't worry, Christian. A Hero's Tale is actually pretty well received by most people. That's a pretty good Spyro game.
what I will say is that I got more enjoyment from an isometric Spyro game on the Game Boy Advance than I did from Enter the Dragonfly. I kid you not.
I don't blame you.
It was
Hold on a second. Samu, I'm in remission. I had cancer. Go ahead.
It was called Spyro 2 Season of Flame, and I literally remember how I got it. We were just at like a JCPenney or a Macy's or something where like the video game section was like really small, and I saw that. And my mom was like, "Do you want this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I played that Spyro game on the GameCube. I'll give it a go." And I ended up actually really loving it. And then when I got older, I got Enter the Dragonfly again, and I was sad at how trash of a game it was.
I really want to play and enjoy the rest of the Legend of Spyro games, because I beat A New Beginning, but I never got very far in Eternal Night. I really liked those games.
Why did Hunter look like a demented puppet?
Because Enter the Dragonfly is terrible.
This is a genuine question.
No. Josh, okay. Have you seen the character designs for Dawn of the Dragon?
No.
Dude, Hunter looks sick in Dawn of the Dragon.
Write it off. It didn't but I think it's because
It's really bad that I couldn't get into the Spyro games, like, when I tried them again as an adult. I bought the Spyro Reignited trilogy.
I tried to play those. The first game was a bit too difficult. I got most of the way through 2. I haven't even started 3.
I never got it because I have the originals.
Fair point. I mean, I will say, I mostly got them for convenience, so, you know.
Gosh, I sent it to you in DM.
But, like, honestly, like, first impressions are a big thing for me in a game, and I didn't really have great first impressions of the first Spyro game from the Reignited trilogy.
I think that the first Spyro game is probably the weakest out of the 3.
That's not Hunter. He looks way too cool to be dopey old Hunter.
That's definitely Hunter. He looks awesome. I really like the Legend of Spyro games. It really felt like no one gave them a fair chance.
Well, to be fair, by that point, we'd been through a lot of bad Spyro games.
I agree, but also, most of those bad ones were like... Okay, first off, you had one bad Spyro game that was like a main game, and that was Enter the Dragonfly. That was the only one.
So
And then
basically,
after that, you had A Hero's Tale, which was good. A Hero's Tale was good.
Was it?
Yes.
so basically from what I'm gathering,
Was it?
So from
Yes.
what I'm gathering from what you're saying, Kane, A Hero's Tale was kind of like the Sonic Unleashed of its time.
I don't know if that's accurate.
That's not accurate.
Okay, then never mind. I'm just trying to make an apt comparison based on stuff that I played, so forgive me.
That's fine. But yeah, like, A Hero's Tale was fine. It was a good game. And after that, like, I totally get you with, like, all of the GBA and the DS kind of shovelware. That was all really bad for the most part.
What was Spyro?
Yeah. For, like, all the handheld stuff was just kind of... it just wasn't what anyone wanted.
But I like the GBA games.
Yes, but it was also not what anyone wanted.
Fair point.
They were really bad.
I love Season of Flame.
And then
Well,
and then they
you
came out with
don't
the
get to
Legend
like
of Spyro.
things on the internet. We've been over this.
Well, the internet can bite me.
Oh, please, you come in here complaining every other day about what people say to you in your videos.
No, I don't.
You used to.
Yeah, how long has it been since I've done that?
Like 3 weeks.
3
I think
weeks?
Alora is supposed to be a satyr, isn't she?
Yeah, she's a satyr.
Yeah.
Alora?
She's from Spyro 2.
Yeah, she's a satyr. She's a goat.
Oh, that's the I'm a fawn, you dork. That character.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think they wanted to say the word satyr because it's related to Pan, and that's like some people are like, that's the devil.
To be fair, I have seen instances of games getting banned in different countries for reasons like that. I mean, the entirety of the Fallout franchise is banned in India, for instance.
Well, India's going crazy lately, so I'm not surprised.
Well, do you know why, though, it is banned in India?
Why?
Because there's a creature in the games that's called the Brahmin, and it's mutated two-headed cows.
Oh
And-
no, not cows!
Yeah,
So you can't insult cows in India.
Yeah, well, it's because they called them Brahmin. And you could kill them freely. That's actually, I think, the main reason why that game series got banned in India.
Yeah.
Because they saw it as, like, really disrespectful or something. I could
Yeah,
be
cows are
wrong.
sacred in Hindu religion, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, so, like, the fact that you could go around, like, indiscriminately murdering mutated cows called Brahmin, you know, probably set some people off over there.
They've been trying to push themselves into a theocracy,
April has the.
Yeah, I remember that.
which is
She,
old.
That's not what-
It's old school, to say the least.
That's not what Gandhi wanted, right?
No.
I was gonna say.
yeah.
And even if he did, their attitude towards Hinduism is not really about the peace element, which is a
What's it about then?
Let me take you over here to these few articles about an organization called Al Qaeda. Replace every word, erase the words Islam with Hindu, and it's about that attitude, actually. Which is why I'm alarmed.
Who's laughing in the background?
Oh, that's my girlfriend. She can't really hear what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like, lately it's been very, very much concerning when it comes to what their administration wants to do, what they think should happen. Like, they're pushing themselves more towards, you know, the idea of hostilities with Pakistan, which is irritating because, like, they could just leave each other alone. They really could. It's
You can't leave each other alone.
yeah,
on the
we
Earth.
can. You know, look at us in Canada. Generally speaking, we don't have problems. Do you know why?
Because we I don't know why.
We leave each other alone!
We leave them up as to paraphrase something that Ben Stiller once said. We leave them up there with their maple syrup and their cheap pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
I didn't know if I could notice that she silenced
So the Legend of Spyro games are cool.
Thank you, Kane. Thank you. I
I
never have played any of the Legend of Spyro games, but honestly, I just wasn't really that big into Spyro when I was a kid.
I don't blame you. I'm the same way. Still kind of am. I don't really like the classic Spyro games that much. It's just not for me. Like, I tried really hard to get into Spyro 2 and I got far, but I don't know, it just wasn't my thing.
But Kane, did you shoot for the stars? Although they look pretty far.
No, but
Are you gonna find your own
I
way
hate that
and take a
game so
chance on today?
goddamn much.
Sky are so bright, the colors
feel so right.
Let's
Let's take a chance, we're gonna
reach
keep
for the
on
stars
running.
tonight.
The sky with stars so bright, the colors feel so right. It's cheesy as hell, but I love that music.
I love that song.
What's the matter, Josh?
You.
Oh, well, my apologies for.
I mean, we can sing the
existing.
better Sonic
No, 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 no,
song.
no, 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 no. I don't know what you're gonna do, but I'm not gonna like it.
Rolling around at the speed of sound.
Well-
Got places to go, got to follow my rainbow.
Well, I don't really mind that. I more mind you in particular singing it.
Meanwhile, I don't know, like, I'm very iffy when it comes to Sonic music.
It's generally not my speed, especially Genesis stuff. Cannot deal with any of the Genesis stuff, but that
Well,
is
that's-
for
but
external
that's-
reasons.
Why?
Yeah, I was about to say that's because of like reasons beyond your control.
Yeah,
what
that
I
is
was-
for external reasons that are not under my control.
Yeah, what I was actually going, what I was gonna say was like, I don't know. I'm very like I am very iffy with some of the Sonic music. Like some of it I really love, and some of it I really don't like. I love stuff from like 06 and Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. Like those soundtracks are amazing. I love Colors' music. Generations, obviously, but then again, like, that's, like, remixes of, like, old songs, so, like, I mean, like, does that count?
Well, sure. Well,
You gotta admit, they really did a great
no, they were
job with the
yeah,
remixes.
they were good remixes. So like, fine, yeah, that's fine.
No,
you're not allowed to like that thing. Actually, I changed my mind. You
no,
liking anything is forbidden.
The little bit of
Speaking of
music I've heard from
remixes-
Sonic Lost World I actually really liked as well.
You can't like things from Sonic Lost World. In fact, you're not
I
allowed to
don't-
like Sonic Lost World. Period. Around here.
I don't remember anything from Boom other than the opening theme.
Sonic.
No, not even that. It's like the dun 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 like that theme.
Nope.
Speaking of
I have
remixes,
blocked it out of my memory.
Actually, blocked
You know what? That's probably for the best. Not gonna lie.
Speaking of remixes, I cannot stand the version of Reach for the Stars that's in Sonic Ultimate, or that's in Sonic Colors Ultimate.
Yeah, I really can't either.
They redid it.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
redid a lot of the music and it sounds worse.
Interesting.
So if you thought the music was bad in the original game, oh boy.
Oh, God, watch me like it.
You probably you might. They went a lot more of a rock and roll aspects, but for me,
Yeah, rather than-
I didn't like that. Like especially for Reach for the Stars, I liked its techno sound.
And
That's my
yeah,
favorite
like,
thing about that song.
yeah, like I like that. That's the reason I liked it too. Kind of reminded me a bit
Oh,
of like Code Lyoko's
that sucks.
theme, weirdly enough.
You should have gone with them.
Like it's the most frustrating thing that I actually don't really like Nate Wants to Battle's version of it. Because I like the techno. I like
Yes.
how electronic it sounds in the original. It's got a very nice sound to it.
Did you always ask me that? Because you always ask me that. Did I?
Meanwhile, there have been remixes of older songs that I've actually genuinely enjoyed.
You said-
I love
you
the
said 1 or 2
remixes
hours.
of the songs from Yakuza 1.
Therefore, I assume Max.
In Yakuza Kiwami. Like I think the remix of Funk Goes On in Yakuza Kiwami is probably one of the best theme songs in that series. At least in terms of like, basic battle music. And I absolutely love the remix that they did of For Whose Sake, which is the final boss theme of that game.
Exactly. She silenced their conversation.
But yeah,
This one gets me in trouble. But another like remix thing I can't stand is I cannot stand Super Smash Brothers music.
yeah, there's a lot of people who really seem to hate the version of Sticker Bush. It was finally revealed to be Sticker Bush Symphony that's in Brawl, and I actually really like that music.
I don't like
If only
any of
because
it.
it's
Like,
what?
I just don't like any of it. All those remixes to me try way too hard.
Yeah. I mean, like, I guess another example I could bring up in terms of, like, remixes that I thought did justice was Xenoblade Definitive Edition. I thought most of the music in that game was actually redone, like, masterfully. And the fact that they added the option to include the classic music from day one of the game was actually also a legitimately nice touch.
Oh, by the way, speaking of Xenoblade, I have a fun fact for you guys about Xenoblade Chronicles.
Uh-huh.
Do you know how Xenoblade Chronicles is on a dual layer DVD in North America?
Yeah?
Because the game is about like 7 gigabytes.
Yeah?
Yeah, fun fact about this one, it's not on a dual layer disc in Japan.
Really?
Yeah. And the reason it's not is because the awkward way that we localized the game to implement the English the English the English lip animations and voice acting, we ended up tying them to the models themselves. So all of the models get duplicated and doubled the size so that you can play in dual language mode. So that's the only reason Xenoblade Chronicles is on a dual layer disc in North America.
That's actually really interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a really weird fact, but I just learned it recently, and I'm like, oh wow.
That does make some sense, though.
Yeah. And I mean, it worked. So I mean, no complaints there.
Yeah,
We got
everyone
Xenoblade. That was
loves
the important part.
Yeah, everyone loves the voice acting in those games. You know what's weird actually is
Does everyone? Do you
yeah.
speak? Do you speak for everyone?
I speak for most people who have played the games.
I don't think you do.
Well, then
You don't have that authority.
Okay,
I
then.
have more Xenoblade authority than you, Teddy.
Shut the hell up, Kane.
Oof.
Right now. I'm not even gonna like dignify that with like a joking response. Do not try to say.
For those in the chat who don't know, I literally don't play Xenoblade at all.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Xenoblade Chronicles is my third favorite game of all time. So.
Third, not first. Third.
No, but honestly, like each of my top 3 games just kind of signify like my favorite game in a respective genre. Like I said, like Xenoblade Chronicles is my favorite RPG, DKC 2 is my favorite platformer, and Zelda's my favorite adventure game.
You've put way too much thought into this.
I do, because autism, I like to categorize things.
Why do you lean into that?
Because I don't want to lie and say, like, oh no, I don't do that.
Controlled by the tism, you fool.
It's just how my brain works. I've always liked categorizing things. Because if I don't, I get really anxious and scared, and then I'm like, where is everything, you know? But yeah, I love Xenoblade. It's one of my favorite games, and I think I'm like the only person in this entire Discord server who likes it as much as I do. Because Kane's tried it multiple times and hasn't managed to get into it.
Yeah. The closest I got is thankfully the easy mode in the definitive edition, but even then they decided, oh yeah, let's hide this. Because intelligence.
It's like smoking, but less cool. Well, it's also less chance to kill me. My girlfriend actually smokes. I did used to smoke.
If you think smoking is cool, you're dumb.
Oh, don't... Who the hell are you? Frickin' Freddy No Bear? And the No Gang?
Yes.
Wally Bear and the No.
Wally Bear, that was it!
I mean, like, I have my own personal reasons for not wanting to, because...
Just say... No, we know the story. Don't you start again.
Yeah, Not gonna get too personal. Alright, but yeah, And I don't drink either, because I don't like the taste of alcohol, so...
Jesus, Boxcar.
What do you say? What do you say?
Nobody smokes to be cool. We smoke to get lit.
I mean, if you want to get lit, you can always just light a match.
Boxcar, I appreciate your company in this stream.
Let's see why we're... listen. Why do you care what other people do? You know, secondhand, I get it. Don't smoke around your kids. Don't smoke in a car with somebody else. You know, like, that sort of thing I understand. But if someone wants to take that risk for themselves, that's them, you know?
I mean, I
Oh yeah,
currently...
do it. If you want to do it, I am not going to stop you. But if you tell me it's cool, I'm gonna...
Yeah, Kane,
Tell
don't
you
you
exactly
want
what
to...
that means?
Kane, don't you want to be cool?
No, being cool usually sucks.
I mean, like... I could say something, but it's... You know what, screw it. I've already probably pissed people off. There's a dude who I work with who smokes, and he comes in every day smelling like stale cigarettes, and I cannot stand it. Like, every time, it's just like an assault on my nose.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Solid Snake smokes, but Solid Snake can also, like, you know, snap, like, 3 dudes' necks in one blow. It's not really a fair comparison to say I'm just like Solid Snake because I smoke. It's not really... Not really.
I mean, didn't you always say that I look like Otacon?
To be honest, I think Kane looks more like Otacon than you, and Kane acts more like Otacon than you.
Fair point. I mean, like, who would I be then? Who would I be?
You wouldn't be anybody. I can't think of anybody in the Metal Gear. You're a hard person to place, Ted, because you're not... How do I put this?
I don't have the personality of anybody who's in Metal Gear.
Well, definitely not in the Metal Gear. No, I was okay. Yeah, we'll go with that. That's a good way to put it.
Why were you gonna put it another way?
You're kind of a normie. Is like,
fair point.
Like, you know, writing a character about, you know, you would just be kind of. We've been over this. Like, when it comes to, like, you know, who would I be in this game? You would be an NPC, Ted. Like, that's the thing with you.
I mean, you did. You also did say that you think I would be Dwight Schrute in The Office. So.
Yeah, well, that's a unique situation.
That's a unique situation.
I would be Jim.
Bears
really?
beats Battlestar Galactica.
I also would like to acknowledge, I don't think either way is cool. So, like, yeah.
Don't you want to be in the cool kids club? You gotta... What, I don't know what we're talking about anymore.
Neither do I.
Someone just mentioned that there's studies that say e-cigarettes are worse than cigarettes, and I'm like, I don't think either one is cool.
Yeah, who's sponsoring those studies? Like, people keep saying that, but, like... Shut up.
Yeah, like, it doesn't... Like, until we get, like, actual real studies out that aren't paid for by certain companies, like, I don't think...
Yeah, you can't just say studies say. Which studies? Where are the studies? Like...
It's like Survey says on Family Feud. Like, who do they ask? 100 random people.
The only verifiable proof that I've ever found when it comes to actual legitimate research involves black market vapes, which can do serious damage, but those are black market vapes. Don't buy those.
Do I look like the kind of guy that would do that kind of thing to a kid like you?
You know, and plus, as someone who's had both, at least in terms of, I feel like, you know, this is purely based off personal experience. This is purely based off of, to me, cigarettes are way frickin' dirtier. Like,
Yep.
there's, like, I feel like garbage if I have a cigarette. You know, like, my lungs feel like absolute trash. Vaping doesn't make me feel that way. Now, I will say this, though. Just to dissuade anybody, because I wouldn't necessarily recommend anybody, you know, intentionally get a nicotine addiction. Don't do that, regardless of the medium. Because I will tell you, I did once try to quit vaping. And I still got what they call cessation bronchitis. Which is... it feels... They call it that because it's just bronchitis, but what happens is... It usually refers to cigarettes. When you stop smoking cigarettes... When you smoke, the cilia in your lungs, which helps spread around the mucus that's part of the natural... the thing your lung naturally does to clean itself, well, they start to break down. When you stop smoking, they go into they heal and they go into overdrive, so you get a lot of mucus build up in your lungs, hence the cessation bronchitis. I got that when I tried to quit vaping, so based on me alone, I can give an educated guess that vaping does still damage your cilia. That might not be good.
Yeah, just like smoking in general is not a good idea. It's your personal choice to do so, but like it's not cool to do it, you know? Like what you're sacrificing for the slight social cool points is not worth it's not worth it. I genuinely do not believe it's worth it.
Withdrawal has to do with more mental issues, like, your nicotine gives you a, it's more of a, technically speaking, it energizes you, but the effect on your mind is a very calming sensation. That's why people generally smoke to calm down. Withdrawal symptoms can usually make someone really just freaking grumpy. Just really freaking grumpy. But the bronchitis comes along with that. It's part of the process. It's going to happen just because your lungs are healing. But like I said, that did happen when I tried to quit vaping, which tells me that at least in some way it does damage my lungs, which means I should probably quit at some point. But so far I haven't done that yet. Don't yell at me.
Meanwhile, I know I probably shouldn't, because I have asthma, so I can only see me smoking making my condition much, much worse. And I haven't had...
No, it won't.
I sincerely hope that's sarcasm.
It's definitely sarcasm.
Okay, good. I was about to say, dude. Like, I've had instances where I could not breathe because of asthma attacks, so...
Well, have you tried getting better at breathing?
Gee, never thought of that before.
Fair question.
If we were not streaming, oh my god. The things I would say. But yeah, no, I have asthma. It is actually like a very serious thing. So if I smoke, there's like a, I don't want to like be like, oh, I'm a mathematician. I guarantee you, there's probably going to be like, my condition's going to get like 10 times worse.
Yeah, exactly. Like I know that exactly that. I get ya.
Microscopic medical. Well, first of all, I'm sorry your cousin died. Where did he get the vape though? Because microscopic metal particles, that sounds like a black market vape that wasn't made properly. A reputable vape that you get from an actual vape shop that's actually made by a legitimate company that specializes in it. That kind of, like, there shouldn't even be any metal in the vape. It's just the fluid, which is the flavor plus nicotine, and then the coil is actually just cotton. That's the heating element. That's how you get the vapor from the vape. They call it juice. There should not be metal involved.
A friend of mine has. Hold on. I want to read this. A friend of mine has asthma. My dad looked at him and said, "Out of all the things to suck at, why suck at breathing?" I sincerely hope you kicked your dad's ass.
It's a joke. Also, don't swear.
I get that.
You're not sure it's one his friend got him. That It sounds black market to me. That metal particles sounds like something. It was a poorly made black market vape. A lot of the especially it's a real problem when it comes to like pot smokers, because there's no outside of the states that allow it in America, there's no legitimate way to get a THC vape. It's illegal. But people do it still, and they get it off the black market. They don't buy pot, they just get a vape and the vape fluid. But the problem is, because it's unregulated, they can do all kinds of funky crap with it. And, I heard about the teenager that had to have a lung transplant, and people were like, vaping's terrible for you. No, he bought that crap on the streets. That's why it destroyed his lungs. You go into a vape shop and get it from people who actually know how to make them and make them safe, and, that's... I'm not going to say it's completely safe. I'm sure it has some negative effect, but it doesn't rip your lungs to shreds. That's not normal. No. Ultra fine particles. Well, I mean, still, that there's. Let me put it this way: if there's a legitimate, actual, large-scale vape company that makes vapes and makes vape juice, that's constantly putting ultra fine particles in their crap that will literally kill you rather quickly, that company's not going to be in business very long.
I bet having asthma sucks.
No, but
Yeah.
I mean, either way, I am very sorry that happened to your cousin. If you're still there, Warhawk, that, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Juul has actually been completely banned from America, from what I understand. That just happened recently, but that had to do not with the vapes themselves. Juul's issue is that they were intentionally gearing their marketing to teens. They were found guilty of doing that. That's why they were banned. It wasn't necessarily the vapes that they were trying to get teenagers addicted to nicotine, and that's not cool. I personally would not be okay with that myself. That's.
I'm seriously not about to make love yourself movie. Because now that I can transfer gifts,
Yeah, that's probably. I mean, I don't do weed. I don't. I just don't. That's just me. No judgment either way. But I will say, I would say don't get the electric ones, because there's been way too many times where they were poorly made and someone literally, they can kill you. So just be careful with that kind of stuff. So, it's probably good on you to avoid it. I'll be upfront and say I tried weed a few times, but the problem is people are like, "Oh man, it helps my anxiety so much." No, not with me, man. I had way too many thoughts that I forgot I was able to have. Like, it doesn't vibe with me. It's just, I don't like not being aware. And weed made it so that, like, I was stuck in my own head, and I just couldn't get out, and I couldn't keep myself focused on anything. Not for me. Not for me. Teddy here's a major pothead, right, Ted? Right, Ted?
Hmm? What?
You big pothead?
Are you asleep under the tree?
No, I just didn't hear what the conversation
You friends
was
with
about.
Puff the Magic Dragon?
He lives by the sea?
And frolicked in the autumn mist in a land called Honolulu. Oh god.
I told them you're a major pothead.
Oh, well, no, that's not true. I've never smoked weed in my entire life. You guys just open up some memories for me.
Memories of what? Weed?
No, my great grandfather used to sing that song to me all the time when I was a little kid before he passed away.
Ah.
So your grandfather was a major stoner.
Well, he was a World War II vet, so I don't know.
Gotta watch those veterans. They got a lot of demons.
Jesus Christ!
This is the fact. No offense
joke.
meant at all.
Alright. And then my grandfather was a Vietnam vet.
Go
What?
tell your mom says you love the edibles, though.
You love the edibles? What are you talking about?
Wow, he doesn't even
Oh.
know. That's great.
Oh, no.
He has no
No.
idea. He's
No,
so
I saw in the
confused.
I saw in the chat, and no, I've never had edibles either.
Are you sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
It's okay to admit it.
I am positive, Josh. I've never had edibles.
Neither have I.
That you know of.
Yes, that I
Really
know
have
of.
not.
You
God.
hope not.
Why does everything have to be so strange?
I have no idea.
Are you high right now?
No. I am tired,
That
though.
was a weird way to put it. That's all I'm saying.
Josh, how long have you known me now?
Long enough to know that there have been times where you have shown up in a call, and I seriously wondered if you were stoned out your mind.
No, not stoned. Although, for some weird reason, whenever I get really tired, everybody thinks that I'm high, so...
See, it's not just me.
Made a stoner quote. I mean, no, that's just like... Whenever it gets late at night, I always just, like... My brain just, like, opens up into a weird place.
Someone just tell you to make a stoner quote?
No, he
Oh.
said I made a stoner quote.
Gotcha. Ugh. Ugh.
You know, guys, there's 2 lanes here for a reason. That's all I'm saying. You don't need to be in this all and be in the center lane. There's 2 lanes to turn left. You could use both of them. It's actually completely all right to do that. Have you considered that? Actually, it's a green light. Why are you stopped at all? Now it's a red light. See, this guy's smart. He's going around all you idiots.
These guys are worse drivers than I am.
They're stopping again. You stop before it's red. What is the matter with you? Yeah, that YouTuber they're talking about is a lot better than that crappy Darkness the Curse guy.
What?
They're talking about some YouTuber in the chat. What are you guys doing? Everyone got quiet, including me.
I'm just
Silence.
I'm thinking about stuff.
The cone of silence, it falls.
It's not a con. I'm just thinking about stuff.
Thinking about what?
I don't know.
Be getting
life,
high?
Life. What it generally means, all that.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me.
Don't hurt me.
No more.
Oh, Kane.
Stop.
I'm actually glad, because somebody just said thoughts on Kingdom Hearts 4. Now,
Oh no.
with that in mind, Kane, I found
Oh,
a
no.
hilarious meme involving Kingdom Hearts 3 earlier today, and I need to share it
no.
with you.
That has nothing to do with Kingdom Hearts 4.
No, but it does have to do with Kingdom Hearts because, and I'm glad that they mentioned that because they remind me. So, Kane.
My thought is, I do not like the first trailer we got. I'm glad we got a confirmation that it's staying the way it was. I feel like I do not like anything about that first world. I don't think that there's a point to having it there. Stop turning every single game into a hyper-realistic thing when it doesn't have to be. You're terrible at this. And, yeah, so...
With that in mind,
The first
Kane,
trailer was not great, but we've got confirmations that things are going to go back to normal. So I'm still hopeful for 4. I think the biggest thing to look forward to Kingdom Hearts 4 is starting a new saga, and maybe a time where, like, Kingdom Hearts can tell a single story without going 9 to 10 games in.
And then you start Kingdom Hearts 4. My God, it's Xehanort!
I swear.
So Kane, with that in mind, take a look at what I just sent you.
I have seen Top Gun Maverick. It was a really good movie.
It was an amazing movie.
It was a really good movie.
Love it.
Great.
There you go. I wanted you to laugh, so there you go.
That's
Kane
pretty funny.
finds no
That was a
humor
good
here.
movie.
Only agony and despair.
If I became a British rail critic for the channel, what would I have to be called by darkness? I don't know.
What's the
Person
question?
Keeping a meme alive. If you became if this person, Cordeja Opal Zito, became a British rail critic for the channel, what would he have to be called by you?
The same name. You don't have to change your name to become a member. That'd be stupid.
Is it okay if I just call you Opal? Because, like, I'm always going to stumble with that pronunciation, especially when it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning.
No, you have to call him by what he wants to be called. You just assume that you can call him whatever you want.
I am
Did
asking
you?
if it's okay.
Well, it's not okay. And I know, because I speak for him.
I do hope that Kingdom Hearts 4 is ultimately a better product than Kingdom Hearts 3. I think in terms of polish and, like, quality of combat, I think 3 is definitely the weakest. And in terms of story, it is absolutely the most rushed and just... God. That was the most inconsistent quality Kingdom Hearts experience in the entire franchise. Like, Recoded was bad, but it was at least consistently bad. Like, you knew you just didn't have to play Recoded.
At least it was consistently bad.
I mean, it
The
was.
The hell kind of statement is that?
I mean, he's not wrong.
In terms of its basic core mechanics, and the way that the battles and damage works, you're kind of forced to use these mechanics, and if you don't, then there's not really a game anymore. Like, it's very one or the other, and it's not good either way. I think that the best thing that could possibly happen for Kingdom Hearts 3 is a fan-made balance that removes a bunch of the bloat mechanics and just focuses on the game itself.
It was very insightful, Kane.
Was it?
Oh no.
I still want Birth by Sleep Final Mix.
Is that actually a thing?
Yes.
In Japan?
Yes.
Hmm.
And even though we
The old-
technically got Final Mix, problem with our version of Final Mix is that we removed the multiplayer.
Oh, that's the problem.
Yup.
Well, I added a second road so you guys could split it up and neither would be clogged, but you all just moved to the second road so now it's clogged instead of the first road. Ah!
Sounds like you really need to get this show on the road.
I don't know why I bother helping these idiots out is really where I'm at with it. I'm just like, really?
Are you talking about the people in the car or us?
The people in all these cars, just every single one of them. David Thompson, Christina Carter, Grace Butler, Courtney Carter, Trinity Floors, Antonio Reed, Marissa Bailey, Victoria Rogers, Paige Hughes, and everybody else. All idiots! Every last one of you!
God, you sounded like...
Okay, I'll finish up.
I just don't get it. Ultimately, thinking about the KH4 trailer. Like, it was such a tone-deaf trailer. Like, did you really expect people to be okay with that?
Evidently they did.
I mean, people that aren't you were okay with it, Kane.
Yeah, people who have taste in Kingdom Hearts weren't okay with it.
Kane's just going off of off tonight.
I mean, I don't know what you expected.
I don't know. I don't know either.
I've gone over it before, but TLDR is stop forcing franchises into places that they shouldn't be. Either let it die off on a good note, or just don't make it if you can't make it proper. Stop trying to make it something it's not. I would have rather not have had Warrior Within and Two Thrones happen at all. Stop shoving series into places they shouldn't be.
What do you mean tonight? Well, okay. I'm gonna use Kane's explanation for what he defines as tonight. He defines it as, have you gone to sleep? Then it's tonight. Have you awoken? Then it's the morning.
What do you mean, Kane? You do that same thing.
Well, he explained to me last night, or not last night, but another night, I don't remember, about that, and I was like, that's actually a really good way to do it.
Now
Yep.
you could turn here and go around the other way. You could turn here.
But he chooses not to.
Go around this way. You could do a lot of things, but instead you're going to stay in this one spot in a horrific traffic jam that I have no way of fixing.
But what if it's 3 p.m.? Then it's the afternoon.
I mean, Josh,
Very
clearly
simple.
the reason why no one is going on your roads is because they're not at a 45-degree angle.
A lot of people are going on my roads. That's the problem.
But they're not at a 45-degree angle.
You know what would fix this? If you rode the train more. The trains aren't even full. There's room for you.
Thank you, Shax. Shax, I wouldn't exactly call that a well-fought victory. We basically crushed them. I wasn't even paying attention. I just put on a mix of music, and I somehow got to living
Oh, I
in the
didn't-
city
I
from
didn't-
Sonic R.
I didn't realize you were that good.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you're just the best player ever, really. It's one of those
I'm
things.
not.
Oh yeah, I play Kingdom Hearts 2. I'm so good at driving trains.
I am trying to figure out how I can reroute everything to make this a little easier for everybody, but it seems... Honestly, I feel kind of bad about building those highways in the first place. The highways made this worse. If I had not built the highways, this wouldn't be happening.
I don't know why, but you just reminded me of last night when I was watching. I was rewatching Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and
They're calling it a freeway.
only an idea that loony could have been thought up by it too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'd also like to point out the phrase that your way was the highway, right, Josh? And now no one can use the highway. So now you're stuck in a permanent loop.
Well, I was trying to avoid the problem because everyone was trying to use the dirt roads. Now, they hadn't really built up, and there wasn't like a backlog or anything, but I knew it was going to happen. So I built the highways preemptively, and then everyone started using them, and I'm like, great, but now the problem is the city roads aren't big enough to accommodate everybody, so there's nothing but a traffic jam with everyone trying to get back off the highways. And when I built extra roads that go different directions to detour around traffic to try to ease things up, they don't freaking use them. Or if they do use them, they all use them because they love sitting in traffic. It doesn't make any sense. And yes, I'm really annoyed about this. It's so dumb.
I mean, considering my complaints about Kingdom Hearts, I'm not going to judge you for that. Quick, make some roundabouts.
You know what's interesting about that? Not, well, oh, that's right, I downloaded a mod for that. There are roundabouts now.
Florida man kidnaps 21 people, forces them to play Yahtzee for 36 hours. I mean, there are, in terms of games to be forced to play for 36 hours, there are worse games that you could do than Yahtzee. But the question is, like, are they allowed to go, like, take a break to go take a piss or something?
No.
No.
Then, okay.
I have no idea.
They have to play Yahtzee.
Then let's just hope they didn't drink any fluids. Cards Against Humanity. I love Cards Against Humanity.
It used to be the Yahtzee scene used to be my favorite scene in Scary Movie 3 growing up. Like, my favorite scene in that movie, if I had to pick one. I watched that movie way too many times growing up. Actually, I'm gonna see if I can find that. Have you seen Scary Movie 3, Teddy?
No.
I don't blame you. It's not very good.
I don't really like parody movies, as a general rule.
No, they don't like
And-
you.
I don't mind parody as long as it's well intended. Like Dragon Ball Z Abridged. You know, Dragon Ball Z Abridged is clearly a labor of love for the Dragon Ball franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And like, especially when you get to like the Cell Saga and the Android Saga where they really upped their game, you can tell. So, when a movie like Vampires Suck comes around, and all it is just really dumb, so we're gonna make a movie to make fun of it. And I'm like, you guys are making me defend Twilight. Please stop.
The worst fate known to mankind.
Yo,
Being in a
the
position where you
worst
are
thing- the
forced
worst-
to defend the Twilight Saga.
The worst insult that I've had personally to myself is that I had to watch and defend Avatar from Cartoon Network's Mad. That was one of the worst parodies I've ever seen in my life.
What?
It was... Huh?
What was one of the worst parodies you've ever seen in your life?
Okay, so do you know Cartoon Network's version of Mad TV?
I didn't know they had one. No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's garbage. The worst, low, bottom of the barrel. I could write better humor in my sleep. I have dreamt better humor in my sleep than this frickin' show. It is bad. And they did an Avatar parody. Not The Last Airbender, but James Cameron Avatar.
Okay.
Now, as you know, I do not like that movie. I think its story is terrible. But I would much rather watch Avatar than ever even acknowledge the parody known as Avatar.
I think the worst.
Really? That's what they called it?
Oh, that's not even the worst of it.
I don't know, man. It already sounds really bad.
I think.
Oh. Do
can
you
I-
want me to spoil it?
Yeah,
They
because
did-
I'd rather eat broken glass than watch something called that.
They make a keyboard cat joke, and they make the cat blue. That's the joke.
That's the joke. Insert humor here, I guess.
I'm gonna go
It is
find.
not-
I'm gonna go find the joke.
It is the most offensive piece of attempted humor that I've ever seen from a professional company.
You want to know what is probably like the one instance I've probably had of something similar to what you guys are talking about was when because okay, like full disclosure, I actually find this movie entertaining as hell, but I had to defend Jim Carrey's "How the Grinch Stole Christmas" when
People usually like that one.
well, then there are some. It has its hate base, I'll say. But
A lot more good elements than bad.
what I was going to say was I had to defend it against
Have to defend it.
the Cat in the Hat.
Who the hell likes Cat in the Hat more than Jim Carrey's Grinch?
There were several people who were like, "Oh no, I love this movie," and I'm like, "Okay, I look."
I completely screwed this up. Okay, hold on.
Don't
And
screw
the
it
Cat
up.
in the Hat movie is a lot worse.
Yes, it is. Plus, I honestly think Jim Carrey gave the Grinch way more of an actual, like, personality.
Yeah. Okay, so Josh, I actually do want to share with you one more joke from this because it's one that really, really angered me.
That really grinds your gears.
You know
Okay,
what really
listen,
grinds
listen.
my gears? I can't do it.
The keyboard cat was really stupid.
Yes.
Like, really bad. Really stupid. This one offended me as someone who paid attention to the lore of the movie. They made fun of the guy who came in to take his brother's place, the Navi body. So we're already off to a great start.
Solid. Yes, solid work. Why did
It
they make fun
really-
of him?
And I quote, because they tried to send the A-team, but they wouldn't fit in the pod. And then it cuts over to one of the pods, cramped full of the A-team people, trying to get out. And I'm like,
Kane, don't you? I don't think you understand this top tier humor we're dealing with here.
Look, I'm literally losing enough brain cells as it is. Can we agree that this is trash?
let me get this straight. You almost unintentionally make fun of a crippled person while completely ignoring the reason he was brought to Pandora, and also disregarding what the Navi bodies are when no one is in them. Because they also make a tapping the glass joke, tapping the glass fish joke.
You're so funny, Dr. Mad.
Whoever was on that writing, I do not say this lightly. I think these are the worst writers I have ever seen in a job.
No, but don't you get it?
They wrote a sketch where Lightning McQueen is put into a car compactor, and while he's being crushed, he's begging for his life.
It's funny because he's dying.
Dude.
It is some of the worst humor I have ever seen in my life. Some of the worst... Like, okay, look, Teddy, you didn't like Spaceballs.
No. But I at least admit the jokes were, like, you know, amusing.
Anyone who tells me that Spaceballs is a bad parody movie is wrong.
No, it's not a bad parody movie. I just personally didn't like it.
The movie didn't offend you, Teddy. These
No.
sketches offended me. On the fundamental level, they were terrible. Oh yeah, they had a Pokemon Jurassic Park parody, too.
I'm sorry, Pokemon and Jurassic Park.
Yes.
So they're trying to offend me in two ways at the same time. Excellent.
Yeah. And it's just as bad.
I like how the song that literally
What?
just got...
Dare I ask? Dare I ask? Because you can't say that and then not tell me.
Alright, well, I can sum up all of the bad jokes by telling you the brow of humor that they used with the finishing line. Basically saying that Pokemon is better than Yu-Gi-Oh! And Digimon.
Okay.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Came first in that statement.
Okay.
And all of the jokes were essentially, oh hey, what if Pokemon were dinosaurs and ate people? Also, they made a joke about Team Rocket carrying a bunch of Pokeballs. And it's just as lowbrow as you think it is.
I like how the song that's been playing for the past 2 minutes on my playlist is just called Get Over It.
Yeah, Kane.
I'm sorry.
What he said.
I
Really
I
bad
felt
timing
like-
on that one, Ted.
Sorry. But I do agree, Kane, that this is that like, you know, that's not even lowbrow humor. That's like if lowbrow humor took a dump and then that dump was the humor.
It's so bad. It is legitimately 0 out of 10. There is nothing good about it.
I don't think you understand the elite level of humor here, Kane.
They made fun of a crippled person. Haha, laugh at us.
Yeah, that is what happened in there, as far as I'm concerned. Because they never bring up why it was brought in. Because, you know, if you actually watched the movie for more than 2 minutes, you would understand why. It's so bad. It is awful.
I don't want to be that guy, but can you refresh me on why he was? Because I haven't watched Avatar in years.
His brother died, but they were twins.
Oh, okay, I got you.
It's not just that they were twins. The Na'vi bodies are homegrown with the DNA of the person who inhabits them. The only person who can be in the Na'vi body is someone with the same or very similar DNA to the person who originally was created with that Na'vi body. So the reason his
twins.
brother was brought in is due to the fact that they were brothers and they shared very similar DNA.
That makes sense. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I only ask because I haven't seen Avatar in years.
Absolutely. And
Yeah,
that
I
is
remember
totally
that.
fine. Yeah, because it's almost like it's the first thing that they talk about when they bring him in. I hate Mad. Cartoon Network's Mad was the worst. There was zero good redeeming factors about that.
I mean, the good redeeming factor that I see is that it's given us an entertaining conversation on this live stream.
That's literally the best thing it's done for anybody, apparently.
Yep.
Based on what I'm hearing, that seems like the only good thing the thing it's good for. I honestly had no idea that Cartoon Network made a Mad series. Why would Cartoon Network be interested in making a Mad show? Like,
I don't know.
Mad was just a different version of Saturday Night Live.
Yeah. When
was this?
Back in like 2012, 2013.
I got an idea. Let's redo this. What time did it air? Because Mad is also, like, in its original form, is not a kids show.
I believe it was in the early 2010s, right?
Yeah. It was the worst. It was the worst. Like, if I do not believe it is possible to find any of what they did funny, because if you find it funny, I don't think you have taste in humor.
Well, sorry, Ted, you don't have any taste in humor.
What?
God, there was more of it too. But everything they did was bad. Every sketch.
Everything they did was Mad.
Yeah.
Shut up.
I remember in one of the sketches, I don't remember which, that they were like, "Man, who would write a stupid joke like that?" And then it cut to like the Mad character cutout pointing to like a board, and I'm like, just because you make fun of yourself doesn't excuse your horrible writing.
No, don't you get it? The joke was about how they suck, therefore they're funny now.
Yeah, it didn't work out for Teen Titans Go, so not gonna work out for you either.
You know what annoys me most is that I like the original Mad TV.
Yeah,
like,
I don't think it was terrible.
It was it was an alright show. Like, it wasn't like the greatest thing in the world, but it was funny for what it was.
Oh god, I did. Okay. Now all of that was offensive, but do you know what I think is objectively the worst, most offensive thing that they did on Cartoon Network's Mad?
What?
I mean, everything so far is already. I mean, I am more curious as to how you're going to top anything else. So, by all means.
All right. So, personally, in terms of my opinion, I have said a lot of offensive writing things in terms of this show, and that is very true. But this is also not what Mad specializes in. They ruined Spy vs. Spy.
Oh?
Spy vs. Spy is one of the most well-known things from Mad TV that I know about. And they had it in the Cartoon Network Mad, and they made it worse.
How did they ruin Spy vs. Spy? It's a simple animated concept that was...
I know.
Like, how do you ruin that? How? How? How did they do it?
They made it worse. Okay. You know how the old ones were fun to watch? The old ones were really good and entertaining?
Mm-hmm.
These weren't. And I have no other explanation for you other than that. Because it was just really bad. I can't even tell you why right offhand, because it was not good. Like, I watched it, and I even went on YouTube, and I watched older Spy vs. Spy stuff, and I'm like, no, it's just bad. They made this simple concept not funny. To steal a quote from Ego Raptor, they took fun and made it unfun. How'd you even do that?
Interesting.
Yeah, it was, oh god. Parody really is such a fine line, you know, like, you gotta know what you're doing when you're parodying something.
You do.
Spaceballs
Really?
knew what it was doing. Dragon Ball Z knows what it... Most modern abridged series know very well what they're doing, which is why they're so good. Like, honestly, Spaceballs still really is one of the only ones that I will hold up there as they... You could tell they loved Star Wars when they were poking fun at it.
Use the Schwartz cane.
Now get the ring. I found it in a Cracker Jack box.
I love it. I don't love that movie, but I at least admit it got a good chuckle out of me every now and then.
It really does have some really good jokes. It holds up pretty well. Like, I think what I really like the most about Spaceballs is that, yes, it's a parody of Star Wars, but my favorite thing is that it really does have its own identity separate from Star Wars. They really did try to just make... They tried to parody the general concept of Star Wars more than they did going into just be Star Wars all the time.
One thing that I actually really liked about it, and this is just me, is the fact that it's very clear that everybody who was working on that movie was having a blast.
Yeah. Yeah, like everyone on set had to have been having a great time when filming that movie.
Yeah.
It wasn't my fault now, was it?
Everyone knows about the I am your father's brother's cousin's nephew's
Yeah.
former roommate. Like, everyone knows that line from the movie, but there's so many good quotable lines in Spaceballs. I lost the bleeps, I lost the sweeps, and I lost the creeps. The what, and the what?
Suck. 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 Suck.
Yeah.
I always loved that one in particular. I thought that one, for some reason, always got to me.
I don't know if this is considered lost media, but I'm going to consider it, considering how not like able we are to get it. My favorite piece of lost media at this point is the Mega Man.exe anime.
I know he was gonna say that.
Good God.
I already knew you were gonna say that. As soon as you said, well, this doesn't really count, but I'm like, oh, son of a bitch, here he goes. Yes, hon.
I mean, he did say favorite, and that is definitely my favorite.
I mean, like, I don't really have too many favorite pieces of quote-unquote lost media. If I had to pick one... God, This is a bit of an obscure one. Luigi's Mansion beta.
It's a beta. I don't think that counts.
Well, it was a beta.
Doesn't count.
I mean, it's lost media, yes, but I don't think that counts.
Really? You're
Like,
gonna pull.
we're talking about like released products that have not been re-released in years.
Oh, then in that instance, God, I actually don't know.
Tomba.
For
God,
me,
yeah, Tomba.
Tomba's been like I think they put it on the PS3 store. That was like the only time it ever got a like at least Klonoa got 2 remasters.
I would say, you know, it's weird because I wanted to say Blood, but that's gotten like more that got a remaster a little while ago. Lost Media. Would you count something that is going to not be lost media soon?
You're gonna have to elaborate on that.
I'm confused with what you mean.
So there's a horror movie that was sort of like a documentary kind of thing. It was called Ghost Watch. As far as I know, from the bit of research that I've done, it was only released on cable in the UK on select occasions, and it's never gotten a full like at-home release. It will later this year. So, would you count that?
Huh?
Would you count that?
It is a movie that was released, so yes.
It was only released on TV. Or not released, it was broadcast on TV. That's the word I wanted to use.
Yeah.
As far as I know, it never had any kind of, like, physical release.
Actually, they will, because this happened to me a little bit while ago, and I called the cops, and exactly, and I had the choice to take it to court and they didn't leave me alone. So they left me alone, so I didn't have to take it to court. But if they keep on doing this, one, they can watch their TikTok. If they keep on doing it, then I can take it to court, and because I don't need to lose my job over this shit. This is the only, and I don't want you losing your job. This is the only why I'm talking to her is for her to stop because I cannot lose my job. I know, but she will give 2 shits when I call the police. I cannot lose my job over this. It's literally my job is a company, it's a corporation, and like I just can't. Exactly. Exactly. And it's not like we were sitting over her house and beat her up and blah 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 blah. No. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I did.
Hello.
Hey, Eddie.
I'm here to shell up and ruin lives. What's up?
Why are you here to ruin lives? It's not
I don't
cool.
know. I feel like it. Anyway, what are you guys doing?
That's
I
not
mean, I can
cool,
do that
man.
too, Addy. You want to know how I can do that?
Talk about exploits for more than 5 seconds?
Huh?
I said talk about exploits for more than 5 seconds?
Nope. Here's what I can do. League of Legends Wild Rift is better than the PC version.
Factual.
I'm gonna say I really don't. I want to disagree, but I can't.
Especially with skins. Especially with the skins and mob stuff.
I have been very much enjoying looking at all the skins with all the cool fancy animations.
Well, I also have an announcement.
Huh?
It is midnight. Well, it's 1 o'clock. It's midnight. It is my birthday today, which means that I am the most important person in the universe.
Happy birthday, Addy!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday! You showed up at a good
I
time because I was about to
officially-
leave.
Oh, well,